Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Danger rides the trail once again as the famous Lone Ranger urges his great horse Silver on to new adventure. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing over the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Todd's waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The central figure in tonight's story is Andy Beecham, a hard-working prospector, typical of the Old West. Andy had searched for gold in desert and mountain, in good times and bad, under burning sun and freezing snow. Because of his courage, he had met the disappointments of the years, continuing his hunt for the precious metal in spite of all obstacles. When he was just about to give up hope of ever finding the yellow gold, he suddenly struck it rich. He uncovered what promised to be a profitable vein of ore, filed his claim, and built a small home on the property. As our story begins, we see Andy and his wife entertaining a guest, Rod Ramsey. The prospector has been telling the story of his good luck, and as we join them, we hear some of the details.
So after years of knocking around, Ramsey, I located this place. It was just what I'd always been hunting for.
They tell me that all this section is hard rock. How about that, Andy?
That's right, hard rock mining.
That's the tough kind, ain't it?
Yeah, takes a lot of capital for tools and things. Gotta blast the ore out.
You was lucky to have the capital to work with.
Didn't have.
You didn't?
I don't know what we'd have done, Mr. Ramsey, if it hadn't been for Mark Nelson.
Who?
Mark Nelson. He lives down the valley. He loaned me the cash for the job.
Well, how'd he come to do that?
Well, that's his business.
Oh. Andy, there's two kinds of men you can't trust. Horse traders and money lenders.
What about gamblers?
Mary,
I didn't mean Mr. Ramsey. He's an honest gambler.
Don't mind me, Andy. I quit the gambling game 2 years ago.
You did?
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Ramsey. I always said you was far too fine a man to make a living gambling.
I quit for good. But about this money lender, I'm kind of sorry you went to him, Andy.
Shucks, why not? As soon as the claim begins to pay, I'll return the money I borrowed.
I hope you can. I wish I'd known you needed cash, but of course I didn't. I didn't have no idea where you and Mary had gone to after you left the flats.
Funny being together again here, ain't it?
It sure is.
What brought you here anyhow, Mr. Ramsey?
Well, to tell the truth, ma'am, I come here to pay a debt.
Is that so?
Well, I didn't think you had any debts.
What a money debt, Andy.
Oh.
There's a man that once saved my life. I was sitting in a faro game one time, and crooks tried to hoodwink me. We shot it out. Well, this stranger stepped in, took my side in the argument, and got me out in there half alive.
Gosh.
For weeks, him and an Indian friend of his took care of me, and finally got me on my feet again. I promised them, too, I'd never gamble again, and I won't.
What are you figuring to do if you meet 'em?
Tell them that it's been 2 years since they saved me, and I ain't handled a card since then.
Who are the two men? If they're in these parts, I should know them. There ain't many folks around here I don't know.
The Indian's name is Tonto.
Tonto?
What's the other man's name?
I don't know.
What do he look like?
Can't even tell you that. He has a powerful white horse that he calls Silver, and he wears a mask over his face.
The horse?
No, ma'am. The white man. I heard him spoken of as the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Sakes alive.
We've heard stories about him. I always thought he was sort of a legend.
Yeah, we never figured he was really all that he's cracked up to be.
Andy, let me tell you this. He's real flesh and blood, and no matter what you heard about him in the way of doing great things, it's true.
My sakes alive.
I'd sure like to get a look at that hombre.
Maybe you will.
Do you think he's around here?
That's what I heard. That's why I come here.
Reckon that's Mike.
Who?
He's working for me. I ain't young enough to do much in the way of drilling and blasting anymore. That you, Mike?
Yeah. Evening, Miss Beecham.
Evening, Mike. How's things look after this day's drilling?
Just about the same. Here's samples of what we got today, boss.
Look like we're getting close to the mother lode.
Nope. Don't look no better than before.
Oh, gosh.
I'm hoping you ain't made a mistake on your sizing up the land, Mr. Beecham.
Well, you're getting paid anyway, ain't you?
Sure. Only it'd be hard for you if you didn't hit the pay dirt soon.
I know.
Well, there's the samples. You don't mind if I go to town, do you?
Why should I mind?
Well, I just mentioned that I was going, that's all.
We should hit the mother lode one of these days, shouldn't we, Mike?
Can't tell. Night.
Night, Mike.
Andy, there's something about Mike I don't like.
I know, Mary. He's a queer sort.
Never since he's been here has he wore a smile. Always that same surly look on his face, like he was doing you a favor to work here.
Well, I expect don't set too well with him, do most of the work, and see me own the mine.
Where'd you get him, Andy?
He just drifted in looking for work after I settled here. I needed a man bad, so I put him on.
Can you trust him?
What do you mean, Rod?
Just that. Wouldn't it be easy for him to be taking gold ore out in the claim and telling you he hadn't got to it yet?
I suppose it would, but, well, I gotta trust him.
Maybe it's from having been a gambler that makes me distrust a lot of men. But I didn't like his eyes. In a game of cards, that man would bear close watching. There ain't but one thing would keep him from ringing in sleeve cards, and that's being afraid of getting caught. Great Scott. Did you hear that?
That voice.
What was it?
Silver. Did you hear it? Called his horse Silver.
You mean?
I mean, that was the Lone Ranger.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady, boy. Tonto, I need your help.
What matter?
I've been following Black Mike.
Huh?
He just left the mine and headed for town.
What him do there?
I don't know. But I do know that he told old Andy Beecham that the mine hadn't started to pay yet.
Him tell that?
Yes.
That not true.
I know it isn't true, Kimasabi, but Andy Beecham doesn't know it.
What we do?
We've got to check on Black Mike and see what connection he has with that moneylender. You go and do that.
Me get horse. Here, white feller.
You'll find Black Mike heading toward town. If you ride fast, you'll get there ahead of him. Then you can watch him.
Tonto do.
I'm going back to Beecham's place. An old acquaintance of ours is there.
Who that?
You remember the reformed gambler?
What him name?
Ramsey.
Oh, him good feller.
He's looking for us, Kimosabe, and I think maybe he'll find us.
Ah,
He's one man we can count on to help smash this moneylender and the crook known as Black Mike.
that's good.
Now then, Kimosabe, on your way.
Get him up, white fella.
Come on, fellow. We're heading the other way.
Mike, the miner employed by Andy Beecham, went to the home of the moneylender, Mark Nelson. He was unconscious of the fact that his movements were observed by Tonto. At Nelson's home, he made his report on the condition of Beecham's claim.
The mother lode is just about in plain sight, Nelson. I had to do some fast work to cover it after the last blast showed it up.
So, my investment won't turn out bad at all, will it?
When do I get paid?
You've been getting paid all along by Beecham, haven't you?
Yeah, but I worked blame hard for that cash. What about my share of your profits?
Plenty of time for that, Mike. Plenty of time. Wait and see how much I profit.
I ought to get a share of the claim.
Maybe you will, Mike. Maybe you will. I'll think it over. You're a good man, a big help to me. Yes, sirree.
What are you going to do now?
Take over the mine.
Huh?
Yep. Now is the time I get paid off.
I don't see how you figure to do it.
That's the difference between us, Mike. That's why I'm a planner and you ain't nothing but a worker.
But all you done was lend him enough cash to work the place for a time.
Sure.
Well, how's that give you the claim?
I got a mortgage on it.
Shucks. All he has to do is pay back what he owes you, and he'll be able to do that easy.
How? Just tell me how.
Why, from his gold.
What gold? He ain't got none yet, has he?
No, but he will have.
I told you to let me know as soon as the mother lode was in sight.
Yeah.
All right. Now we know the mine is good, don't we?
Sure.
Now we know it's worth me buying in for the couple of $100 I let him take.
Gosh, yes.
Very well. If it hadn't have been worthwhile, I'd let him keep it and owe me the money. Collect from him some other way. Now, however, I want that mine.
But I don't see how
The paper he signed promises to pay me my cash on demand.
Yeah?
I'm a lawyer, see? I've got that paper all signed by him in front of reliable witnesses. Tain't my fault if he don't read what he signed. Now, tomorrow, the claim will be mine.
How come?
Because I'm demanding that cash the first thing in the morning.
Well,
And the agreement calls for the money to be paid in paper currency. Savvy that? He can't rush the work on the mine, get gold, and pay me off. Not on your life. It's got to be folding money. I'll give him till midnight tomorrow night to pay it. My agreement says he's to have 12 hours' notice. And that's all he gets. 12 hours.
there ain't a chance to get the gold refined in that time. This ain't nothing to getting all the cash here for you.
I know it. So he can pay.
Then he's
Sure, he turns the mine over to me.
pretty slick.
I own it, you see. Being as I own it, he can't work it no more.
Hold on, Mr. Nelson.
Well,
Your scheme won't work.
what's the reason it won't?
Rod Ramsey.
Who?
Ramsey. He's a gambler from Beecham's old diggings.
Well, what about him?
He's visited Andy. He's got considerable cash.
What about it?
He might buy up Andy's mortgage from you.
Can't buy what I won't sell, can he?
He might let Andy Beecham borrow the money.
Oh, no. That wouldn't work neither. I'm a lawyer, I tell you. I drawed that agreement up in good shape.
But how'll you get around it if Beecham gets cash from Ramsey and pays you?
Easy. The agreement states that the cash has to be paid with profits from the mine.
Oh,
Savvy?
and he can't do that till he gets profits.
Hardly.
So you got him beat any way he turns.
Just so. Tomorrow, Mike, I'll take over the Beecham claim.
And I got a share of it coming to me.
Wouldn't surprise me none if you had, Mike. You're a good man. A good man for me to have around.
curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, Andy Beecham told his friend Rod Ramsey that he had borrowed money from Mark Nelson to work his claim. Tonto, following Mike, Andy's hired man, learned that he was secretly working for the moneylender. Tonto learned also that Nelson planned to foreclose the mortgage he held on the mine, and that Beecham was almost sure to lose his claim. The Indian reported these facts to the Lone Ranger, and as our second act opens, we see the masked man and his companion riding toward the Beecham home later the same night.
You didn't learn where Nelson kept that paper, did you, Tonto?
No.
That's too bad. I'd like to have a look at it.
Uh-huh.
However, we can be pretty sure the paper's just what Nelson said it was. He's too shrewd to leave a loophole for Beecham.
That's right.
There's one man who might be able to help us, though.
Who that?
Rod Ramsey. I'm going to see him right now.
Him sleep in Beecham house.
Yes, I think he'll be glad to see us. Why do you laugh?
Him plenty glad to see you. You save him life.
Stop here. Oh, Silver.
Oh, I tell her. Oh.
Stay here with the horses, Kimosabe. I'll go the rest of the way on foot.
Me wait.
What the?
Quiet, Ramsey.
That voice.
Keep your voice down. There's no need to awaken the Beechams.
Friend, the one man I wanted to speak to. I've kept my word to you.
That means a lot to me, Ramsey. Look, I came here to ask your help.
Whatever it is I can do for you, count on it.
Thanks. I want you to help me save the Beecham's gold mine and put a schemer where he belongs.
Save it? What's the matter with it?
The mother lode is right at the surface now, but Beecham is due to lose his claim tomorrow.
How's that?
Steady, Ramsey.
How can he lose it? It's his, ain't it?
Tonight it's his, but tomorrow Mark Nelson plans to foreclose the mortgage on it.
Why, that...
If Andy Beecham could have a week or so of time, he'd be able to pay off that mortgage. But he won't have.
Just tell me what I can do, that's all.
Keep away from this house tomorrow. Let Nelson do just what he wants. Beecham will have until midnight tomorrow. Before then, you'll do your part.
Rod Ramsey listened to the Lone Ranger and agreed to do as he was directed. He left the home of his friend the next morning without explanation. And we hear Andy and Mary as they try to account for Rod's sudden departure.
I can't figure why he left so sudden, Mary. It's got me beat.
I'm sure I don't know, Andy. We didn't offend him, did we?
Not as I know of.
Maybe that's him come back again. I'll go see.
Howdy.
Oh.
Why, Mr. Nelson.
I'll step right in if you don't mind. Come along, Sheriff Purdy.
Howdy, Beecham.
Hello, Sheriff Purdy. We don't get to see you very frequent.
Reckon not.
I trust everything's all right with you, Sheriff.
So.
I'm here, Beecham, to call your attention to a paper signed by you and witnessed by the sheriff and a deputy.
Oh, that. Sure. I'm hoping to be able to pay you off real soon, Nelson. I figured I'd hit pay dirt long before this. But can't be much longer now.
No, Beecham, you're right. It can't be much longer now. In fact, it can't be later than midnight.
You don't mean tonight?
That's exactly what I mean. You promised to pay my money on demand, Beecham, and so I'm here with Sheriff Purdy as a witness to make that demand.
But gosh, Mr. Nelson, if you just give me a little more time,
I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I'll have to have the cash by midnight or I'll take over the mine. And remember, this house goes with it.
He can't do that, can he, Sheriff?
I'm afraid he can, Beecham.
No, but
And that ain't all. The paper calls for the cash to be paid from the profits of the mine and handed over in paper currency. Don't forget that.
You mean after all the work here, we gotta lose our gold claim?
You was willing enough to take my terms when you needed cash money. Now live up to them.
Mr. Nelson.
Well?
Suppose I strike the pay dirt today. Then I could fetch the gold to you, couldn't I?
No, sir. The agreement states I'm to be paid in paper currency.
Suppose I can borrow the paper money somewhere?
Won't go. Gotta be profits from your claim. That's what the agreement says.
Then the whole thing was just a scheme to take our claim away from us.
Call it what you remind her. Only pay up before midnight or hand over the deed to the property. I've give notice. That's all I'm required to do, ain't it, Sheriff?
Reckon so, Nelson. But I'd call it a doggone ornery trick.
Tain't for you to call it anything. You just see that the law is enforced. That's all you gotta do. I look for you by midnight, Beecham. You got 12 hours. Come on, Purdy. Good day to you.
Oh, Andy.
Swindled. Bunked clean out of our mind. Oh, Mary, I've been a fool. I've been a doggone trusting fool. I never thought them terms was like that.
I don't see anything you can do, Andy.
There ain't a thing I can do, not a thing. He's got me licked.
Not yet.
Who was that?
There at the window, a masked man.
You're not licked yet.
Huh?
Your friend Rod Ramsey's going to help you.
Where is he? Who are you?
Never mind that. Now just listen to what I tell you to do.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan to old Andy Beecham, and the hopes of the miner rose higher as he listened. He knew what the masked man had done for Ramsey, and he had faith that he too would be helped. It is night, and Rod Ramsey stands before the door of Nelson's house.
Well?
Nelson?
Yeah?
I'm here to have a little talk with you.
What about?
I'll step inside if you don't mind.
I do mind.
It's too late. I'm already inside.
What do you want here?
Just came, Nelson, to tell you that you ain't a chance of getting Beecham's mine.
What's that?
You see, before he has to pay the cash to you, you gotta show him the paper he signed. That's the law, ain't it?
I'll show him the paper all right enough.
That paper is Beecham's note, and you gotta return that note when he pays the cash.
Let him show the cash.
He won't need to, because you see, Nelson, you don't have the note.
Who says so?
I'm saying so. What more do you want?
Blast you. You look like you knowed what you were saying.
I should.
You can't know. I put that paper away safe. I'll produce it when the time comes.
No.
Don't shake your head that way.
You remember what Mike said?
Huh?
He wanted to share the claim.
Well,
You wouldn't make no promises to him, and he knows you for a double-dealing rat.
You mean...
Mike's looking out for himself, the same as you are. He knows Andy Beecham's an honest hombre. He knows that Beecham is on the level.
If that dirty coyote sold me out...
You don't think I'd come here and bluff you, do you?
I don't know.
How could I benefit by it? You know where you put the paper. You can find out soon enough if I'm bluffing. Go on, Nelson. Call me.
I'll have the law on Mike. If he stole that paper, he'll go to jail for life. I'll soon know.
I'm afraid it isn't there, Nelson.
You stand where you are.
Hold on.
Don't make a move.
Put that gun down, you crazy fool.
Stand still. I ain't taking no chances.
I'm standing still.
You needn't think you're going to try and steal this paper.
You won't find it.
We'll see.
Tain't there, Nelson. Besides, you ain't the nerve to shoot a man anyhow. They'd hang you for it.
Stand still now. Don't you make no fast move. The paper was right here in my desk.
Better make sure it's still there. You can't collect without it.
If it ain't, I'll throw Mike into jail.
What's the matter? Can't you find it?
There it is.
That's a funny one.
Here it is. This is the mortgage and the note and the whole thing.
Better make sure it's the real thing and not a fake.
It's the real and all right enough. There's the names of the sheriff and the deputy all signed to it. Now, what have you got to say?
You better have it with you when Beecham comes, because I understand he's been getting profits from his mine.
I'll have it all right. Why, what the... Who shot that lamp out? Who's here?
Look out, Nelson. You might get hurt.
Someone's in this room.
Out of my way, Nelson.
Who are you? Stop! Stop, thief! Get a light! Where's the match? Here's another lamp.
I got a match here.
Hurry up, someone's here. He shoved me aside.
Now, there's your lamp. Now, stop your yelling like that.
Where is he? Where's he gone? Let me get a shot at him.
Looks like he went out the window the same way he come in.
Them papers! Them papers is gone. He stole them. My mortgage, my claim on Beecham's mine.
Yeah, they're sure gone completely, Nelson. And look, there's something on the table in place of them.
A bullet? What's this? What's this mean?
A bullet. A silver bullet. So that was it. Oh, golly, that's a good one.
Stop laughing. I'll have the law on him. You're in on it, too.
I really didn't know why I was to show you the poker face and talk like I did, but I see it now. You brought out the paper and the masked man took them.
It was Beecham. It was Beecham that done it. I'll have the law. I'll get the sheriff. I'll jail Beecham for life.
Stop your noise and see who's at the door.
Never mind. Come right in. We want to know what all the yelling is about.
Sheriff Purdy. Arrest Beecham. He stole...
Hold on, Nelson.
Beecham.
What are you saying about Beecham?
He stole my papers. He stole papers from me.
That ain't so.
Oh, when's he supposed to have done that?
Just now. Just a minute ago.
You're loco. Looks like your greed is finally touched you in the head. Andy Beecham has been with me for the past hour. We've been on our way here to see you. According to my figuring, he's still got time to pay you that there cash money.
I don't want it. I won't take it.
Oh, yes, you will. You take it and turn over them papers according to the agreement.
But I
ain't got the papers. They're gone.
Gone?
They were stole.
Well, that puts a new light on things. You can't expect Andy to pay you the cash without you handing over his notes, can you?
He hasn't got the cash from mine profits. I'll take these claims.
Oh, I reckon not. You ain't the only one that knows the law around here, Nelson.
But I tell you, the papers were stole.
You got a witness to that? And maybe you're just using that as a stall because you ain't got no papers.
Sure, I got a witness. This man was right here at the time. You seen that man come in and steal the papers?
Sorry, Nelson, but I didn't see a doggone thing.
Why?
That's the truth, Sheriff. I didn't see a thing.
All right. You show the papers, Nelson. You get your cash money. Profit from Beecham's claim in paper currency, just like what the contract calls for.
Me speak?
Tonto.
Oh, me speak now.
Go ahead.
How long take feller get paper money?
Well, now that I've found the mother lode showing, I ought to have the folding money in a couple of weeks.
Oh, maybe then paper come back.
Looks like you'll get your papers back, Nelson, when it's a mite more convenient for Andy to pay up.
I've been cheated. I've been robbed.
Come on, Andy. There's nothing I can do if Nelson ain't no witnesses.
Gosh.
There. I'm doggone glad it's worked out like this, Andy. That old skinflint got what is coming to him. Might confess that he was working for Nelson all along, aiming to cross you up.
Yeah, but Sheriff, this bag I said had cash in it, just between you and me, there ain't no cash, just yet.
Andy, just between you and me, who the Sam Hill cares? Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're heading for the coast. Hi-yo, Silver!
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet,
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. A sudden wave of jewel thefts is sweeping the city. In 16 days, 16 burglaries have been committed, one each night. They bear the same trademark. Thousands of dollars of jewels are missing. The thief is a master at his trade. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way into work that morning, and it was 7:53 a.m. when I got to room 45. Burglary detail.
Hi, Joe.
How are you, Walker?
Gonna be a scorcher out today.
Yeah, just like yesterday. Ben in yet?
I think he's over in communications picking up the mail.
Thanks.
You guys been busy?
Yeah, kinda. Jewel thefts.
Anything big?
No big hauls, but he's consistent. 16 nights in a row.
Same guy?
Think so. Same M.O.
Yeah, everybody's got troubles. Gotta check some records. See you later, Joe.
Okay, Willie. Burglary Friday. Yeah. Okay, Mike, soon as Ben gets back. He's picking up the mail. Right, bye.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben. Hannon just called. Chief wants to see us.
Take a look at these first.
What do you got, overnight reports?
Yeah, here, these two.
Yeah.
Two of them.
3 diamond rings, 1 sapphire, 1 necklace, jade. Big haul.
Look at the other one.
Lady's watch, diamond band, emerald bracelet, tourmaline brooch. What's tourmaline, Ben?
I don't know. Must be valuable. It's gone.
Let's see. Owner left house about 9 p.m., returned about 1:30 a.m., found property gone, scratches on the door.
Probably using the cellophane method. Hasn't missed yet.
2 in 1 night. Well, he's picking up his pace.
Must have a bag full of loot somewhere, whoever it is. You get the description sheets from pawn shop detail?
Yeah, I got them right here. You take half of them. Let's see what luck we got this morning.
Yeah.
Nothing so far.
Me neither. Let's see. I'll get it, Joe. Burglar Romero.
Hi, Ben. Chief still wants to talk to you, boys. He's got an appointment at 8:30. Wants to see you before he leaves.
Okay, Mike. Just checking some buy sheets. Be right in.
Better make it fast. He's in a bad mood this morning.
Okay, Mike. Thank you.
Backstrand again?
Yeah, he's in a bad mood. Come on. Wonder what's bothering him.
Something's bad. He doesn't blow very often.
Chief of Detectives Office, Hannon. Go ahead in, boys. He's waiting.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, ma'am. I'll connect you.
Friday, Romero, sit down. Wait till I get the phone. Backstrand. Oh, yes, Mrs. Winthrop. Yes, ma'am. We're doing all we can. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll do that. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Got trouble, Ed?
Taxpayer, Mrs. Winthrop. You two ought to remember the name.
We do, Skipper.
10 days ago, somebody lifted $2,000 worth of diamonds from her bedroom while she was at the symphony. Last night, she was hit again. A diamond watch, an emerald bracelet, and some kind of a brooch.
Tourmaline.
I don't care what kind it was. It's gone. What's the pitch?
We just read a report a couple of minutes ago, Skipper. Could be a tie-in with those other 16 jobs.
16 jobs in 16 days. You haven't got a lead on the thief yet?
Nothing shows up. No prints, nothing.
What about the pawn shops?
Nobody's tried to soak any hot stuff as far as we know. We double-checked the detail. We got every hock shop in town on the alert.
Whoever it is, they've got to try to pawn the stuff sometime. Unless they're going to give diamond rings for Christmas presents.
And they haven't tried the pawn shops yet, Skipper. We're sure of that.
Look, 16 burglaries in 16 days. Jewels and watches. Good ones. Well, it's got to stop. It's got to stop soon, you understand?
We'll stay right on top of it, Ed. We're doing all we can.
For 2 weeks, I've had half a dozen women calling me every day. Society women. Some of them figure they should get extra treatment.
They're only DR numbers to us, Skipper. They all get the same attention.
I'll try and explain that to some of them. They think you're in on the racket. Maybe you boys would like to take these calls some morning.
No thanks, Ed.
All right, then, let's get some action. Keep the pawn shop operators on their toes and get after every known fence in town. That's all. I've got an appointment.
All right, Ed. Check you later.
Holding a call for you, Ben.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Oh, hi, Max. What? Well, hold it. Be right down. First break, Joe.
What do you got?
Necklace and a watch. Both of them on the stolen property list.
Where?
Henry's pawn shop. 5th and Main.
6 minutes later, at 8:25 a.m., Ben and I drove up in front of Henry's Square Deal Pawn Shop. Quick cash, no red tape, watches bought and sold. The proprietor was Max Murphy, an old friend of Ben's.
Well, pal, of all days, it had to happen yesterday. Took the day off and went fishing up at Big Bear. I left my nephew in charge, Harry. A real knothead, that kid.
How do you mean, Max?
Joe, if I told him once, I told him 101. Whatever you do, whatever they come in with to Hawk, check it with the list. Check it with the stolen property list. What does he do?
He forgot.
He forgot. Oh, a real knothead, that boy.
How old is he, Max?
32. A real knothead. I checked the slips from yesterday. Then I checked the stolen property list. There it is. Hot stuff.
When did the stuff come in, Max, do you know?
About 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Can we look at it?
Oh, sure. Back here behind the counter. There it is.
Did you check out the serial numbers on the watch yet, Max?
When I found out, yes. They match to a T.
All right, let's see. Yeah. Description on this necklace matches, too. Let's have a look at your buy book, huh, Max?
Yes, sir, Joe. Here you are. There's a deal right there.
Here?
Yeah, that's him. That's how he gave his name.
Walter Tracy, 132 and a half Blackstone Court, Los Angeles.
Let me check the book for the description, Max.
Oh, sure. Yeah, here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Max, thanks. We'll be checking with you later.
Sure, Joe. Anytime. Sorry.
All right, Max. See you later.
You fellas take it easy.
Right. Want to check and see if we're clear, Joe?
Yeah, I will. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Are we clear?
Control 1 to 80K. Stand by.
Good lead, Joe. Got a description in here.
Yeah, it's too bad Max's nephew had to slip up.
Control 1 to 80K. Call your office immediately. Call your office immediately. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's about.
I don't know. I'll call in.
You got some change?
I'll use Max's phone. Use your phone a minute, Max?
Oh, you, Ben? Sure. Help yourself.
Thank you.
City Hall.
2524.
2524.
Burglary. Levine.
This is Ben, George. You got something?
Odd one. Universal Loan Shop, 6th and Barton Place. Guy just took in a couple of rings. He checked too late.
What you mean?
He checked the form after the guy left. It was signed Walter Tracy.
There they are, Sergeant. Both rings. Fine quality diamonds.
Don't you usually check your stolen goods list before you take in stuff like this?
Usually, yes. Last night, no. I don't know what I was thinking about.
Can we have a look at your buy book?
Right here. There it is. Walter Tracy. 699 Olive Street. 145 pounds, 5'9", dark hair, build, thin.
We'll have to slap a hold on these rings.
I know. I should have thought.
Can you think of anything else that might help us to identify the man?
Well, no. Had a light suit on. Nice cut. Very well dressed.
Thank you. That's all for now. Here's our card.
If the guy happens to drop back, give us a call, will you?
Sure will, Sergeant. Say,
Yeah?
I've got some nice watch bands. Yours look old. Can I interest you?
No, thanks. Some other time. Come on, Ben. That afternoon and the following morning, despite our alert and our warnings, 2 more pawn shops called in with reports of stolen watches taken in. We checked them out. The serial numbers on the watches matched those on the stolen property list. On the pawn shop account books, the loan was listed under the name Walter Tracy. The addresses were given as number 12 St. Vincent Place and 700 East Flower. The descriptions of the man were the same. Slight build, well-dressed, about 145 pounds, 5 feet 9 inches tall, dark wavy hair. We had the name and description distributed to every pawn shop in Los Angeles and surrounding communities. Through our informants, we checked up on every known fence in the city. For the next 2 nights, we received no reports of stolen jewels. That made up for the double burglary the night before. On June 19th, the box score read 18 successive nights, 18 successive jewel burglaries. At 3:25 in the afternoon, Ben and I sat down to check over the late incoming reports.
Got anything, Joe?
Not yet, no.
Nothing here. Maybe the guys left town.
Nope. No such luck. Take a look.
That's it, number 19. He may set a record.
Well, he's making monkeys out of us, isn't he? Look, man's watch, lady's watch, Chinese amber necklace, diamond shirt studs, and a bracelet with 2 large rubies.
He's getting ambitious. How's the value listing?
I see. $1,800. One haul. I'll get it. Burglary Friday. Yeah. What? Yeah. Be right down. Stall him. Let's go, Ben.
Where?
Kaplan's down on East 2nd. Walter Tracy's in there now, trying to hock a gold watch. Ben, cover the door. I'll go and look like I'm shopping around.
Right, but watch your step. We don't know this guy.
Yeah, stay close to the door, huh?
I'm sorry, that's the best we can do on the watch.
Look, Mac, this is gold. 21 jewels.
Well, it's the best I can do.
Drop dead.
Well, it's the best I can do. Don't get sore.
Yeah, sure. See you later.
That's him, Sergeant. Walter Tracy. I stalled him as long as I could.
All right, I'll check back with you later. Did you spot the guy that just came out?
Yeah, I went up straight.
Let's follow him. Hustle it. You spot him, Ben?
Straight ahead, about 15 yards. He's crossing the street.
Yeah, let's get up a little closer.
We'll lose him, sure, if the light changes.
Come on, run for it. What's the traffic like?
That was close.
You might have spotted us. It's going faster.
Come on, Joe, run.
Yeah. Don't lose him.
This crowd's not helping.
Hey, wait a minute. I bet you're a cop. You're chasing somebody.
All right, let go of my arm, mister. Let go.
Well, you don't have to get tough. Lousy cops think they own the street. I'm going to write the mayor's office.
Come on, Joe. He's running for it.
Yeah, I see him. Watch the signal up ahead.
Hurry, Joe. Almost up to him.
Into the parking lot. Hey, you! Stop!
Look out, Joe. A gun.
Yeah, I see him.
Get away.
All right, smart guy.
It's a nice job.
Yeah. He's too fast for an honest man. Let's take him in. When we got back to headquarters, Walter Tracy was under technical arrest. We took him directly to the interrogation room. We searched him thoroughly. We had him take everything out of his pockets and put it on the table. Then we had him take all the money he had in his wallet, count it out, and hold it in his hand.
What is all this routine?
That's all the money you have on you? $47.17, right?
Yeah.
Okay, keep it in your hand. Ben, shake him down.
All right, Tracy. Take off your coat, shirt, tie, and your shoes and socks.
What kind of a pitch is this? I'm no hood.
Take them off.
Two-bit cops. You're not pinning anything on me. I don't care what you do.
Sleeves, pockets, lining. Nothing in the coat, Joe.
Get his shirt.
Take it light with the threads, huh? Costs money.
How about the trousers, Ben?
Let's see. Cuffs, pockets. No. Let me get the belt.
Zipper on the inside of the belt?
No, it's clean. Shoes are okay. All right, Tracy, let's see the soles of your feet.
I hope you don't mind. They're dirty.
Why don't you take a shower? Let's see. All right, Joe, nothing. Put your clothes back on.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, you. What's your name?
Huh?
I said, what's your name?
You telling jokes? Walter Tracy, you know that.
Your real name.
How old are you, Tracy?
27.
Where do you live?
No place. Just got in town a couple of days ago.
Where are you from?
Salina, Kansas.
Where you been sleeping the last 2 nights?
The park, Pershing Square.
Clothes don't show it. Pretty natty.
I had 'em pressed.
Where?
Down by the square. I don't remember.
You ever been arrested before?
No.
Where'd you get this gun, Tracy, the one you pulled on us?
I didn't know who you were. Could have been a couple of hoods. You kind of look like it.
Where'd you get the gun?
I won it in a crap game coming out on the train.
Where'd you get the watch?
Graduation present.
You want to run a make on him, Joe? The gun and the watch?
Yeah, I'll call him.
Go on, check. You can't prove a thing.
Pawn shop records, Gilmore.
Gil, is Friday. Can you give me a make on a watch?
Sure, Joe, go ahead.
Time Master, yellow gold, man's wristwatch.
Okay.
Case number 716F23.
Right.
Movement number B351708.
Got it.
Okay. Now give me a make on this gun, huh? 32 S&W automatic. Serial number 579-461.
Okay.
Call me back?
Right. What's your station number?
2572.
I'll ring you, Joe.
Thanks.
Having fun?
What'd you do with all those jewels you stole?
When do I get out of here?
I don't think you're going to get out.
You got nothing on me.
How tall are you, Tracy?
Get your tape measure. 5'9".
How much you weigh?
140. I'm 27. My name's Walter Tracy. I come from Salina. I've been in town 2 days, and I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You sound smart. You don't act it.
And you're flying blind, copper.
What'd you do with those jewels you stole?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What color are your eyes?
I don't know. I'm colorblind.
What color would you say your hair is?
You colorblind, too?
You ever been arrested before?
Straighten out. He asked me that.
I'm asking you.
No.
You ever done any big time?
No.
All right, I don't care if you level with us or not. We're going to make you on those prowl jobs, all 19 of them.
Sure. You guys are smart.
You got in Los Angeles 2 days ago, is that right?
Yeah.
You don't know anything about any jewel thefts.
That's what I said.
And how come your name and your handwriting's on the account books in 4 pawn shops in Los Angeles?
It's not mine. You can't prove it.
We can, Tracy. Come clean. What'd you do with the stuff you stole from 1250 Moraga Drive, June 5th?
I didn't steal any stuff.
What'd you do with the rings and watches you took from 1400 Placerville Road, June 9th?
I wasn't in town.
What'd you do with the diamond dress pins you stole June 13th, 123 South Van Ness?
Did I do that?
You're not only kinky, you're a bad liar.
You prove it.
Order get you a sawbuck, your prints bounced, Tracy.
Our handwriting man's gone to work on those signatures of yours. You haven't got a chance. Now, come on. Where'd you hide the stuff?
You can't prove a thing.
Where'd you say you've been sleeping the last 2 nights?
In the park, Pershing Square. You want a map?
Clothes sure look nice.
I said I had 'em pressed.
But you can't remember where.
No, I can't remember where. That a crime?
Friday talking.
Joe, this is Gilmore. Here's the stuff you asked for.
Let's have it, Gil.
No make on the watch, no make on the gun.
Okay, Gil. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
You're in up to your neck.
You said that, didn't you?
You're gonna talk, Tracy.
Kind of tired.
All right, we'll let you sleep on it. Come on, Ben. Let's book him.
Right.
I'll get your jobs, coppers.
Sure. Come on. We took Walter Tracy to the county jail and had him booked on suspicion of burglary. He was still sullen. We knew we had the guilty man. Now we had to prove it. As it often happens, the victims never see the burglar. They only know he's been there. They can't identify him, but they can identify their property. Our job was to find the property. When we did, we'd have Walter Tracy. And the 19 victims would have their property returned. But Tracy wasn't talking, and we knew he'd never talk unless he thought it might help him. We took the problem to Ed Backstrand.
Smart punk, Skipper, but he's done time before.
How do you know?
Tried him out last night when we brought him in. He talks like it and he acts like it.
But he won't cop out. Are you sure?
He won't talk in 100 years. He knows he's got us in a spot.
Well, one thing's sure. We're not going to send him up without finding the loot first. He's planted the stuff somewhere in this city. We've got to find it.
Ben and I have got an idea, Ed. It's not going to be easy, but it might work.
What is it?
Tracy tried to soak some of the stolen property at 4 separate pawn shops in the downtown area.
Yeah?
At each one of those 4 pawn shops, he gave a local address. Now, we're sure he must have a room or an apartment someplace in town.
All right. Where?
That's where guesswork comes in, Skipper. Every one of those addresses he gave falls within a certain area.
How big an area?
You got that street diagram, Joe?
Yeah. Here it is, Ed. From Figueroa here to San Pedro, and from Pico down to First Street. The area's about 12 blocks wide, 14 blocks long.
That's a lot of territory. How are you going to cover it?
On foot. We'll take Tracy with us.
Plenty of legwork. You sure it's the answer?
We got to find the stuff, and it's the only way we can figure it.
Hotels, apartments, rooming houses. There must be hundreds of places he could stay in that territory. It'll take a couple of weeks.
Yeah, on foot it will.
All right. It's tough, but it's your idea. Go to it.
An hour after we left Chief Backstrand, we got Tracy out of his cell in the county jail and started our canvass of the appointed area. We took the usual precautions and handcuffed Tracy's wrists to our own. We started the search for his hideout at First Street in Figueroa. It was a warm day in Los Angeles. The temperature was 91. After the first 3 hours, I could tell Ben's feet were ready to give out, and so were mine. We couldn't even have the comfort of complaining. That had encouraged Tracy, and he was cocky enough already. He cursed and threatened every step of the way.
My legs off. All right, quit pulling, will you?
Come on, Tracy, up the stairs. Another one to check.
Warm day, Joe.
Yeah, a little.
What do you mean, a little? Must be 110.
Yes? What is it?
You the manager?
Yes.
Could you tell me which apartment this man has in your house, ma'am?
Who, him?
Yes, ma'am, this one.
Never saw him before. He don't live here.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Hot, ain't it?
When are you gonna get wise?
Come on, Tracy.
Well, that finishes this side of the street. You want to cross over, Joe?
Yeah, let's go.
I'm hungry. I want to eat.
After we cover the other side of the street.
You can't do this to me. I'm gonna get a lawyer. I'll have your jobs, both of you.
Yeah, come on. We only got a couple of hundred places to cover.
Hi, gents. What can I do for you?
You the manager?
I run the place, yeah.
Which room does this man have in your place?
Him? You made a mistake. He doesn't live here.
All right, thanks.
My feet are killing me. Wait till I get a lawyer. I'll burn both of you dumb cops. What do you think you're doing anyway? Making a guy walk?
All that day and the day after that and the day after that, Ben and I, with Tracy handcuffed to our wrists, canvassed the designated areas from hotel to hotel, from rooming house to rooming house, and the apartments, too. Every day our feet ached a little more, our pace slowed down, Tracy got more irritable, and the weather got hotter. The second day it reached a high of 92, the third day 94, the fourth day 94. Police regulations say plainclothes officers must wear a coat and necktie on the street at all times. We wore our coats and neckties. The search continued into the fifth day. Our pace got even slower. Ben and I started to lose heart. After a while, we forgot our object was to recover the stolen jewels. All we wanted was to find Tracy's hideout. We knew we were right. We knew Tracy was our man. It was a point of pride. Whether your feet hurt or not, you don't give in to a thief.
Yes? What do you want?
You the landlady here?
I am.
Which apartment does this man have in the building?
Well, none of them. He's not one of my tenants.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on, Tracy.
By the sixth day, all three of us had special pads in our shoes. Our feet ached worse than ever. Tracy let us know about his every 3 minutes. By late afternoon of the sixth day, we'd covered more than half of the designated area. The temperature was 95.
You guys gonna go on forever? I'm sweating like a horse.
I'm getting tired of your moaning.
That looks like the manager behind the desk.
Yes, sir?
You the manager?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Can you tell us which room this man has in the hotel?
Him?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't live here. Hey, you fellas look awfully warm. Like to cool off in the lobby? We're air-conditioned.
No, thanks.
I'm hungry. When do we eat?
You're always hungry.
You got the biggest mouth on a cop I ever saw.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. I want to eat. Now. Wait till I give this story to the papers. Mistreating innocent guys. They'll break you.
All right. Come on, up the stairs.
I'm going to get a lawyer tonight. I'll show you.
Yes? Why, Mr. Baker, where have you been?
We questioned the landlady, a Miss Elizabeth Hunter. She told us that Baker, alias Tracy, had rented an apartment from her about 2 months before. That's all the information she could give us. Tracy clammed up. He would admit nothing. We asked Miss Hunter to accompany us as a witness. We took the elevator up to Tracy's apartment on the 6th floor. Miss Hunter, Tracy, Ben, and I.
Down this way. Here. Do you want me to open it?
Please, Miss Hunter.
There's a girl. Walter? What is it, Walter?
I told you to get out of town if I didn't come back.
I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave without you.
I thought you slept in the park.
Take a jump.
Where's the stuff hidden?
All right, Ben, handcuff him to a chair. The girl behind him. We'll find the stuff ourselves.
All right, Tracy. All right, you're next.
I haven't done anything neither, so you can't prove it.
Billy, shut up.
That's better. No talking between you two. If there is, we'll separate you.
All right, Ben, you take the living room here. I'll try the kitchen. And get a window open. It's hot in here.
All right.
Sergeant, you will be careful of the furniture.
Yes, ma'am.
I had no idea. You, Mr. Baker, of all people.
Don't talk to him, please, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Tin cop.
Why don't you spell?
Ben, look. It's only the beginning. He's got the stuff scattered 7 ways for Sunday. We're going to need help.
In the milk bottle?
Yeah, 2 rings, 3 loose diamonds, and this bottle of mayonnaise. We found some kind of a brooch in it. A couple of watches taped to the underside of the kitchen sink.
All right, you. Convinced?
Okay, Ben, call Backstrand. There was a definite possibility that Walter Baker, alias Tracy, had stored some of his stolen loot outside his apartment. We stood little chance of ever recovering it unless we got him to break. Ben called Chief Backstrand, and in 10 minutes he arrived at the apartment with another man from burglary detail, George Levine. Together we went over the four-room apartment foot by foot. We found jewelry, watches, loose stones in every conceivable place. In cartons of cottage cheese, in jars of cold cream, in the garbage can, everywhere.
Who's your girlfriend? All right, I'll ask her. What's your name? I said, what is your name?
Billy. Billy Crawford. He didn't do anything. He didn't.
All right, Billy. Maybe you can tell us. Where's the rest of the stuff he stole?
He didn't steal. He didn't steal anything.
Billy, shut up.
Keep quiet, you.
Ed, wait a minute.
What?
Just a minute. I want to look over here.
Papers. Taped to the underside of that top drawer.
What is it, Friday?
No, you can't. You can't.
Look at these.
All right, you found them. I'll talk.
No, Walter, don't.
Parole papers. He's an ex-con.
Yeah, I'll cop out.
Don't do it, Walter.
Billy, shut up. Dumb dame.
The rest of the stuff, where is it?
On the roof. Inside the ventilator, the one near the front, you'll find a couple of paper bags. That's it.
Levine?
Got it, Chief. I'll check it.
Your papers say you did time in Oregon. What for?
Fell for robbery. Did 5. I owe him 7.
What about the girl?
Walter, I'm going with you.
Her? I don't know. You figure it.
All right, Friday. Romero, take the girl to Lincoln Heights and book her. We'll take him.
Right, Ed. Come on, Ben.
No, Walter, I want to go with you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. This way out.
All right, easy, lady.
No, wait a minute. Just a minute. Walter?
You're a dumb dame, Billy. So long.
Walter.
All right, come on, let's go. What's the matter? You feel all right?
He lied. He said he loved me. He lied to me.
Don't feel hurt, lady. He lied to everybody.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Walter Baker, alias Walter Tracy, was tried and convicted on 3 counts of first-degree burglary and received the maximum sentence prescribed by law. He is now serving out his term in the state penitentiary. A hold has been placed on him by the state of Oregon, where he will serve out 7 years for violation of parole. Billy Crawford, Baker's accomplice, was tried and convicted of receiving stolen property and is now serving time in the state penitentiary for women. You have just heard the 11th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official police files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Warden Clarence A. Larkin of Folsom Prison, Sacramento, who, on the evening of September 24th, 1937, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen this Saturday evening to a pair of adventure shows featuring 2 well-known Hollywood personalities. You'll enjoy Brian Donlevy, star of Dangerous Assignment. Also on Saturday's schedule is Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell. Listen to both of these exciting programs this Saturday over most of these same NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke,
Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
You gotta get welcome to Dodge City proper like. Hey, you there, mister. I said you.
You addressing me, sir?
I reckon I am. You a preacher?
Not exactly.
You dress like a preacher.
If you'll excuse me.
Back up, fancy pants. You ain't no preacher. I figure on making you dance some for the folks.
You think you can hoorah me?
Dude, I said dance. Dance or the next shot will take off one of your toes.
I don't think I'd like that.
Doc, no. All right, Thorne, put up the gun.
Marshal, you got a wild and woolly town here.
Marshal, you move aside. I'm gonna make this grinning dude kick up his heels for us.
I'd say that might be quite a trick, Thorne. Unless he's changed a lot since I last met him. Have you, Doc?
Not for the good, Matt.
I was afraid.
You pasty-faced tenderfoot. I said for you...
Shut up, Thorne. He's drunk, Doc.
He's dead. You just don't know it yet.
I'll take it good if you'd meet me later at my office.
All right, Matt. To you.
Well, that's sure a lot of talk. Now I'm going to shoot that dude's boot heels.
Fire one shot and I'll pistol whip you, Thorne.
What's that? You're kind of forgetting who's holding a gun, ain't you?
I wasn't forgetting.
Oh, my wrist. You broke my wrist.
I doubt it. Now let's go to jail.
Oh, you can't put me in jail. I'm Thorne Finley.
Move.
Oh, you wait till I tell Big Jack about this, and I will, too.
Do that. He might be grateful to me for saving your neck. You pulled some fool stunts, Thorne, but you've never been closer to dying than just a minute ago.
You mean from that fancy pants? Well, I could handle 6 like him.
That makes you a lot of man. I can name a dozen pretty good gun hands who can't handle one of it.
What?
That's Doc Holliday.
There you are. Salute, Matt.
Salute, Doc. That sounds worse, Doc.
Yeah, I got orders to go to Arizona. Air's dry there, better for my lungs.
Going?
Thought I might. Wyatt invited me to visit him. He and Virgil and Morgan are the law down there. Some little mining town called Tombstone.
Well, it sounds peaceful anyway.
If it isn't, it will be by the time Wyatt Earp gets through. He's the peacemakingest man I ever met outside of you. Matt, who was the tellerhead down at the depot, anyway?
Oh, Thorne? He's just a spoiled kid.
Kid? Couldn't be much younger than you.
Sure, but Thorne never grew up. His father has coddled him and protected him and gotten him out of scrapes ever since he was a pup. He's never had to be a man. Not with Big Jack wet nursing him.
Big Jack? Big Jack Finley?
Oh, you know him?
I've heard of him.
Well, that figures. He owns about half of Kansas. Star in a box runs more cows than he can count.
Swings a lot of weight in Dodge?
Yeah, too much.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, somebody said that Doc Holliday had come into town today and he... Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Chester. Why don't you shake hands with him?
Don't mind if I shake with my left hand. It's kind of habit.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Dillon has the same habit.
He would. How about dinner tonight, Matt?
Sure. How long will you be in Dodge?
Not long. Just till I finish a chore.
Oh? That chore have anything to do with Big Jack Finley?
Might say so. Gonna kill him.
All right, Dillon. Turn him loose. You forgot to close the door, Mr. Finley.
You're going to turn my boy loose? Or I'm going to have to do it for you.
You got a writ of habeas corpus?
Writ? Thorne didn't commit no crime.
The charges are drunken, disorderly, disturbing the peace, and attempted assault with a deadly weapon.
Eyewash.
You still need a writ.
But, man, Judge Nathan does what I say, and you know it. Don't you think I can get a writ?
I'm sure you can and will. You always do.
Then what's the point, Dillon? It's just a lot of useless red tape.
It's the law. Close the door on the way out. All right, Thorne.
Didn't I tell you Big Jack would get me out? When are you going to learn you can't play?
Save the speech.
The law can't touch a Finley. You ought to get smart, Marshal.
Like you?
Sure, like me. Hi, Big Jack.
You okay, son?
Fine.
Anything else, Mr. Finley?
Why, yes. My boy here is a little boisterous sometimes, I know. High-spirited, you understand?
Uh-huh.
So I want to put a stop to all this nonsense of yours, arresting him every time he kicks up his heels a bit.
Go on.
Well, I'm offering you a job. Let's say protecting my interests. $200 a month.
And no work, naturally.
I see we understand each other perfectly. No work, of course.
All I have to do is just shut my eyes whenever Junior here breaks the law, huh?
I said we understand each other. There's no need to elaborate on it, Dillon.
There's a big need. Only how do I explain to a person like you that some men don't wear a price tag?
Huh?
How do I explain how I feel about a so-called respectable citizen making the law his private doormat?
Hey, you're nothing but the stupid gunman I've always thought you were. I understand you took the part of Doc Holliday against my son.
I kept Thorne from committing suicide, yeah.
You sided with a notorious killer against an important citizen of this community. Now I'm telling you, Dillon, Holliday, I don't want him in Dodge tomorrow.
Doc may be a gunfighter, but he's clear with the law, Finley, and a better man than your son will ever be.
What? Why,
That hurts, doesn't it?
I'm serving notice, Marshal. You run that killer out of Dodge City, or I'll do it myself.
Big Jack Finley, cattleman and self-made king of southern Kansas. No better or worse than most of the men carving empires out of the West. Until love for his son blinded him to the fact that Thorne Finley had gone bad. And from here on, I knew the war was on between Big Jack and me.
So Big Jack Finley's going to run me out of town, huh?
No, unless I do it first.
Oh? I do something naughty, Matt?
Well, you threatened a man's life.
That. And just between friends, Matt.
Anything else, Doc? Not murder.
Murder? I give him an even break.
With you, that's still murder. Don't you think you better tell me about it?
Mm-hmm. What if I don't tell you?
Now, then my job's to warn Finley and try to protect him.
You're a tough man to be friends with, Matt.
It applies to you, too, doesn't it?
Guess maybe it does at that. Didn't realize how I put you on the spot by spouting off my good intentions. Sorry.
Forget it. You want to talk to me?
All right. Remember a girl named Ruth Davis?
Mm-hmm. Died in a riding accident a few months ago. Always wondered if it wasn't suicide. She lost her brother 2 weeks before that.
No accident. No suicide.
You sure?
Sure. You know, Ruth and her brother ran their ranch alone.
Mm-hmm.
A man started pestering Ruth, and she hated him. Her brother kicked the man off the ranch. This fella dry-gulched Ruth's brother, made it look like a robbery.
You have any proof of this?
Yeah. Ruth was afraid to go to the law, so she sent a letter to me. Here, read it yourself. She says the man was Finley and says she expects him to try and shut her up for good.
Well, that doesn't mean it's Big Jack.
I went to see Ruth's folks. They had her belongings. Among them, I found this.
Watch chain.
Engraved JF on the clasp. Jack Finley. You see why I've got to kill him, Matt? He forced Ruth's horse over that cliff, sure. But do you still think she died accidental?
No. But who's responsible is something for a court to decide.
Court? With Finley's money and influence, he wouldn't spend 5 days in jail even if he was convicted, which he wouldn't be.
He doesn't own the court.
Maybe not, but it's still the most powerful man in the state against a dead girl whose only friend is Doc Holliday. How do you think a judge will decide?
Doc, I'm going to ask you a favor.
Make it one I can give.
I got an idea, but you must let me handle it my way. Give the law a chance.
All right, Matt, I can wait.
Thank you. I'll keep this letter in chain for a while.
All right, but if the law fails, I'll brace Big Jack Finley when he walks out of the courthouse.
And you'll be bracing 2 men, Doc. Finley and me.
Come in. Morning, Marshal. Looks like it'll be a fine day.
Well, you're up kind of early just to bring me a weather report, aren't you, Judge Nathan?
Huh? Oh, well, I want to see you.
Go right ahead. You mind if I finish shaving?
No, please do. Just thought I'd chat with you about the...
Dr. Finley's?
Yes. It seems that Big Jack's very upset by your attitude.
I'm not surprised.
Feels you're a little rough on his boy.
I am. But then his boy's a little rough.
Yeah. Well, perhaps Thorne is high-spirited, like yesterday.
Yesterday he was just plain high. Tell me, Judge Nathan, how do you like being on Finley's payroll?
What?
You know, you used to be a pretty decent person.
Oh, you can't talk to me like...
Yes, I can. I'm sending a copy of Thorne's record to the governor.
Governor?
And with it, I'm sending a list of the writs you've issued to get him out of jail and a copy of the court records.
I've only tempered my justice with mercy, that's all.
Thorne's been arrested for 18 offenses, convicted of 10, spent no time in jail, and paid a total of $15 in fines. I'd say you've been very merciful.
You said you were sending this to the governor. You haven't actually mailed it yet?
No. You got enough.
Not that I don't feel justified in any decisions I've made, but such a report might cause undue talk at the Capitol.
And ruin your political hopes. Well, my conditions are simple. Get off Finley's payroll now.
Very well.
And give me cooperation from here on, no matter who's involved. Do that and I shelve the report.
I'll do it.
Mr. Dillon, trouble's a-making.
What kind of trouble, Chester?
It's Big Jack Finley, Mr. Dillon. He's rounding up his crew at the Alfraganza. They're going to ride Doc Holliday out of town on a rail. Did you cut yourself shaving?
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, don't forget, starting Monday, CBS Radio's tremendous news staff will start bringing you the complete coverage of the Democratic Convention in Chicago. As you found during the Republican Convention, CBS Radio never misses. So, starting Monday, stay with CBS Radio all day and evening for the Democratic Convention. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Doc.
What?
Wake up, Doc. It's Matt.
Oh.
What's up? Trouble. Lots of trouble. Big Jack Finley's organizing a little citizens committee of his own hand-picked men coming to escort you out of town.
On a rail?
Yeah, that's the general idea. Here, take your shotgun.
Yeah, I'll hide it under the covers, modest-like.
I'll wait against the wall here.
Good. That'll put him in a crossfire.
If it comes to that.
There's enough of them, we're in a spot.
Yeah, likely we are.
You're risking your neck to save me some bruises. One I owe you, friend Matt.
It's my job.
Still one I owe you.
There he is. Wrap him up. All right, stop right there. I'll shoot the man who takes another step.
You think you're going to stop us, Dillon?
I think so. Me and Doc.
Doc.
Show him, Doc.
Sure thing, Marshal. Look, boys, surprise. I sure do love surprises.
Dillon, I've got a dozen men with me.
Well, sure, about 6 of them will die, Finley, if you don't crawl out of here fast.
And guess who'll die first, Big Jack?
You there, Moncrief. I always figured you for some brains. Get your boss out of here, quick.
Sure talking sense, Big Jack.
Shut up, Moncrief. You showing yellow.
Oh, but man, there's nothing here for us to die over.
Listen to him, Finley. That greener Doc is holding has 18 buckshot in each barrel.
He'll get slaughtered if he triggers that thing.
And I'm getting edgy, Finley.
And me, if I get a coughing spell, I'm liable to shoot without meaning to.
All right. This is twice you have made a Finley back down. You'll never get a third chance. Let's get out of here.
Matt, when you going to arrest him?
When I'm ready. Not long.
I hope not. Getting impatient to see that man dead.
I got your message, Marshal. I hope it's important.
It is, Moncrief. How long you been foreman for Big Jack?
15, 16 years.
And you know him pretty well. Would he be the kind to kill a girl?
No, of course not. Guess he'd kill a man if he got mad enough, but he wouldn't kill no girl, Marshal.
Well, I have proof that he did. A girl and her brother, but it doesn't set right. I'm hoping you can help.
What's your proof, Marshal?
A letter that names Finley as the man. Ruth Davis wrote it before she died.
Ruth Davis?
And this watch chain was found with her belongings. It's engraved on the back.
I know. I was with Big Jack when he bought this chain in Chicago. It was right after his wife died.
Big Jack wear it all the time?
You rode the right hunch, Marshal.
What?
Thorne is your man, just like you figured. He had a yen for the Davis girl, but he kept it quiet. Guess he didn't want it known she throwed him over.
But the watch chain...
Big Jack gave that to Thorne on his 25th birthday. Whole ranch can testify to that.
Good. All right, thank you, Moncrief.
You, gonna try and arrest Thorne?
Why?
If Big Jack believes Thorne killed that girl, it'll break his heart.
Broke her neck.
If he don't believe it,
then
he'll protect Thorne. And, Marshal, there's not enough lawmen in the state of Kansas to make Big Jack give up his son.
Yeah, what it... Oh, it's you, Marshal. And,
John Holliday. Doc, this is Judge Nathan.
Holiday? Oh, yes, I've heard of you.
I've heard of you, too, Judge. Wonder which has heard the worst.
What's that? Why,
Judge, I'm here on business.
Oh, of course. Come in, won't you? In my study here, so we won't be disturbed. Now, what is it, Marshal?
I want you to swear out a warrant for Thorne Finley's arrest. Charge, murder. You sure you want to go with me, Doc?
I'm sure.
All right, hold up your right hand.
Oh, no, Matt, you wouldn't make me a lawman.
If you go as my deputy. I'm not letting you make this a private fight.
Yeah, but my friends, if they hear I wore a star... All right, Matt, it's your show.
You swear to uphold and enforce the laws of this community, the state of Kansas, And the United States, to the best of your ability as deputy marshal, so help you God?
All of that?
All of that.
I swear.
Here, pin on this badge.
All right, man. You know, I'm feeling this badge is going to cramp my style something terrible.
Better breathe our horses going up through this pass. We still got a good ride ahead.
How far?
Oh, about 10 miles.
Hmm? What do you think, Matt? Will they fight?
Well, Doc!
Stay your horse, Marshal. Grab some clouds. Keep those hands high. Your queen's on the other side of the pass behind you. That's being smart, Dillon. Queen will drop you if you touch her gun butt.
You're handy at this bushwhacking, aren't you, Thorne? If Doc
He's all right. My slug seems to have bounced off his thick skull.
Good.
Yeah, let's pull your teeth. Better you do it. With your left hand, reach down and across slow. Pull your gun out with your fingertips and toss it away.
Nervous?
Just cautious.
Or maybe this queen doesn't exist, huh, Thorne?
Queen! Queen's one of Dad's men, but I pay him extra to work for me. Any more questions?
I guess not. There's my gun.
The rifle next.
I got a penknife in my pants pocket.
You know why Holiday came to Dodge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you do. You wouldn't be riding with him. Well, he's not going to tell any stories to my dad or anyone else.
You can't kill us, you stupid.
Not planning on killing you.
And what have you got planned?
Queen's kind of a magician. He's going to make Holiday just disappear. Folks won't care much about one of his kind.
I would. I'd care so much I'd hang you for it.
No, with Holiday gone, it's your word against mine. And you won't be able to prove a thing, Dillon.
You sure of that?
I'm sure. Otherwise, I'd take care of you along with Holiday. Now get on and start walking back to town. It's like I told you. Law can't touch a Finley.
It was no time for heroics, so I walked. When I reached a turn, I cut back through the rocks, but it was too late. They were gone. And with them, the horses, guns, and Doc Holliday. 2 miles up the road, I found my horse turned loose. And with a mind full of cold hate, I raced onto the Star in a box. On the front porch of the ranch house was one of Big Jack's men.
Hold it right there.
Out of my way, mister. I'm in no mood to shake hands.
Where you heading, lawman?
You don't hear well.
Dillon.
Where's Holiday?
How should I know? Get off my ranch.
And where's that prize son of yours?
What?
Trot him out. I want him.
Do you now? What on earth for?
Thorne, put that gun away.
Oh, no. This is just in case the marshal loses his temper.
I've lost it, Junior.
Sure.
Dillon, I've had all I'm going to stand from you.
You just think you have. Where's Holiday, Thorne? Where'd Queen take him?
Holiday? Why, I haven't the faintest idea. Where is Queen, Dad?
The riding fence line, but...
See, Marshal, we don't know where your friend is.
You're under arrest, Thorne.
What's that?
Ask him to show the warrant.
Here. Read it, Finley.
Oh, no. No, that's not possible. The judge wouldn't issue a warrant without proof.
He has proof, Thorne.
This is a lie. Thorne couldn't be guilty of murder.
No. Take a look at his face.
Son.
Daddy's trying to frame me. Don't let him get away with this.
No, I won't. I won't. Get out, Dillon.
Man, open your eyes. This is not going to help
you. You heard me. I don't believe you, your warrant, or your proof. I believe my son. So get off this ranch. Get out of the state. You let me see you again, so help me, I'll kill you myself.
Forget me. You're bucking the law. You can't
I make my own law.
So do I.
Doc Holliday.
But you're supposed to be dead. Queen was supposed
He's
to...
the one who's dead. I carry a knife in my boot just for men like him.
Thorne. God help me. You are guilty.
He sure is. And if he knows any prayers, he'd better get them over with.
No, Doc. He goes back with us as our prisoner.
You're wrong, Marshal. I'll take care of my son.
Dad. No.
You rotten, lying, murderous.
Please don't.
I should have strangled you in the cradle when you were...
Henley, look out! I threw myself at Fenway and both of us hit the floor, rolling away from Thorne as he raised his gun to fire. Then in the doorway, the blood-stained, terrible figure of Doc Holliday went into action. His pale hand blurred over his holster.
Ruth Thorne! Ruth?
Stage is ready to leave, Miss Holliday. Thanks, Chester.
You sure you want to stay around a while, Doc?
Yeah, we're good friends, Matt, but you're a peace officer. I guess I'm not a very peaceful man.
You could be, Doc.
No, I'm not going to change, and you shouldn't. Law needs men like you. No, if I stayed, there's too good a chance I might cross you.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to meet you over gun barrels, and it's one thing I'm afraid of. So long, Matt.
Good luck, Doc.
My. I never would have thought Doc Holliday was scared of meeting anyone in a gunfight.
You don't understand, Chester. Doc's afraid because he might beat me.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Herb Purdom, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in our cast were Harry Bartell as Doc Holliday, with Lee Millar, Nestor Paiva, Ralph Moody, and Tom Tully. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles.
The stagecoach road to Flat Rock winds through country that's wild and uncivilized, but at the moment all is peaceful. Only the rattle of the stage as it moves along the road, the creak of the leather as its team of horses pull against their harness, the crack of the whip, and an occasional shout from the driver. The passengers inside are half dozing, looking forward to the end of their journey in the town of Flat Rock. Suddenly, as the stage rounds a curve, 4 masked riders appear. Meanwhile, unobserved, a pair of strangers to Flat Rock rein up at the crest of the hill just above.
Well, doggone it, Bill, you're right. Those were shots.
We've ridden onto a hold-up party, Jingles.
Hey, wouldn't I know we'd hit trouble even before we're in town?
That's our business. Come on, up, boy.
Hey, they've seen us, Bill. Let's let them have it.
Hold your fire, Jingles. You might hit one of the passengers in the coach. Will they break for it?
Hey, there they go. They're getting away, heading for the rocks.
Rein up, Jingles. Let me have your rifle. Best we can do from here is mark one of them for the future.
Hey, you winged him, Bill.
That's what I wanted to do. Come on, up, boy.
Ho, ho. Hey, you mean if they try to get help for him?
Right. They'll give us a lead.
Well, here's the stagecoach, Bill.
Everybody all right, driver?
Ah, sure. Fine. Our payroll shipment's safe, too. Hey, haven't I seen you someplace?
Doggone it, Bill. Why doesn't anybody ever ask me that?
Any idea who they were, driver?
Well, I'm sure they belong to the Shadow Hills gang. Same masks and everything. They might double back. You going to follow us into town?
Sure. Climb on up there.
Good.
Oh, trouble, trouble, trouble. Now we ride along and back so the Shadow Hill gang can take a pot shot at us. And there must be some other way I could make a living. Something easy. Yeah, like raising polecats.
Get up there. Hey, give it. I want to thank you again, Bill and Jingles.
Oh, it was nothing at all.
Are you sure there's nothing more I can do for you?
No, we just wanted to know where the school was.
Well, that's it over yonder. What you aiming to do, Bill? Send Jingles to school?
Now, listen here.
You say the school teacher's name is Miss Sanders?
Mm-hmm. Miss Julie Sanders.
She's the one, all right.
Well,
come on,
so long.
Jingles.
Good luck to you with your schoolwork, Jingles.
Oh, now cut that out.
Mr. Hickok, I have to go in soon. It's time for school.
Just a few questions, Miss Sanders, about the Shadow Hill gang.
The Shadow Hills gang?
Reed Bradford's bunch.
Yes, I know.
Hey, you were kind of sweet on Reed Bradford once, huh?
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, it's all right. It's true. Reed and I were... Well, I did go with him. But not after I learned he was mixed up in all those robberies. And then when he went to jail...
The sheriff here in Flat Rock says you've heard from him since he went to jail.
Well, I'm not sure. You see, Mr. Hickok, I received 2 envelopes, each containing large sums of money. As I told the sheriff, Well, I'm sure the money's from Reed.
Probably part of what he got in that last big bank robbery, huh, ma'am?
That's what we're looking for. I haven't touched the money since it was delivered to me.
You expect another payment soon?
If Reed sends the money on schedule, I mean like the last 2 payments, well, there should be another visit tonight.
Well, that's all right, ma'am. Don't worry. We'll take care of things. All right, Jingles, tonight when the mysterious stranger arrives, you and I will be in that schoolhouse waiting for him.
Oh, you just leave it to me, Bill. Don't be no trouble at all for me to catch that hombre. You know, I was always catching things in school. A rap on the knuckles, wad of paper behind the ear. Why, once I even caught the measles.
Wild Bill and Jingles sure don't fool around when it comes to getting after the lawbreakers. And your old pal, Panhandle Jim, don't fool around when it comes to eating McKellogg's corn pops either. Take it from me, partners, you're missing some real eating if you're missing out on corn pops. They're golden hearts of corn, all popped up, fat and happy. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this. They're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or for some real fun at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Yes, sir, you've never tasted a cereal as downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, here's what you'll read on every box of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. You can bet your boots they do. Now, let's get back to the show.
Back to Bill and Jingles. Several hours later now, and they wait, hidden in the shadows of the darkened schoolhouse.
Hey, you think he's going to show up, Bill?
Shh. Listen. Get back.
Well, I'm doing my best, but there's more of me.
Quiet. That's funny.
What? Oh, hey, look, Bill. He's stopping out in front. Hey, now he's putting something in the school mailbox. I know, the money from Reed Bradford, you reckon?
I think so.
Let's get him. Hold it, you! Climb down from that critter! Wait!
Hold it, Jingles.
Hey, Bill, you spoiled my shot. Are you letting everybody get away?
Let's have a look in that mailbox.
Oh, there it is, all right.
Money. A lot of money.
Yeah, and a lot more hidden where we never will find it. I don't see why you didn't let me stop him, Bill.
If you'd killed him, he couldn't have led us anywhere, Jingles. Got a couple of matches?
Sure. Why?
Strike a couple. I want to search the road out here.
Oh, search the road. Oh, well.
Hold them down closer. Over here now. Come on. Over here.
What?
I thought that horse dropped a shoe when I was coming up the road.
Huh? Dropped a shoe?
It was so quiet, and his hoofbeat suddenly sounded different to me.
Hey, come to think of it, why...
Here's the shoe, Jingles. Now, we'll just see if that blacksmith in town gets a little visit soon.
Any sign of Trigg yet, Chris?
Yeah. How's Shorty?
That bullet he stopped this afternoon ain't doing him any good, that's for sure.
It ain't doing any of us any good. If he hadn't gotten himself plugged, we'd be miles away by now.
Hold it. Hold it, Chris. Somebody coming.
It's Trigg.
Oh, hold it.
Yeah, about time you got back. Well, where's the doc?
He's out of town, over to Willow Creek. Won't be back till morning.
All right, that settles that. We ain't waiting. We're moving on.
Shorty ain't in no condition.
I don't care if he is or not. It's too risky staying here.
Well, okay. Only Reed wouldn't have...
I don't care what Reed would do or wouldn't. I'm running this outfit now.
Sure, Chris. I only meant that your brother...
My brother's in jail, and he's going to stay there a long time. Now, forget him. Come on, let's start moving.
Maybe you won't be so anxious to move on after I tell you who I saw in town a little while ago.
Yeah? Who'd you see?
Our old friend, Pop Willis.
Pop Willis? Say, we ain't seen him since he left the gang back at Abilene, right after the law caught up with Reed.
So Pop Willis is in Flat Rock, eh? Well, that's mighty interesting.
Him and Reed always was pretty close, Chris. Reed trusted Pop when he didn't trust us.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Trigger, I always had a hunch Reed told Pop where he'd hidden that money.
I figured the same all along. Well, do we move on or don't we?
We move, but not too far from Flat Rock. I know just the place, an old hideout of Reed's. The caves behind the waterfall in Dutch Canyon.
Let's go.
Hold it, Trigg. Shorty, Dave, and me are going to the cave. You're riding back to Flat Rock. Keep your eye on Pop Willis. I want to know every move he makes.
I'm coming. Did you bring the...
Did we bring what, Pop?
I was just going to have my meal in the room here, and
We had a little talk with the blacksmith in town. He told us you were staying here at the hotel. Can we come in?
You're a marshal, ain't you? U.S. Marshal?
2 U.S. Marshals.
And you're Pop Willis, Reed Bradford's best friend. Go on in, Jingles.
After you, Mr. Hickok.
Hickok? You've come to... Look, I'm not with the Shadow Hills gang anymore. I left him as soon as Reed went to jail.
Oh, sure.
I believe him, Jingles.
Sure. They like to get their hands on me, too.
So you could lead them to the money you and Bradford hid?
I don't know about any money.
We were watching you at the school last night, Pop.
Oh.
We talked to the blacksmith about the shoe your horse dropped. Here it is.
All right. Reed Bradford wanted that teacher there to be well cared for.
You going to take us to the place you hid the rest of that money?
Well, might as well, or tell you where it is. You see the...
Oh, hey, Bill, some polecat shot him.
Pop.
No use. No use, son.
He's gone. The shot came from the window, Jingles. Let's get out there.
Ho, ho.
No use, Jingles. Our killer had too big a start.
Yeah, trail gets away from us just down the river there.
Right. We'll ride up the canyon just on the chances he swung off at the waterfall.
Well, he's around here somewhere.
Sure. I'll bet the whole gang is. Somewhere.
Oh.
Come on. Up, boy. Up.
Hickok, he trailed you out here?
Yeah, him and that sidekick of his. But I give him the slip. It's too bad they don't know about this cave behind the waterfall, huh?
What happened in town?
Well, just like you asked me to, I kept my eye on Pop. I seen Hickok and his partner grab him at the hotel. They was trying to make him talk.
About the money?
Yeah. And Pop knew where it was, all right, just like we figured. You know what Reed's been doing all this time with our money, Chris? He's been sending nice big chunks of it to that schoolmarm.
What?
Yeah, every month. Pop's been delivering it to her.
Well, what do you know? Reed was always crazy about that Julie Sanders, but I never thought he... Hey, wait a minute. Pop didn't tell Hickok where the money was, did he?
He didn't get the chance.
What do you mean?
I shut him up with this. I got him with my first bullet.
What? You killed him? What, you crazy fool, you...
Now, wait, Chris.
With Pop dead, how are we going to ever find that money?
I got an idea. It's about the schoolmarm. A way we can make Reed tell us where he hid that money. Now, let go of me, will you, boss?
All right. Now spill it, but it better be good.
Doggone it, Bill, that hombre's given us the slip. No sign of him anywhere.
Afraid you're right, Jingles. We'll forget him for now. We got more important things to do back in Flat Rock, like paying a visit to Miss Julie.
What for?
We don't know how long the killer was standing at the window of that hotel. He might have heard a lot.
You mean about Bradford sending all that money to the schoolmarm?
Yeah.
Reed sure must have been plumb loco about that little filly to do that.
And it stands to reason he wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
That's right, but... Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm thinking if that gang could get their hands on Julie Sanders, it'd be a way of forcing Reed Bradford to tell him where the money is.
Why, them low-down, ornery polecats. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ho-ho!
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Well, Bill, did you talk to the schoolmarm?
Nope. That was her mother. Miss Julie's gone.
Gone?
Left about a half an hour ago, right after she got my message.
Your message? You didn't...
Of course I didn't. Mr. Sanders said a man came by, told Miss Julie I'd sent him, that I wanted to see her right away.
Doggone, did Miss Julie's mother say what the critter looked like?
Yeah, kind of tall and skinny.
Trigger.
Yeah. Come on, Jingles. Let's ride.
Say, Bill, where are we heading in such a hurry?
Got a long ride ahead of us, Jingles. We're going to Abilene.
Abilene? Why?
Bradford's in jail there, isn't he?
Sure, but what about the schoolmarm?
Quickest way to find her is to go to Abilene. We could spend days up there in the hills looking for the gang hideout. Might find her too late.
But, Bill...
No harm will come to her, Jingles. Leastways, not until after one of the gangs had time to talk to Bradford. You know, I got a hunch he's going to get a visitor by morning, and I want to be there when that hombre shows up. Morning, Sheriff.
Yeah, well, doggone, Wild Bill Hickok. I thought you was over in Flat Rock. Howdy, Jingles.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, what are you two doing over here in Abilene?
Got a little business to take care of, Sheriff. Reed Bradford had any visitors this morning?
Yeah, Bradford? No, nobody's been around. Why?
When that visitor shows, let me know right away, will you?
Yeah, why, sure, Bill. Yeah, say, that looks like...
Chris Bradford, Reed's brother. The visitor I've been expecting, Sheriff. Say, any place we can get out of sight? Don't want him to see us.
Sure. Room back there. Help yourself.
Okay. Don't close the door all the way, Jingles. Leave it open a crack.
Here he comes, Bill.
Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Bradford.
I'd like to see my brother, if you don't mind.
Reckon I don't. All right, just hang your guns on that peg.
There you are, Sheriff. Wasn't aiming to break Reed out.
Yeah, well, I didn't say you was. Come on. He's in his cell back here.
Hey, what do we do now, Bill?
Nothing. We just wait, that's all. Just wait.
Hey, I'd sure like to know what the Bradford brothers are going to be talking about. I sure would.
They'll talk about the hidden money, mostly.
But if Reed hasn't told so far...
I got a hunch he'll talk now. If only to save Miss Julie from harm.
Oh, I get you, Bill.
So we wait. Then we trail him.
Yeah.
Ease up, Jingles. We don't want to get too close to him.
Hey, look, he's stopping, Bill. Reckon the money's close by?
Yeah.
He's getting off his horse. Heading for that big cottonwood just off the trail.
Come on. We'll go the rest of the way on foot. Easy. We don't want him to hear us. Hold it.
I think he heard us. He's looking this way.
No, I don't think so.
Look. He's reaching under the tree. He's after the money, all right.
Yeah. Stuffing something in his saddlebags.
Do we get him, Bill?
No, we'll just stay on his trail. We've still got to find Miss Julie, and I'm hoping he'll lead us to her.
Yeah, but if he don't lead us into an ambush first...
That you, Chris?
Yeah. Ease up on your guns, Trig.
You get the money?
There it is.
I told you Reed'd see it our way.
The pretty little lady here give you any trouble?
Had to put a gag on her this afternoon. She heard someone out front start to holler for help. There's only Dave coming back from town. I got him up on lookout now.
Yeah, I talked to him on the way in. I ain't sure, but I got a hunch I was being followed. If that's so, Dave will be ready for whoever it is. Well, what's the matter, lady? That gag uncomfortable, huh? Sure. We'll take it off when we're good and ready.
Chris!
Dave, I wonder if... Yeah, what is it?
Got a couple of visitors, Chris. Caught these two hombres sneaking around outside the waterfall.
Howdy, Bradford.
Well. Wild Bill Hickok and his partner.
Nice place you got here. But for a boy of my size, well, it's a little snug.
Keep him covered, Dave. Look who's come to pay us a visit, Miss Sanders. The great Wild Bill himself. I got plans for you, Mr. Hickok. For you and your friend. Yeah, I got plans. And I don't think you're gonna like those plans at all.
Man, what a show. But let's settle back for a second and cool off, huh? I want to do a little chinning about something extra good. I mean the cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, you know that vitamins and minerals in the food you eat are mighty good for you, help make you real healthy. Well, Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. And the reason you'll just keep on eating them is 'cause those golden hearts of corn are puffed up big and smiling with flavor. And they're already sweetened for you. Eat them out of the box or out of a bowl with milk. But don't use any sugar, 'cause the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And that silver-like bag inside the box is really something. It's pure aluminum. Keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. Yeah, partners, best of all and already sweetened for you are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right, partners. Now let's sashay on back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Back to Wild Bill Hickok. It's a few moments later now. Bill and his friend Jingles, at the point of a gun held by a member of the Shadow Hills gang, have been led into the cave hideout to face Chris Bradford.
Yeah, Mr. Hickok. I'd say you'd come to the end of your trail, you and your partner. Dave.
Yeah?
Ain't you a little careless, getting a draw on Hickok and leaving his guns in his holster?
There wasn't much you could do about that, Bradford. Besides, I need my guns. Right now.
Dave!
Reach, gents.
Dave, you gone plumb loco? With a drop on him, you just stand there and let Hickok draw his guns.
What else could I do? My gun's empty.
What?
That's right. I emptied it before we came in. Sorry, fellas, it was just a little trick. So's we could come in here peaceful-like without any shooting. We didn't want to take the chance of the lady getting hurt.
You're not getting away with it.
Don't move, Trigger, or you'll get the same. All right, Jingles, get their guns.
Got 'em, Bill.
Well, I guess that about winds up the Shadow Hills robbery.
Yeah, well, we got the money and the rest of the gang, and there's only one little detail we ain't taken care of, Bill.
Oh, Miss Julie. Take the gag off, Jingles.
Oh, not me. That's one job that's yours.
What do you mean?
Ain't nobody ever gonna say I helped make it possible for any woman to talk more than she usually does.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, we'll be around again next week with another adventure. So, hope to see you then. Right, Andy?
Yeah, that is, if I don't start raising polecats in the meantime.
Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gene Bates, Joe Duvall, Fred Howard, Jess Kirkpatrick, Clayton Post, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The FBI in Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 2 weeks from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where you can take a bus ride into the summer evening and make believe it's a dreamboat. Then, Broadway's as innocent and nostalgic as carousel music. But if you walk, you can get hit in the face by a guy fishing for nickels under a grating. Then you can't make believe anymore. But either way, it's Broadway. My Beat.
Danny! Danny, come in here.
The big voice that boomed through the afternoon heat belonged to Silks Bergen. Him, the heat couldn't bother. There wasn't enough of it. Silks was a jockey, about 5 hands high, and with a wet saddle, he might have scaled 110. He waved to me from the doorway of a haberdashery store.
In here, Danny, in the store.
Yeah, Silks, sure.
I've been waiting. I said I've been waiting for you to pass by, Danny.
What's the matter with your voice, Silks? You're down to a whisper.
Laryngitis. Had it for a week. Hey, Danny, I wanted you should meet a friend of mine, Joe Murdoch. Say some hello to Danny Clover, Joe.
Hello, Mr. Clover.
Joe?
Joe's 6'6" and speaks like a tenor. You should know about things like that, Danny. Is it possible? Joe, go buy me a shirt over there. I got to talk to Danny.
Sure, Silks. The lavender or the polka dot?
The dots, Joe, the dots. Can you hear me good, Danny? My voice has got so far to go from down here from me to up there to you.
I'll listen close. What's on your mind?
I want you to, I said, do me a favor, huh? About the key.
Why didn't I think of it myself, about the key? What key, Silks?
Well, I'm riding a race down to Maryland tomorrow, you see. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Now, you understand?
Oh, that key. What key, Silks?
The key for the locker at the LaGuardia plane terminal.
Oh, now I know. That key for that locker. Huh?
I got a parcel check there. I ain't got time to run down for it now.
It begins to dawn, Silk.
Yeah, sure. So if I ain't back tomorrow night, how about having one of your boys who's on duty down there pick it up, huh? Yeah. And you hold it for me.
Yeah.
That'll save me rental, and it'll make us even for them riding lessons I give you in Central Park.
Okay, Silks. Give me the key.
Thanks, Danny. Here. And now, don't lose it.
Don't worry about it. I'll put it right here on my ring. By the way, what's in the parcel?
Just some of my riding silks, Danny. What else does a jockey own?
I patted Silks on the head, bit him a fond yoicks, and mushed back into the tropical heat of Broadway. Tropical was an illusion that wasn't hard to believe. The crushed pineapple and papaya stands, the coconut milk in real whiskered coconuts, the sly, grinning beat of the native drums heard through wilting loudspeakers, the girls, the luminous girls in their grass sandals and 14th Street sarongs. And then one whose lips looked as if they'd been painted with wild strawberries stopped me and kept me from my appointed rounds. I didn't mind.
I'm so honest. I don't have the price of a dream, and I'm honest. Here, you dropped this.
What?
This $100 bill. You dropped it. Take it before it burns through my hand.
$100. Wasn't I the careless one? Must have been in that Cracker Jack box I just threw away.
Never throw anything away, Mr. Clover. There can be a prize in each and every package.
That's a hard thing to remember. Will you help me try to remember, Miss...
Ames. Belle Ames.
Oh,
If you ever need any help, Mr. Clover, ring for Belle Ames.
that's cute. Very cute. Now maybe I can do something for you, Belle. Maybe give you back all this money you said I dropped.
All right, so I lied. All you have to do is believe you dropped that money and listen. See how easy it is? $100 and no pain.
For 100, you can throw in a little pain. Who do I listen to?
It's written on the bill. Marty wants to see you.
Oh?
Marty says it's easier to talk to people who have money. He likes people with money. He says they listen better that way.
I'm a fool for psychology, Belle. Let's go listen to Marty.
Not me, Mr. Clover. You. It's you he wants to listen.
Hey, come back here. Belle, come back here. The heat melted her into the crowd and then into a cab. And I was left standing there with the after scent of a perfume I'd never smelled before and a $100 bill I'd never held before. I inhaled both of them. They added up to the acrid odor of a bribe. I had to find out why. 42nd Street, the address on the bill said. I decided to walk. Somewhere between Broadway and the number I was looking for, the honky-tonk started. And at the corner where women's high heels clack more slowly and the handouts become more frequent, I took a right turn into limbo. 2 blocks down was what I was looking for. The Last Paddock Hotel, room 16.
Come in. Come right in.
Your name, Marty?
Yeah, that's my name, and these are my boys, Tinker and Dolly. Say a greeting to the police, boys.
Police? Gee.
Police. Golly day.
Boys are from out-of-town police like me. The word don't impress us.
You gonna give me some more money, Marty?
Maybe. Maybe money, maybe trouble. Guy has a hard time figuring which is which these days.
What you trying to buy, Marty?
Talk. I'm buying words like I'm an editor.
Marty's a kick, ain't he, Tinker?
He's a regular comedian.
Your floor show stinks.
Well, they ain't really working, police. So let's stop playing footsie, huh? We got business, me and you. About an hour ago, police, a little guy hailed you into a haberdashery shop. He's got a message for you. What kind of message did he have?
You should have heard. All you need, Marty, is a long, thin ear.
Hey, the police is a kick, too, Dolly.
A jolly boy, real jolly.
What did Silksbergen tell you, police?
Who?
Now, look, I got time. Time, patience. Let's do it again. Silksbergen, what did he tell you?
You looking for a tip on the horses?
I got a tip. You're it. Only you look sad for a win. You look like hardly anything at all. Show him the gun, will you, Dolly?
Yeah. Look, Mr. Police, this is a gun.
Golly day.
Let me have it, Dolly.
Yeah. Here, Marty.
Now, what did Silksbergen tell you, police?
Marty, you go to movies to see how gunsels act in this kind of situation?
Yeah. Yeah, in a movie. Now, how did you know? Dolly.
Yeah?
Show the police the second reel.
Yeah, pleasure. A great big pleasure.
You know the language better than that, police. You might say something.
Your 2 muscles and your gun make me bashful.
Stage fright, huh? Dolly.
Yeah. Hey, Tinker, this is fun.
Yeah.
You can play too, Tinker.
Yeah, such a jolly guy. Playing movies with a jolly guy. A jolly guy.
Somewhere a light going on and off made a big noise and a bigger hurt just in back of my eyeballs. It screamed at me from across the street and through a window hung with grease-stained drapes. And I knew I was still in Marty's hotel room. I knew that hours had been torn out of my life and thrown away. Then the light screamed again, and this time there were words. Big 1,000-watt words that said, Pearl Club, delicious dancing girls. First one, then the other. And in between there was the creaking sound of a rocking chair. Then the rocking chair made words, too.
Don't hurry. It's rather pleasant here, sitting rocking in the dark with that brazen sign throwing its naked, intermittent light. This gun gives me the right to introduce myself. I'm Gil Sherry.
Oh, should I know you?
Perhaps. I believe I'm in the class book of one of our more venerated colleges. That's my identity. A thesis on Gil Sherry would make lurid reading for the boys with the old school tie, don't you think?
I wouldn't know. Read me a chapter.
Oh, delighted. Chapter 1 begins. Early in life, I learned to love money. It was a symbol of the sordid life into which I'd fallen. Now, sitting in a bleak, villainous hotel room, my comrades, a detective and a corpse.
The corpse and the detective. Is that all me?
Not quite. You're the detective, true, and the corpse is the true corpse lying in the corner.
Huh?
And I believe he's a friend of yours, Mr. Clover.
Silks. Silks.
Rather fancifully named, don't you think? Silksbergen. Proud, colorful name. But pride and color seem to have drained out of him.
Maybe he's ashamed of wearing bullet holes where his polka dots ought to be. He was a neat little guy.
So? And he'll be pleased with death. Death is so precise.
Closes your mouth, too. That wasn't smart of Marty.
Marty realizes that. That's why I'm to keep watch over you. Until till you open yours and tell us what Silks had to tell you, huh? Oh, by the way, here are your meager belongings.
Yeah.
Your wallet, a key ring, your badge, and $100 bill. Marty's orders.
That's good of him.
They're all there?
Yeah. You said $100 like there were words that hurt you.
As I suggested, money is beautiful, Mr. Clover. Money buys money. Money is an ecstasy of an exquisite pain.
Oh. Gil, I dropped the bill. Huh? If you pick it up for me, I'll let you hold it for as long as you want. Go on. Touch it, Gil. Feel it.
Oh, I'll get it.
Yeah, Gil. And get this! I'm not going to send my boys to college. Their noses break too easy. Took 15 minutes for the riot squad to clean up room 16. I booked Gil Sherry as an accomplice to murder, and the morgue booked Silks Bergen. The thing I had to do now was break a promise to a dead man. I couldn't wait until tomorrow to use Silk's key, the key that Marty didn't even notice. A half hour later, I was in the big waiting room at LaGuardia Field.
American Airlines DC-6 leaving at Gate 5 for Chicago and Los Angeles. Loading at Gate 4.
Hiya, Lieutenant Clover. What brings you down here?
You an officer? Had any trouble? Locker thieves?
No, only trouble was a 3-year-old kid in a $400 cowboy suit screaming because he lost his nurse and chauffeur at the same time.
Where's locker 147?
140? Right over here, sir.
Let's go. Now, let's try this key.
A suitcase, Lieutenant.
Yeah, pretty heavy.
Something you're looking for?
Hold on a second. As soon as I get this open.
Holy... all that dough. 10s and 50s and 100s.
Yeah.
What could be bought with that?
It's been bought, officer. A lot of blood. Bought and paid for.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Practically all of Casey, crime photographer's adventures are summed up in the title of tonight's show, Big Danger. If you haven't met this ace newspaper cameraman, his pretty assistant, and Ethelbert, the merry bartender, if you're looking for a top-rating thrill show, be sure to hear this latest of crime photographer's adventures. Along with Escape, which tonight will present Irvin S. Cobb's Snake Doctor, crime photographer is heard on most of these same CBS stations. Now back to Broadway's My Beat.
Broadway is an animal that feeds on hot tips, a tip on a horse or a chopped liver sandwich. There are even touts who will hawk you a scratch sheet giving odds on Broadway's being wiped off the face of the earth. And sometimes the tips pay off, like the one not to put your $2 on jockey Silks Bergen because Silks was dead and his handicap was a chest full of bullets. Or maybe his handicap was a heavy $100,000 left in a pasteboard suitcase in a public locker. It didn't make sense for Silks to have that kind of money. Even to sane, sensible, sensitive Sergeant Tartaglia, it didn't make sense.
It don't make sense, Danny. Silks with $100,000 left kicking around. That's not like him.
Yeah. Got a cigarette, Tartaglia? I put a carton in his desk drawer a week ago, and I haven't been able to open it since.
Oh, here, let me try, Danny.
It's stuck, Tartaglia. Just give me a cigarette.
Danny, my wife, Mrs. Tartaglia, says I am the best opener of stuck drawers she ever saw.
Give me a cigarette.
Yeah, sure. Here, Danny. Hey, and how about some circus peanuts to munch while we're thinking?
When do you have time to go to circuses, Sergeant?
Oh, not me, Danny. Wasn't me, it was my kid. Yeah, there was a street carnival on Mulberry Street, so it was my kid.
Okay.
Oh, for a minute there, Danny, I thought you were munching me out.
All right. Playtime's over, Sergeant. We had any reports that anyone is shy $100,000?
No, Danny. The money has been reported neither lost, stolen, nor strayed.
Did you check whether Silks made any bets that would have got him that kind of money?
Yeah, Danny. The word from our stoolies is that no bookies is out that kind of dough. Not out to Silks, anyway. The word also is that Silks didn't have a wrinkle deuce to bet on his own name.
Yeah. What do we got on the man they call Marty?
Not a thing. Aside from his autographed $100 bill. No, we can't find him, Danny. We can't trace him from no place to no place. Danny, you feel all right from that beating?
I've had it better. Sergeant, what's on Bell Ames?
Likewise.
It's an empty day with a hole in it, isn't it, Tartaglia?
Yeah. Huh?
If you want me, I'll be in Gil Sherry's cell. There must be somebody who can tell me something. Anything.
There's no need to humiliate me further, Mr. Clover. Being forced to talk to you is humiliation enough.
Murder doesn't bother you, huh?
As long as it's not mine.
Dying can come to a man a lot of ways, Sherry. You could die as an accessory to Silk's murder.
And there are so many things to prove, though, before I die, aren't there, Detective Clover?
If you told us some secrets, you could maybe keep on living. That's as good as money sometimes.
True. That's why I keep my mouth shut. I'll breathe longer that way.
You mean Marty will kill you if you talk to us? I'm not brilliant like you, Sherry, but it seems to me you'll lose either way.
Man has few choices, but the destiny of Gil Sherry will spin itself out as Gil Sherry chooses. That's what my class book said about me.
Yeah, real prophets, your classmates. Real prophets.
Here's the envelope with Sherry's belongings you asked for, Danny.
Thanks. I return your meager possessions, Sherry. Your cigarettes, an empty wallet, a fraternity pin, and... This is interesting. Roll of tickets to Pelagus Shooting Gallery. You know Pelagus, Sherry? Pelagus, the ex-bookie? You shoot at his shooting gallery? Yeah, that's what I thought. Happy destiny, Sherry. Happy destiny. Hello, Pelagus. Keeping in trim?
Pardon me, Danny. You're in my way.
Oh, sorry. Nice shot. You angry at somebody?
What's on your mind?
Guy named Marty?
Yeah. You like that shot?
Makes me quiver with excitement.
You think I hit that duck twice before it sinks?
I doubt it.
See what I mean?
You still booking races, Pelagus?
I got caught once.
You still booking?
You're in my way again.
Try getting used to it, Pelagus. Try this. Where would Silk's Bergen get $100,000?
Yeah. Where?
From you?
Oh, yeah, from me. From Pelagus. I give people $100,000, eh? That's why I'm running this thing shooting gallery, because I give such big prizes. You hit that duck, Lieutenant, I give you $100,000 prize. Is that what you mean?
Hold
No, tell us.
To ne vrani Joe Murdoch ne se stopotami. Petimanos.
Oh, Petimanos.
Joel Murdoch. Joel Murdoch. Silk's friend. The big guy with Silks in the haberdashery. Pelagus, what's he saying about Joe Murdoch?
It's hard to explain.
Hard, huh? Like this.
Joe Murdoch was fished out of this river. Murdered.
Don't spare me that last either. What did you say?
May he rest in peace.
Yeah. See you around, Pelagus.
Pure scene of thoughts.
Danny Clover. Afistetona security.
It was a thought I had to think. That pal Joey Murdoch was dead for the same reason that Silk's was. I checked headquarters, found out that Murdoch's last known address was the Last Paddock Hotel. He shared a room there with Silk's. The environment made its own possibilities. The lobby of the Last Paddock had a new embellishment. Above the clerk's desk was an embroidered wreath. To Silk's, it said, "You finally beat the bookies." The clerk didn't sound funereal at all.
Sorry, mister, you gotta come recommended. The Last Paddock don't rent rooms to just any fink that asks.
I didn't mention room. The sign under your chin says information. I'll take that.
You don't look like you carry that much dough.
I got it sewn under my lapel. Here, take a look.
A cop? A shaman?
A real friendly policeman, mister. Come on, the information.
Now, look, I'm a new boy here. You ring that bell, I give you the register. You sign it, you got a room. That's how it works. That's all I know.
Yeah. Say, that's a pretty big safe over there. Why such a big safe for such a small flea bag? New, too.
Yeah, new.
How come? How come such a big new safe?
Look, like I said, I'm a new boy.
Look, friendly, we got laws about new boys who get close to new murders. Put your out to lunch sign on the counter. We're going uptown.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. About that new safe. See, we had an old one.
What happened to it?
Well, yesterday the boys opened the old safe, and all it gave back was an empty stare.
The boys did. What boys?
The boys, the guys that live here, the bookies.
Oh, they kept their money in a safe, huh?
Well, sure, it's much safer than a bank.
No peeping T-men that way, eh? That way the bookies don't pay income tax. That way, if their money gets stolen, they can't run to the police.
Yeah. And that's all I know. You can take me uptown, and that's still all I know.
Yeah. Don't go away, friendly. Maybe soon you'll be able to tell your story to an audience.
Get in the car, Clover.
Well, Marty. Good seeing you, Marty. I've been looking all over for you.
Get in the car, Clover. Dolly's looking at you with a gun pointed to where your badge might be. Now just get in the car.
Hey, Tinker.
Hey.
It's the police again. Maybe we'll get to play some more movies. After I take his gun.
Yeah. Golly day.
You'll play later, boys. Wait out here.
Oh, Marty.
Wait! This way, police. In that house.
2 murders, eh, Marty? How does a guy feel when he's murdered 2 men?
A good feeling. I like it. Open the door.
Yeah.
There's someone I want you to meet again, Clover. In here.
Mr. Clover, Mr. Danny Clover. You mind if I blush with joy?
You can still think of a reason to blush, Belle?
Such pretty words for a man who's nearly dead. You got one chance, Clover. The dough, the $100,000. Where is it?
First, I'm going to tell you something about Marty, Belle. He had that money and he didn't know it.
What? What's he saying, Marty?
You tell us, Clover.
Belle, when Marty had me worked over, he should have taken a look at my key ring. One of the keys was for a locker. Locker, money. Marty, how could you be so stupid?
Answer the policeman, Marty.
So I made a mistake, Belle. Don't worry. We got the police. We'll get the dough.
$100,000, Marty, like that, right under your nose. Oh, Belle, you picked yourself a dull playmate. You can't afford a playmate who makes mistakes, Belle.
Marty, you fool. You stupid fool.
I've got to ask you, too, Belle. How does it feel to kill a man?
Where's the money, Mr. Clover?
At police headquarters, in my office.
Get on that phone, Mr. Clover. Get on that phone and have one of your flunkies bring it over. No tricks, Mr. Clover. Just tell them...
Hard to kill from up close, huh, Belle?
Oh, Pelagos.
It's me. Pelagos, of Pelagos Shooting Gallery. You see, Clover, how well they learn from Pelagos?
You always teach them with a gun in your hand?
Yeah, one needs something to rap one's pupil across the knuckles when she is bad. No, Belle?
Belle deserves it, Pelagos. She tried to double-cross you. That makes 2, Belle and Marty.
Didn't know you were so much alike, Belle. You and Marty.
Don't listen to the policeman, Pelagos. No, it's just you and me. Nobody else. It's you and me and $100,000.
Oh, sounds good. To me, that sounds good. How does it sound to you, Clover?
Speaking strictly from a personal point of view, I wouldn't believe it. From a personal point of view, that is.
Uh-huh, but Pelagos point his view different.
Then it's all right, Pelagos. It's all right, isn't it?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Just show me you mean it. Throw away your gun. Huh? On the floor, Belle. Throw away.
Oh, sure. Anything you say.
You're a good girl, Belle. Nice, good girl.
Oh, Pelagos.
Yes. Belle was a nice girl. She had nice, good ideas, Clover. How did she say? Get on the phone and have a flunky bring money over. No tricks.
That's how she said.
The flunky comes along, Clover. I tell you in English, not in Greek, so you understand. He comes alone in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Tartaglia, this is Danny. Silk's dough. Yeah, the $100,000. Bring it here to me. Yeah, to 8 West 63rd. In my desk drawer, Tartaglia. It's in my lower left-hand drawer. Yeah. Yeah, right away. Come alone, Tartaglia. Alone.
You did good, Clover. Nice good. Now we wait 20 minutes.
20 minutes, the man said. Just Pelagus and me. There was no one to play him off against. No Marty, no Bell. Just me. The fall guys I'd set up, Marty and Bell, all gone. It all belonged to Pelagus now. 2 new fall guys, Tartaglia and me. A few more minutes, the man said. Mostly, the man watched the clock.
Ah, sir. You're lucky, Clover. In 2 minutes, you could have died. Open the door.
Hiya, Danny. Well, here it is. I brought the dough just like you said. Hey, you know, it's good to get away from the office.
Put a suitcase on the table.
Huh? Hey, it's Pelagos. Hey, and he's got a gun. Hey, Danny, what
Give the man the
goes?
suitcase, Tartaglia.
Oh, whatever you say, Danny.
Clover. You're a nice, good fool. I get the money, you still die, huh? You and the flunky.
Huh?
Talk to us before we die, Pelagus.
I like to talk. What do we talk about?
That was your money. Silk stole it from the safe at the last paddock. Thought he could get away with it. He thought you couldn't do anything about it. But you crossed him. You had Marty kill him and his friend Murdoch.
You talk all by yourself, Clover. You didn't let me say a word. Now fold your hands behind your head and stand facing the wall. You both. Good. That's nice, good. Now I want to look once more at my money. It's too long since I looked at the money. Yes, the money.
Something wrong, Pelagus?
This money is...
It's what, Pelagus?
It's nothing but paper. Lousy torn-up strips of dirty newspaper. Paper is nothing but...
Hit the floor, Tartaglia. I'll take him.
Oh!
Nice good, huh, Pelagus? Yeah. Nice good. First, I kissed Tartaglia on the top of his bald head, because today that's where his brain was. My lower left-hand desk drawer had been stuck for a week, and he'd gotten the cue. Dolly and Tinker, they were sitting outside, just like Marty told them, right in the middle of a police net, just like Tartaglia had arranged. So I kissed him again. So he invited me to a spaghetti dinner. Midnight's a happy time on Broadway. It's crowd and it's laughter, and it's a trumpet that screams. It's a place strung into the night like some phosphorescent alley, and they're heaped there, the bright-eyed kid, the voice that whispers from the doorway, the poet, the dregs. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, only one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Each Sunday, listen to the music of the NBC Symphony Orchestra broadcasting from Carnegie Hall. Hear the amusing adventures of Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage. And tune to the NBC Star Playhouse for the nation's greatest stars. It's a lineup of wonderful programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. A Christmas gift with a future. That's how everyone feels about a gift of United States savings bonds. Because when those bonds mature, they pay back $4 for every $3 invested. What's more, they can be held as long as 10 years beyond maturity and earn even further interest. Give a gift of United States savings bonds. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I hadn't expected to stay over in Smoke Falls, but when I stopped off to see old Dad Somerset and found him all crippled up with lumbago, well, of course, he didn't ask me to look after his stock, but I could see he sure wanted me to, so... Well, a couple of weeks later, he began feeling better, so I started thinking about moving on. It was nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon that day. The sun just spilled over the top of Eagle Mountain when the buckboard pulled into the yard.
Mr. Ponsett?
Oh, evening, ma'am.
Mr. Ponsett, I'm Grace Proudly.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Miss Proudly.
I've been meaning to come out and see how Mr. Somerset's been getting along, but I just never have a minute's free time. It's canning season, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Dad's feeling much better. If you'd like to talk to him, he's right in.
No, just say that I asked for him. As a matter of fact, it's you I want to talk to, Mr. Ponsett.
Oh?
You see, I'm president of the Ladies' Aid Society of Smoke Falls.
Uh-huh.
We're affiliated with the church and do lots of charity work, Christmas baskets and things like that, you know. All the best ladies in town are members, and we don't just take in everybody either.
Well,
Now, this is what I'm getting at, Mr. Ponsett. Tonight's our box supper and square dance. It's an annual event. Mr. Simpling always loans us his barn for the occasion. I've spent the whole afternoon helping with the decorations. Now, Polly Sullivan, that's Wade Sullivan's wife, she's chairman of the decorating committee, but since I'm president, I felt it was my duty to give her a hand. That's what made me so late coming out here to ask you.
To ask me?
About attending the supper.
Oh.
No,
well,
I'm not going to take no for an answer.
Oh, but Miss Proudly...
To tell you the truth, I've already told folks you were planning to come.
Oh, but you shouldn't have done that.
Now, after all, you're practically the first celebrity we've ever had in Smoke Falls. The auction starts at 7:30. You won't be late, will you, Mr. Ponsett?
Oh, but
And one more thing, would you mind wearing your gun? The men folks are especially interested in that. Get up, Sheba. Come on, someone.
Oh, but, wait a minute, Miss Proudly. Say there, Miss Proudly. Oh, dear. Well, after I gave Dad his supper, I washed my face and wet down my hair and started off for old man Simpling's barn. When I got there, Miss Proudly met me at the door and introduced me around. The only name that sank in was her daughter, Ellen. Pretty girl. I figured that when the box supper sheet pack was put up for sale, the bidding would be mighty serious.
All right, everybody, we're ready to begin the auction. We don't want the music now, Wilbur. Wilbur! Now, just gather around the table here so you can get a good look at what you're buying. But remember, you can't judge a book by its cover. Now, which one shall we start with? Oh, my, look at this one. Pretty pink ribbon and white tissue paper. Why, I'll just bet you there's a whole fried chicken inside this box. Now, who's going to make the first bid? $1.50. Don't forget, gentlemen, a pretty lady's company goes with the supper.
I'll give a nickel.
Now, Spud Hooker, you stop joshing. You know we don't take any bid less than a quarter. Now, who'll offer a quarter just to get things underway? Look at this lovely box. Just think some nice young lady spent the whole day fixing it up.
Then she'll be too tired to dance.
Come on, somebody. 25 cents. Why, it costs more than that.
The auction was kind of slow in picking up momentum. But when Mrs. Proudly started in to make the third sale, well, there wasn't much doubt whose supper she was selling. Ellen Proudly sort of reddened in the cheeks and tried to look unconcerned. I saw her give somebody a glance on the other side of the room, almost like a signal. Couldn't tell who it was intended for, but there were two fellas standing over there. Spud Hooker is one, tall, husky, about 25. He'd been cracking jokes and acting sort of like he owned the place. The other boy was kind of a different sort. He's thinner, shorter. He hadn't opened his mouth since I got there.
Now, let's see if you can't do a little better this time, gentlemen. Here's the next supper.
Oh, boy.
My, it looks familiar. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have said anything, should I? Ellen will just about murder me when I get home. Oh! Well, as long as the cat's out of the bag, I might as well go ahead with the sale.
50 cents.
Bud Hooker bids 50 cents. A supper like this ought to be worth more than $50. A little bird told me there's a chocolate cake inside.
75 cents, ma'am.
I've got 75. Now, what about it, Spud? You're not going to let Tom Leverett outbid you? $1. I'm bid $1 silver dollar. Who'll give $1.25?
$1.25.
Don't forget, gentlemen, it's all for charity.
$1.50.
Now we're getting somewhere. I'm bid $1.50. Spud Hooker offers $1.50. Are there any more bids?
$2.
You're bidding $2, Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
$3.
Oh, $3?
That's what I said.
Well, now, we all appreciate your enthusiasm, boys. But remember, this isn't the only supper you can buy.
It's the only one I'm buying, and I'll take it right...
$4.
Huh?
Well, all right. Going once, going twice, and it's sold...
$5.
Now, Spud, are you sure?
$6, Miss Proudly.
You're making a fool of yourself, Leverett. Ellen wants to eat with me.
My bid's $6.
7.
Now, boys!
10.
Oh, now you don't mean that, Tom. You can't afford $10.
No, I mean it.
Well, all right. I'm bid $10. Are there any more bids? Going once, going twice?
Go ahead, sell it to him. It ain't going to do him no good.
Now, we don't want any trouble, Spud.
Ellen's my girl, and she's eating with me.
I'll take that box, Miss Proudly. Here's your money.
Didn't you hear what I said? She's eating with me.
Get out of the way, Spud.
You're not man enough to make me move. Now, give me that box or I'll take it away from you. Okay, Tom, you hurt me.
Hold on there. No, just a minute here. Now, hold on.
Don't concern you, Ponset.
No, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't concern me. It just seems to me that there ought to be a better place for settling things, that's all.
Mr. Ponset's right, Spud. Let's go out. Hey, where's Britt Ponset? Dad Somerset said he was over here.
Yeah, I'm Ponset.
Oh, Mr. Ponset, Sheriff Tinsmith told me to find you.
What's the matter, Jake?
Dink Falk just broke out of jail. Yes. He shot the sheriff in the back while he was getting away.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, well, we took him over to Doc Foster's, and he's bleeding pretty bad. He wants to talk to Mr. Ponset before he...
I'll get my horse.
Glad you got here, Britt, before...
Now, what are you talking about, Ray? You're going to be all right. The doc says you'll be back on your feet again inside of a week or so.
Don't know what I was thinking of. Letting Dink Falk get hold of my gun while I was serving the supper. Must be
Must be getting careless from old age.
Now, well, you're not the first man to have trouble with Falk. He had a pretty fancy reputation from what I hear.
Yeah, that's why I had to see you, Brett. My fault he got loose, and I don't want other folks to pay for my mistakes.
What do you mean?
I know this town, Brett. I'll get a posse together and start after Falk.
Well, that's...
And they'll catch him, too. But going out in a crowd like that, he'll hear him coming. Falk's a wildcat killer, Brett. When he's cornered, he won't give up. Pick off 3 or 4 of the posse before they can close in.
Well, not if they're careful.
That's the trouble, though. Fellas here ain't cautious. They're bullheaded, but you'd know how to take him, Brett. No, I ain't saying it's your duty. You don't even live in Smoke Falls, but you could capture Falk without him having a chance to...
No, I'm afraid you're giving me too much credit, Ray.
If you want somebody to go along, any of the boys...
Sure, I know that,
I'd be mighty grateful, Brett. The folks here have been good to me. Wouldn't like to leave them thinking that because of me, because of what I did, some of them was going to...
No, you better take it easy. Just
I
take
know
it easy.
It's asking a lot. Falk's a good shot and a wildcat killer. It's asking...
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Recently, the American Red Cross was called on for immediate and dramatic expansion of its part in the National Blood Program, was asked to make available all the gamma globulin possible for the prevention of paralysis from polio. Experiments conducted over the past 2 years have demonstrated the effectiveness of this treatment. It takes approximately 1 pint of blood to make an average dose of gamma globulin as used for polio. And 1 injection protects a child for a period of 1 to 5 weeks. Therefore, there is a tremendous need for blood donations now, so that we may be able to do our utmost to safeguard our children during the epidemic period next summer. At the same time, there has been no let-up in the need for blood for use overseas and for the thousands of wounded men in our military hospitals who are still fighting for a chance to live. If you are an adult, call your local Red Cross chapter right away. Get an appointment to make a donation of your blood for the National Blood Program, which aims to supply the total blood needs of the country. Join the thousands of Americans who are rolling up their sleeves. Take pride in having helped save a life. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Sheriff Tinsmith had been right about the town foreman of posse. They hadn't lost any time. Spud Hooker was taking charge. I was kind of surprised to see that Tom Leverett was along. But I figured he and Hooker sort of joined forces for the time being.
How is he, Ponsett?
Well, he passed out a few minutes ago. Maybe it's just as well. At least he's getting some rest.
Yeah, well, we're going after Falk. The other boys are waiting behind the mercantile.
Uh-huh. Looks like you've got quite a gang.
I ain't got no objections to having you go along, too. Not that we need you understand?
Yeah.
Well, you coming?
Well, I had a little talk with the sheriff just before he lost consciousness. He seemed to think that taking out a posse after Falk wasn't such a good idea.
What's he want us to do, let him go scot-free?
No. Sheriff Tinsmith sort of suggested maybe 1 or 2 men would have a better chance of catching him. They can make faster time, maybe sneak up on Falk unaware.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, it's okay with me. You going to be one of the boys who goes after him, Ponsett?
Well, I hadn't exactly made up my mind.
You better make it up faster. I'll take somebody else.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, Whoa, boy. Say, your name's Leverett, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Ponsett. Tom Leverett.
Mm-hmm. You want to ride along with me?
What? Why, sure.
Wait a minute here. I thought you said 1 or 2 men.
Mm-hmm, I did.
Well, we don't need Leverett then.
Well, I tell you, I sort of figured maybe you ought to stay in town, Hooker. So if Tom and I get into trouble, well, you could bring the posse out later.
You're trying to make a fool out of me, Ponset?
No, I'm not.
Everybody knows I'm twice the man Leverett is. I can ride better and shoot faster and outfight him 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
You want the credit for catching Falk yourself, don't you? Well, it ain't going to work out that way. Come on, boy. I'll find Falk myself, and I'll bring him in alone. That's all right. Hey!
Well, Tom, let's go, huh? Falk's trail headed west, up toward Eagle Mountain. And the moon was out, sort of a half moon, but it gave us enough light so we could follow the hoof prints Falk's horse had left. Along about midnight, we spotted another trail, fresher. It couldn't have been more than a couple of minutes old. It cut in from one side and then went on ahead in the same direction Falk was riding. You see that, Tom?
Yeah. Looks like Spud Hooker took a shortcut.
Yeah.
You reckon he'll beat us to him?
Oh, you never know. Never know. If he does, he might save us some grief, wouldn't he, huh?
You're not anxious to tangle with Falk, are you, Mr. Ponce?
No, I'm not anxious to tangle with anybody, Tom.
But I thought, well, you brought in other outlaws before.
Oh, some. Not as many as folks think, but I've never enjoyed tangling with any of them.
Why'd you pick me? Spud's right. He is twice the man I am.
That's shooting, maybe. Yeah. But there's more to trailing a killer than being able to shoot. You know, lots of times it's more important for a man to know when not to shoot, you know.
Oh?
Yeah. Fellow's itching to pull a trigger like Spud. Well, he's apt to pull it too soon. And, hey, look at that. The moon's going down. We might as well get some shut-eye. Whoa, boy. Oscar. You couldn't see the trail anyway.
Spud won't be stopping for sleep.
No, don't suppose he will. That's another reason I picked you. I kind of figured he'd want to keep pushing on all night. And, doggone it, God, along about this time, I just get tired. Huh? As soon as the morning sun began graying the sky, we started off again. Falk's trail was winding up the side of Eagle Mountain now. It was pretty hard riding. Tom didn't complain, even though I could see he wasn't used to it. Every once in a while, he almost slid out of his saddle, but somehow he managed to hang on. About noon, we reached a little creek, and Falk's trail gave out. The other trail, the one we figured was Hooker's, it sort of milled around in all directions, then went off on a tangent. We climbed out from our horses and got a drink of water. It tastes good, doesn't it?
It sure does.
You ever been out this way before, Tom?
Oh, yeah. Not for the last couple of years, though.
Any cabins around, place a man could hide out?
Well, not that I remember. You think we're getting close to him?
Well, he could have gone on using the creek to cover his trail, but he'd have to stop pretty soon.
No?
Oh, yeah. A man can't keep riding forever. Even Dink Falk. So far, we haven't seen any signs that he made camp, you see.
That's so. A giant cave.
Hmm?
He might be there, Britt. It's not more than a mile away, due south.
Giant cave?
Well, you've heard of it, ain't you?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, it'd be a perfect spot for a man to hole up. Nobody knows for certain just how far back into the mountain the cave really goes. Some scientific fellows tried to explore it last summer, but, well, their lanterns gave out before they come to the end.
Well, it sounds like something we ought to see even if Falk isn't there. Come on, let's go and have a look.
That's the entrance there, Britt. Beside that slab of yellow rock.
Uh-huh.
I don't see any sign of Falk's trail. I guess he could have come up from the other side, though.
Yeah, that's what he must have done.
Huh?
That pony over yonder. That clump of bushes grazing.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Easy,
Sorrel.
Scar. Easy, whoa, boy.
You know, Jake Watson said Falk stole a sorrel when he made his getaway.
Mm-hmm. Now, we'd better close in on foot. We tethered our horses on a couple of spruce saplings, moved into the caved entrance. It wasn't a very big hole. We had to sort of bend over and crawl through it. But the room on the other side, that must have been 100 feet long, 50 feet wide. The walls were sheer rock, sort of rainbow-colored, so smooth you'd have thought somebody had been polishing them. And then the light behind us got down to a pinpoint.
He wouldn't be hiding here in the dark, would he, Britt?
Maybe. He heard us coming.
Somebody up ahead.
Yeah. You got your gun ready? Now, don't use it unless you're pretty sure of hitting something. We start shooting, it'll just help his aim.
Okay.
All right, now back up against the wall here behind you. Falk! We know you're in here, Falk. You go any further, you'll get lost. You'll never find your way out. Hey, you hear me, Falk? You're wasting lead. You can't see us. We know that.
You can't see me neither.
We don't have to. You've got to come out sooner or later, and we'll be waiting. All right, we're going to leave you now, Falk. We're going outside and wait.
Hey, where you are?
You giving up?
No, I ain't. And I ain't alone.
What?
I got somebody with me. Friend of yours, I reckon. We're coming out together. And if you try to stop me, I'll kill him.
What's he talking about?
He ain't lying, Brett. It's me, Spud Hooker.
Spud?
I caught up with him last night, but he got the draw on me. Hold your fire, Brett. He means what he says. He'll kill me if you don't hold your fire. You gotta do what he told you, Brett. You gotta.
All right, Falk, come on.
Start backing up towards the entrance. I don't hear you moving.
Brett, please.
All right, let's go, Tom. We backed out into the daylight, Tom and me, and waited for them. About a minute later, Spud Hooker marched through the mouth of the cave, half scared to death. Dink Falk was right behind him, holding a .45 aimed at the small of Spud's back. I was pretty sure he wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger either. Sheriff Tinsmith was right. He's just a wildcat killer. He had that stampede look in his eyes as he stood there blinking against the sun. Same kind of a look you see in a steer when the herd's shoving him along. You can't stop or be trampled to death.
Hang off your guns. Both of you. Take them off, or I'll fix your friend here.
Falk gave Spud a shove with his gun, and he jumped forward. There was an opening now between him and Falk. The next thing I knew, Tom dived forward. Get out, Spud! Tom tackled Spud, and he rolled over. The bullet missed him, but Tom was in range, and he took it. Falk aimed to fire again, and I managed to get my gun out. Bullet hit his thigh and spun him around. Then his leg buckled, and he fell face down. He hadn't let go of the pistol yet. He started to bring it up. Drop it, Falk! For a second, his finger went right on squeezing the trigger, but no, he just didn't have the strength. Tom? Tom, you all right?
Sure. Yeah, it's hardly bleeding.
I should have let Falk alone. I should have let you handle him, Britt.
Well, I don't know. Looks to me like Tom did most of the handling around here. I mean, if it hadn't been for him, you know,
I guess I had you figured wrong, Tom. I never thought you'd be the one to save me, but...
I wasn't saving you, Spud.
Huh?
I don't like you. I never did. And nothing's going to change that.
Then why?
I like Ellen. I like her a lot, but, well, she's in love with you. If you got yourself killed, it would just hurt her and wouldn't do me no good.
Ellen, tell you she's in love with me?
She didn't have to.
When she finds out what happened today...
She ain't gonna find out.
I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her myself.
I don't want her to know.
It's for me to decide.
Now listen here, Spud Hooker.
You do the listening for a change.
No,
I thought
you
I taught you a
listen,
lesson
loud
last night, but it looks like...
Now, hold on now. Now, I think we ought to get Tom to a doctor, don't you? If we don't, Ellen won't have no way of choosing him even if she wanted to. Now, come on, Spud. Come on, huh? Give me a hand. We tied Falk onto the back of his pony and started off for town. I sure didn't know what Ellen was going to do about Spud and Tom. Oh, you never know what a woman's going to do when it comes to, you know, falling in love and marrying and all that sort of thing. But I did know one thing. That picking Tom to go along with me, I'd been a pretty good choice. Ellen probably could do a whole lot worse, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tradition of religious freedom and of religious worship in America goes back to the very founding of our country. So, in these days of world crisis, when our nation and all its citizens need spiritual strength and guidance, all of us should think again of what religion means to us and to our country. For it's religious faith that makes our way of life possible. During November, people of many faiths are joining in a great Religion in American Life campaign. So, whatever your faith may be, you are asked to join in this campaign. Be sure to attend and support the church or synagogue of your choice. And if you have children, by all means, light their life with faith. Bring them to worship this week. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Frank Gerstle, Robert Griffin, Forrest Lewis, and Sam Edwards. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And incidentally, a great many of our friends have written in to thank us for putting the Six Shooter on the air. And a surprising number of letters have requested the name of the theme you are listening to right now and where it might be obtained. Well, we're sorry, but it is music that has been recorded exclusively for broadcast and is therefore not available for home use. But we are grateful nonetheless to all of you who have written. Your kind letters are always welcome. This is Hal Gidley speaking. Tonight, here's Celeste Holm in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. In the county of Suffolk, the willow grows green, and there was once a smithy. His name was Edmund Thrower. He was a powerful man who could make the anvil shudder and spring sparks into shadows cast by the willow. He made horseshoes. He mended scullery ware. He made hammers to drive nails, to mend shoes, to bludgeon people to death. And tonight, my report to you on the dread event surrounding Mr. Thrower's hammer.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
I should like to pose a conundrum. Of course, I already know its answer, but it took history 11 years to solve it. But was this puzzle solved? Well, perhaps. It has some interesting ingredients. A man hung for stealing a heifer, a gypsy, a chap who cut ling for a living, a young woman dead across a gooseberry bush, and the mending of a shoe on a wet day. Now, was ever a puzzle so tweaking? It happened in 1793, and there are two versions as to how it started. Version 1. Scene, Shotford Heath in Weybread, Suffolk, and a man is driving sheep to town.
Oh, no. Enough of cud, beastie. On to town with us, come on.
Oh!
Oh!
Rest your flock a while, shepherd. We've some ruby red wine.
Aye, wine would be clever.
Tilt the skin for him, gypsy. Give the shepherd a drink.
Aye. Very clever. And ruby red. To whom be I beholden? I be Gypsy Dick.
I am John Head.
Thank ye, thank ye. I be Edmund Thrower.
They call me friend here Gypsy because he does things gypsy-like. He touches the winds and says who will die in the next town. He looks at the hand of a man and tells whatever.
Truth?
Gypsy Dick will show you.
Oh, I have no money.
No silver from the palm of a shepherd. Give me your hand. Willow, willow, shining dim, hang down your little cattykin.
Well?
John Head, do you see what I see in the shepherd's palm? Look here. 10 pounds in golden coins for the future.
Then it shall be. There, shepherd thrower. 10 pounds in your palm, like the gypsy said.
Thank ye, thank ye.
Gypsy.
Aye.
What else do you see?
Before you covered his palm with gold, I saw the shepherd waiting here while we went into yon house.
For 10 pounds? That be all you want me to do?
Aye, and give the alarm if you see anyone coming.
You be thieves.
Especially if you see a constable coming, give the alarm.
And the 10 pound be mine?
Indeed.
I will scream my lungs out if anyone approaches.
I could see it in your palm. Come, John Head.
Aye.
The lass there, leaning over the gooseberry bush. The hammer, John Head.
Aye.
Quietly, quietly.
Aye. Our dear old daddy would grieve if he found his daughter so.
Look, through the window. Her father sleeps in a chair. Quietly, quietly.
Aye.
A father and his daughter were just bludgeoned to death. Their names? Thomas and Elizabeth Carter. They owned a small house on the outskirts of the village of Cratfield in Suffolk, and they kept a small shop of tasties and oddments. In the evenings, they had often been seen walking in the garden, now stopping to sniff a rose, now pausing to pluck marigold, now lifting their cheeks to the setting sun. That they were murdered, there is no doubt. As to the manner in which they were murdered, you have just looked in on version 1. Now for version 2. Scene: a rainy day in the town of Swaffham. A ling cutter, that is, one devoted to hewing common heather, sits at his stall and mends his shoe.
Oh, but it be wet outside. And foul.
The ling likes the damp. It keeps its colour.
And fine-looking ling it be, John Head.
I'll fill your arms with it, Thrower, if you'll give me a moment to fix this shoe. A pox on this hammer.
Listen, John Head. Fix the sole of your shoe, but do not sell me ling. I look for lodgings.
For the night or for the while? Oh, ruddy hammer.
Yeah, you be using broken hammer to mend shoe.
'Tis the only hammer I have.
I will make you a trade, John Head.
How?
I have a hammer here in my kit. This hammer.
Oh, 'tis a hammer indeed.
A trade. The hammer for the lodging.
A trade?
And it be a special hammer. You know it?
Special?
Aye. With this same hammer, I beat in the head of one Mr. Carter. And his daughter, too.
Oh, and that would make it a special hammer indeed.
They were poke noses.
What?
Mr. Carter and his daughter, they poked their long noses into what did not concern them.
Aye, and for that you hammered them, eh?
For that, indeed. You will notice I am not with my wife. The Mr. Carter and his daughter spoke to my wife and told her to go off with someone else, and my wife did.
'Tis a real cruelty. Will you want the same room, Mr. Thrower?
The two versions of how the Carters, father and daughter, met their respective ends. Version 1, Gypsy Dick and John Head did it. Version 2, Edmund Thrower did it. In any event, the Carters were discovered the next morning lifeless. And, as we well know in these times, the things that were raised were hues and cries. Also, there was much scurrying and running about and clamor. But all this fell upon the stillness of the Suffolk heath. There were seasons and rainy days and days of sunshine and heather, and the ling cutters came and went, and the sheep became coats and mutton, and a certain gooseberry bush bloomed lovely, and berries died unpicked. And somewhere far away, a gypsy with the unlikely name of Dick held a palm and said this:
Willow, willow, shining dim, hang down your little catechin.
And picked a pocket. There were seasons and there were years. 11 years. Mr. Thrower was now a blacksmith among the willows. Mr. John Head was now a convict among the vermin and the lice of Ipswich jail. Mr. Head had committed a felony. He had robbed a sailor. His sentence hadn't been passed yet, but his cellmates had.
John Head.
What is it, Saunders?
I can't sleep.
You'll sleep for long, in a few hours.
They say that on the gallows sleep is slow to come, that it's painful. Unless you have a friend to hold down your legs, then death is quick.
If they will let me, I will do it for you, Saunders.
Oh, thank you.
Seems to me...
What?
Cruel. Death.
What I did was cruel. To steal a heifer is cruel and deserves death. I knew it when I stole it. And you'll die, too.
You stole a heifer. I but robbed a sailor.
My brother robbed a sailor. He was hung and he was given to the surgeons. You'll die. 'Tis odd.
What?
Once before there was a time like this. Once before they would hang me.
Why?
Long ago, 10 years or so, 11, they took me from a public house where I'd laid drunk and told me I'd killed a man and his daughter, that I'd knocked their heads in with a hammer.
About 11 years ago?
Aye. But then I was let free. They decided I didn't do it.
And where was this?
In Cratfield in Suffolk. I think
And the name of the man. And the name of the daughter.
Oh, I can't remember.
Nor I. Carter.
Carter. 'Twas the name. How did you know?
Carter. Saunders, lad.
What?
If they will let me do it, I will hold down your legs and pull hard on them, and you will die quick.
Oh, thank you.
And something else, Saunders, lad. The gibbet here at Ipswich will not get me for a long time yet. I don't die, not soon, Saunders, lad.
Straw is a useful commodity. Under various conditions, it is used for sleeping upon, for making bricks, for making hats, handbags, baskets, and in single units, it is excellent for breaking a camel's back. Straw is also used to clutch. It was this latter proclivity that John Head utilized. A straw, a chance to get out of there. So, this is what he did.
Jailer! Jailer!
He yelled. He banged on bars.
Jailer! Jailer!
He yelled some more. He got the jailer's attention.
I know a murder that's been committed, and I'll tell you all about it. Their names were Thomas and Elizabeth Carter.
And he was led to the warden.
And they was father and daughter, Your Honor, Warden. And their heads was bashed in.
And John Head was then led to Mr. Oldershaw, a magistrate.
It was 11 years ago, sir, in Cratfield in Suffolk.
Why have you waited this long to say anything of it?
I was just reminded of it.
By whom?
By a laddie whom you will hang this evening. His name is Saunders. I shared his cell.
And his gibbet, too, if this be a story for cocks and bulls.
Struth, I tell you, I know the murderer. The true murderer.
Who is he?
A man named Edmund Thrower. He himself told me of the killings. He even wished to give me the hammer with which he killed. I thought the story was a joke, but now I know it was not. And I remembered.
Very well. Tell me about this Edmund Thrower and the murder of a father and a daughter.
It was like this, your worship. It was a rainy day, and I had me a little shop.
What kind of a shop?
Ling. And I was sitting there mending a shoe with a broken hammer.
And John Head proceeded to tell the magistrate version 2 of the double murder. You remember the one where Thrower offered Head a hammer, the very one he confessed with which he had committed the crime? The result of John Head's story, he was not hanged, and a search was begun for Edmund Thrower. Now that's really making the most out of straws, isn't it?
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. I guess we can all relax now. Since Arthur Godfrey told the nation he was going away for some surgery, the phone operators have been busy trying to answer the questions about when he'll be back. Things are normal now, though. It's August, and Arthur's back on his Monday through Friday daytime show and on the Talent Scouts Monday evenings. Most of these same CBS radio stations bring you Godfrey, so be listening for him next time round. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on Mr. Thrower's hammer.
England in 1804. It was a peaceful time for England. They didn't have the colonies to worry about anymore. And on the boards of the theaters, a play called Heels Up was all the rage. Also, the towns were getting accustomed to the sight of red Indians from America walking the streets. And it was the year when Lady Gwen Fitzmorue rode to hounds one day and showed up a week later in Paris, thereby rocking the world from the Bay of Bundy to the Mediterranean. 2, it was during the reign of King George. And for the most part, except for losing the colonies, George's reign was acceptable. Generally speaking, a pleasant time in England. In Suffolk now, however, there was a stir. Something about a double murder committed 11 years before. Memories and records were tapped, and sure enough, on a spring day in the year of 1793, Mr. Thomas Carter and his daughter Elizabeth had been hammered to death. One in his chair, the other over a gooseberry bush. The most fruitful tapping of memory was John Head's, who remembered that it was Edmund Thrower who did it. But Mr. Thrower was nowhere to be found. Observe now a coincidence of history.
Another tankard of ale, Mr. Fox.
Oh, thank you, Oldershaw. No. Just this pipe and to relax. Drink away if you like it, though. Don't mind me.
No, enough for me, too. Pass me the taper.
Aye, here.
It's good tobacco you brought from London town. What kind is it?
Virginia. Equally fine in the pipe or the nose. I'll send you a packet.
Aye, and thanks to you. Your business accomplished in Ipswich, Mr. Fox?
Aye. A matter of a legacy.
Some lucky people have legacies. Would that you would deliver me one.
And what would you do, Oldershaw?
Take a frigate to America. You've been to America, have you not, Mr. Fox?
Aye.
Is it true about Kentucky, Mr. Fox?
I would not know. I never got out of Virginia. As a matter of fact, though, the woman to whom I delivered the legacy plans to go to America, too. Mrs. Thrower.
Thrower, did you say?
Aye, Mrs. Edmund Thrower.
And where in Ipswich did you find her?
In a cardboard house on Pretty Prentice Lane. She is a gatherer and a seller of kindling wood. It took me a year to find her.
And I've been looking for her husband for 6 months now.
Her husband? Why?
For 2 murders.
I am quite sure that Mrs. Thrower knows where her husband is.
Oh?
This legacy I brought to her, the papers had to be signed by both her and her husband. She took the papers from me and brought them back a few days later and signed by Edmund Thrower.
Pretty Prentice Lane?
A cardboard house, and on the door it says, kindling for sale. Well, shall we enjoy one more tankard, Mr. Oldershaw? Oh, surely you're not going to Pretty Prentice Lane at this hour. Good night, Oldershaw.
Hello, mister.
I'm of the police.
What you want?
Are you Mrs. Edmund Thrower?
I be.
Where's your husband?
What you want to know for?
There's a crime I was told he did.
Cool.
A terrible crime.
Of what manner?
Murder.
To whom?
A Mr. Thomas Carter and...
Elizabeth?
That's right.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, such a sweet family. The man and his daughter. Ah, well, I remember them. And Edmund it was who killed him?
With a hammer, 'tis said.
Ah, a brutal way. For such gentle people, that is.
You knew them well?
Oft Elizabeth would fill me apron with gooseberries. And oft she'd tell me of my husband.
Oh?
What a terrible man he was. How I should leave him.
Why?
He was a tweaker and a scoundrel.
With other women, you mean?
Aye.
With Elizabeth?
Under her own dad's nose.
Did you believe her?
I saw with me own eyes. Mr. Carter and myself, we hid and we watched. And one day Edmund drove his sheep by and stopped into the house of the Carters. Oh, he was a tweaker. I left him.
Did he try to find you to bring you back?
He told all of Suffolk how he wanted me back. How he missed me. And me tripe pudding. And the sweetness I was. And he found me. But I likes my freedom. I said...
What?
Edmund, tweaker, I likes my freedom. And it's plain to see you know what to do with yours, so let's keep it that way. Mister, you know what he did?
What?
He blew into his fist and slammed it down onto the table and swore he'd get even.
Where can I find him?
He's a smithy now, you know.
No, I did not.
Over in Carbrook. There's a line of willows. You'll find Edmund there, smithying. You know what? He didn't tell me nothing about putting the hammer to them nice people.
Edmund Thrower?
Yes?
I am a magistrate of the law. You will come with me. Thrower?
Yes, Your Honor, Magistrate.
How do you fare in your cell?
Tolerably, sir.
I'll listen to your story now, Thrower.
Yes, sir. I am a smithy, and I have been a smithy for the past year now. And before...
No, of the murder of the Carters, of why I have explained to you that you are here.
Very happy to. I can remember everything.
Good.
In March 1792, I was discharged from the Navy and went to work for Mr. Potter at Stradbrook and helping him to fetch and carry sheep about.
Till when?
Oh, till Michaelmas 1793. Sometime after March 1793, as I was going over Shotford Heath in Weybert, Suffolk, I was overtaken by a man called John Head and one called Gypsy Dick. One of them had a skin ruby red wine.
And so it was that Edmund Thrower told version number 1. This is the version wherein John Head and Gypsy Dick were supposed to have committed that double murder. And so we come now to the final playing out of the conundrum I posed for you a while ago, and whose elements have been displayed for you. Jurisprudence now and the English law. Edmund Thrower was brought to trial. I have a copy here of the original indictment, and I'd like to read it to you. Edmund Thrower, 58 years of age, not having the fear of God before his eyes, but instigated by the devil, feloniously, willfully, maliciously, and with malice aforethought, made an assault on Elizabeth Carter at Cratfield in the county of Suffolk on the 16th day of October in the 33rd year of the present reign, in and upon the body of the said Elizabeth Carter, and with a certain hammer, then and therewith, did strike the said Elizabeth divers mortal wounds upon the head, of which she died, against the statute and against the king's peace. At this trial, Magistrate Oldershaw presided.
Edmund Thrower, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Then a second indictment was read concerning the murder of Thomas, father of Elizabeth Carter.
Edmund Thrower, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Then, from almost nowhere, a man who went by the name of Gypsy Dick was sworn and took the stand and made a statement. He told where he lived.
At Crutfield.
And did he recollect the murder?
Oh, yes. I was walking Shotford Heath on the morning of the murder. It was about 9 o'clock when my attention was excited. I heard a sharp woman's shriek, and I said to myself, I have heard a woman shriek, and it was enough to stun anybody.
And more?
I saw a man running, or walking quick, when I got to the 4 crossways from Cotter's house, and I made a kind of halt when he was before me. He went over a stile on the left hand of Crutfield Green, and it was a very bright morning, and I could see the man well. And it was that man sitting over there who is called Edmund Thrower.
So the case was given to the jury, who deliberated 35 minutes. Guilty. And sentence was passed.
Edmund Thrower, you have been tried and convicted by an impartial jury of your country of a most foul and cruel murder. A murder on an inoffensive poor girl who gave you no provocation, and of her aged father, too, in the moments of quietude. The motives which led to that murder are best known to God and your own conscience. Therefore, it behooves you to make your peace with him, before whose awful tribunal you must appear. You will be removed from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution on Monday next, where you will be hanged by the neck until you are dead, and your body afterwards will be delivered to the surgeons, and the Lord Almighty receive your soul.
It took history 11 years to solve the puzzle, but was it solved? As a student of crime, I'm not sure, nor should you be. But one thing is certain. In the county of Suffolk, the willow grows green, and from one of them, there hung a smithy.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Mr. Thrower's Hammer, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Johnstone was heard as Mr. Thrower. Featured in the cast were Eric Snowden, Jay Novello, Joseph Kearns, Paula Winslow, Tudor Owen, and Alastair Duncan. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, a certain house in the Heidelberg Township in Pennsylvania. Since 1795, the tenants of that house have been unable to remove the blood from the floorboards. My report to you will be on the Axe and the Drute family, how they fared. Thank you. Good night.
In the wide open spaces east of Hollywood, some people forget that there's a university where men actually study in Hollywood. Later this evening on CBS Radio, you'll meet screen star Joseph Cotton as one of them, a professor who meets an intriguing young woman on a bus and begins to learn from her. It's a charming tale entitled Romance to a Degree, so be listening for it when, on most of these same stations later this evening, the Lux Summer Theater stars Joseph Cotton. Stay tuned now for Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, Bill Cullen's Walk a Mile show is heard Monday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
At Deer Lodge in Montana Territory, I met a very unusual young lady. Her Chinese name was Chen Shuk Yi, which in English means gentle virtue. This is her story.
Frontier Gentleman. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just 1 minute, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentleman.
Hey, what do you think of my new swept wing 58 Dodge, Ernie? Ain't she a beaut?
Boy, that's really a big car.
Big? I'll say she's big. I'll stay here by the grill, and you go take a look at those swept wing fins at the rear.
Okay. Lowest car I ever saw.
Come on back by the door. I'll show you the inside.
Okay.
Now look inside. Wow, this Dodge is big inside. Look how wide the seats are. Who are those people in here? The neighbors. I'm charging them $1 an hour to sit there. Come on. Wow, you really got a lot of car here. And with all this, Dodge is priced below 59 different models at the low price field. Hey, you want to go for a ride? Let me sit down a minute. I'm exhausted.
Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
In Montana Territory, there is a mining town which has been known variously as Cottonwood, Spanish Forks, and La Barge. Now it is simply called Deer Lodge. I had stopped there on my way back to Fort Benton, and it was in Deer Lodge that I was for the first time introduced to the card game of poker. It all began innocently enough after I struck up a friendship with Billy Moore, a prospector whose claim lay a few miles from town.
You might call me kind of a cross between a river sniper and a desert rat. River sniper's what I am here, gold panning like this. Of course, my diggings is back there on the hill, but I ain't hit nothing much yet. Stream's not bad, though. Keeps me going.
It's a lonely job, I imagine.
Sometimes.
You ever think of settling down? Getting married?
Sure. Sure, when I strike it big, I may do that. Meantime, there's Deer Lodge close by. Don't get time to be lonesome there.
I haven't noticed you're much of a drinking man.
Oh, I ain't. But there's always a card game. Faro, three-card Monte, poker. Poker's my game. Nothing I like more than a night or two of poker.
Do you win?
Not much. Stay about even, mostly. How about you?
Never played the game in my life.
You never played poker?
No.
Well, boy, we sure got to do something about that.
You think it's absolutely necessary?
Well, Mr. Kendall, how are you going to write about how people live in these parts if you ain't never played poker?
Oh, well, I never quite thought of it in that way.
Well, it's a fact. I'll tell you what. This afternoon, I'll show you how to play. There's nothing to it. And then tonight, we'll go to town. There's always a real friendly game at Dead Broke Bar.
That evening, we rode back into Deer Lodge. Billy had pronounced me an able student, and that with caution, I might even add $1 or $2 to my diminishing funds. I had promised to limit myself to play with $50 and no more. When we arrived at the bar, Billy led me to a table in the back room. 2 men were there. One, a meek-looking fellow whose expression was one of constant, hurt surprise. The other was a lanky, dark-faced chap. Billy introduced us.
This here's J.B. Kendall, boys. Turkey Johnson and Neil Deggers.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Kendall's a newspaper fella from England, writes for the London Times, out here looking this over. Give us some chips, Turkey.
How's it going, Billy? Any pay dirt?
Oh, about the same. I ain't complaining. What about you?
I'm going to give it another week, and I'm pulling up stakes.
You, Turkey?
Look, you want to play or talk?
Turkey ain't in the mining business right now, Kendall.
Oh, I
He's
see.
trying to get stake play in poker. The trouble is he keeps on losing. You feel lucky tonight, Turkey?
And one of these days you're going to get lead poison if you don't shut your mouth.
Nice friendly cuss, ain't he? Them blue chips is worth $5, Kendall. The red's 2, the white's 1.
High card deals. King, Jack, 8, 4. Your deal, Kendall.
Hmm? Oh, yes.
Dole of cards, boy.
5?
5.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Something the matter?
In these parts, we cut the cards, mister.
He's kind of...
I'm
He don't mean
terribly
no
sorry.
harm. I'll cut him. Dole him around, kid.
Never did cut and playing with a greenhorn.
Sorry.
Oh, just deal, mister.
Five.
Open. $1.
Call.
Raise $1.
No, thank you.
Not for me, neither.
I got a feeling you're telling a windy turkey. I'll see you. Give me 3 cards, Kendall.
I'll take 2.
Billy won the first hand and the second. I played very carefully, and at the end of an hour was about $5 to the good. I could see that Turkey Johnson resented both me and my playing, even more so because he was losing. His temper slowly deteriorated with the quality of his cards. Then the door opened, and a small, pigtailed Chinese gentleman walked in. He had an ageless face, impassive.
Hey, you. I didn't think you'd be coming tonight. Light and rest saddle. This is J.B. Kendall. He's from England.
Mr. Kendall, I am honored. Is it Mr. Yu?
Yes.
How do you do, sir?
Good evening, Mr. Deggers, Mr.
Evening.
Johnson.
Come on. Come on, Moore, it's your deal.
I know it.
Well, deal.
Chips, please, Mr. Johnson. $50.
You keeps a string of burros, sells them or rents them. Orneriest critters you ever see.
Very intelligent. Very noble animals.
How's that pretty girl of yours, you? Ain't seen her around.
He keeps her hid from the like to us, huh? You ought to see her, Kendall. Real nice little filly.
Is your daughter, Mr. Yu?
Oh, no, daughter, no. She's girl from Hong Kong. She helps me with business.
Talk. It's your play, Kendall.
I'll open for $1. Mr. Yu proved to be an astute but unlucky player, and Johnson began to win. For the next 2 hours, the game seesawed back and forth, and after that it became obvious that unless there was a startling change, the big winner would be Johnson. The loser, Mr. Yu. Billy, Neil Deggers, and myself were about even. Then an extraordinary thing happened. I found myself at the end of a draw, sitting with 3 aces and 2 queens. The betting was up to Neil Deggers. At that time, there was $50 on the table.
2.
No, I'm folding.
2, and I raise 3.
Yeah. Hey, this is a big one, huh? All right, boys. I'm calling and raising 5 of my own.
You take it easy, Kendall.
Shut your mouth, Moore. Ain't no side playing this game.
Now, don't get riled,
I ain't
Turkey.
riled. Just keep your mouth shut.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Just give me a moment. Very well. I'll call. $10.
Kendall, you know it's going to be a pleasure to make you holler calf rope. Ain't going to be no beginner's luck in this game.
Your play, Mr. Yu.
And 25.
Sure am glad I'm out of this one. You're 25 and up 25.
Kendall, you better get out.
Son of a gun, I'm saying for the last time, Moore, you shut your mouth.
Now, listen, Turkey, he's a friend of mine.
Mr. Johnson's, he's quite right, Billy. I'd like to buy some more chips, please. 100.
Well, what's your play, mister?
It cost you 50. You better not...
50.
Man, you ain't going to have enough left to dust your fiddle.
50 and raise 50.
What? There's near 300 in there.
Yeah, so there is.
I got the deadwood on you boys, but you keep her getting fat. I ain't grumbling. You're 50, you, and my 50.
It's another 100, Kendall.
Yes. I see. All right. I call.
Mr. Turkey, there is $500. I am now without money. Still, I wish to call you back.
Oh, that's too bad. Maybe you can get a loan, huh?
I not take a loan.
Well, what do you say, you? You in or out? Oh, how about them burrs? You want to stake them, huh?
No, not burros. But maybe Chen Shoki?
Now ain't that something? You kidding?
The girl should be worth another 100.
I seen her, Turkey. She's a looker. If you lose, can you guarantee I'll get her?
I guarantee.
Well, how can you do that, Mr. Yu?
She belongs me. I paid a half a cent from China. You wait, please. I put cards down. Nobody touch.
What you got, Turkey?
Had's gonna make old you happy as a duck in Arizona. What's the matter, Kendall? Is game too rich for you, huh?
No, not at all. I find it very interesting.
Well, boys, my luck has turned. Yeah, I'm going to get me a grub steak with the winnings and have me a real nice score to take care of grub slinging and the like.
Say, how about me and you go and pardon it?
Yeah, might do that, Diggers. Yeah, might at that.
At that moment, the door opened, and Mr. Yu came in, followed by the girl, Chen Shuk Yi. She must have been in her early 20s, and she was quite beautiful. She didn't look at any of us, but moved behind Mr. Yu's chair, staring black-eyed, expressionless.
You tell her what happens if you lose?
He has been told.
You betting her?
Yes, I call you bet with Shuk Yi.
All right. What do you got?
Flush. Hearts.
Oh, I had you figured. Too bad. Yeah, kings and tenors full.
Just a moment, Mr. Johnson.
Aces and ladies full. Son of a gun.
You have won, Mr. Kendall. The money and the girl are yours. Most honored to meet you, Mr. Kendall. Shuk Yi's belongings are at my house. Do you wish her to bring them now?
Well,
I understand it is a matter of delicacy. You live at the hotel, Mr. Kendall?
No, I'm staying with Billy Moore.
Her belongings will be brought tomorrow. Most happy gentleman. Good night.
I'll cash these in if you don't mind, Mr. Johnson. $565.
That was pretty smart, Moore. Pulling in a grifter to clean us out.
Oh, now, just a minute, Turkey.
Are you suggesting by any chance that I'm a cheat, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I'm saying there was more than luck in your deal.
You're saying I cheated?
Here's your money. Come on, Diggers.
Never thought I'd see it. Turkey Johnson backing down. You sure got his number, Kendall. Say, what about her?
I've been wondering. Shuk Yi?
Yes, Master?
No, not Master. I'm Kendall.
Kendall.
I think you'd better go back to Mr. Yu's house now.
Oh, no. Me belong Kendall now. Mr. Yu. Not take Shuk Yi back. I not go back.
It ain't gonna do no good, Kendall. He wouldn't have her back. Old Yu's got a lot of pride. He lost her fair and square. She's yours.
But I can't. What the devil am I going to do with her?
Well, now.
A good cook. Men clothes. Very good.
Good enough for me, girl.
Billy, we'll have to put her up in your shack until I can think of what to do with her.
Well, that's fine with me, Kendall. That's just fine.
You and I will sleep outside.
Well, now, hold on, boy. I don't mind giving up my bunk. I can sleep on the floor, but there ain't no sense in freezing to death and maybe getting the rheumatics or the heaves.
Well, perhaps she could stay at the hotel. I'd get her a room.
There ain't room for a skinny tick in there this time of night.
All right, then it's got to be your place. Come on.
Kind of nice night, ain't it, Kendall?
Yes.
Stars sure do look pretty.
You comfortable, Shuk Yi?
Very comfortable. Very nice. Thank you, Kendall.
How long have you been over here?
4 years.
What made you come?
I was slave girl. Mr. Yu sent to buy me. I come.
Oh,
I like you better. I be good slave to you.
no. A slave is not a good thing, Shuk Yi. No one should be slave. In this country, no slaves. You understand?
No. If I no slave, what I do?
Well, what did you do in China?
Slave. Very rich gentleman. Lots of slave. But he get dry gulch by other rich gentlemen. Then I his slave. Then second rich gentleman sell me to Mr. Yu. He sell many slaves come to America. Now are you slave?
No, I don't want a slave.
Then why you buy me?
I didn't. I won you in the poker game.
If you lost, you would have paid money?
Yes.
Then you see, it's same. I am glad I not be won by that no good son of gun, Turkey Johnson.
She sure got him pegged.
You shouldn't say that, Shuki. Bad words.
I hear many people say so. I no like the way he look at me, son of gun.
Here, Shuki, I'll help you.
I'll get the horses fed and watered. You want to show her where to sleep?
All right.
It's your house?
No, it's Billy's.
Oh, he very rich man. Mister, you not have wood floor.
You'll sleep here on this bunk, Shuki.
Where you sleep?
Outside with Billy.
I sleep on floor. You sleep on bunk.
No. I'm going out to help Billy now. You go to bed.
If the master wills it.
I will it. Good night. Billy.
Yeah? She bedded down?
On the way. Look, this is nothing to laugh at, Billy. What am I going to do with her?
She's your slave. You figure it out.
I mean it. I can't go traveling about with her.
I wouldn't mind it.
Billy, it's serious. You think if I have a talk with Mr. Ewart...
I told you, it's no good.
You boys stand right there. Don't turn around or I'll blow your innards out.
Turkey Johnson.
Take the guns off of them.
Sure, Turkey, sure.
All right. Now you got my money, Kendall. You throw it behind you real easy like. All right, pick it up, Daggers. Now you go and fetch your gal out.
Sure, Turkey.
I'd advise you to keep your hands off her, Johnson.
Get going, Daggers. You ain't advising nothing, Kendall.
I'm going to get you, Turkey. You'll stretch hemp for this.
Why, you got me scared plumb to death.
Hey, Turkey! She ain't here.
What do you mean she ain't there?
You must have heard us and gone out through the window.
Well, find her.
What? Dark.
All right. Forget the gal. Let's tail out of here. So long, boys. Thanks for the grub steak.
I'm going to get the
Wait
horse.
a minute. No, there's no sense without a gun.
Should have known. And low
Shook
down,
ye?
no...
Shook ye, it's Kendall. They've gone. Where are you?
I come, master.
You got another gun, Billy?
Yeah, in the shack. A rifle and a coat.
I heard voice of son of gun, Turkey Johnson. I go out the window.
Yes, very sensible. You stay here with Shook Ye, Billy. I'm going after them.
Well, I'll come too.
No, you better stay in case they double back. Lock yourselves in.
Sure I will, Kendall, sure. Don't you worry about a thing.
I left Billy the rifle, took the coat, and rode after Johnson and Deggers. I hoped they'd make for Deer Lodge, which is exactly what they did do. I found them in the least likely, but I suppose most likely place for a man like Johnson, the Dead Broke Bar. They were celebrating, standing drinks to everybody in the place.
Yeah, set him up again. Woo! I'm a curly wolf, and it's mine. Nice to
Hey, Turkey.
Oh, don't bother me, boy.
Yeah,
Turn around, Mr. Johnson.
Well, if it ain't Lord Kendall. What do you say, Your Honor? All right, come on, have a drink.
Not with my own money, thanks. Hand it over like a good fellow.
Are you loco, mister? Your money? Well, I cleaned you out. Ain't that right, Deggers?
Sure. Dead right, Turkey.
An unfortunate choice of words. I say you're dead wrong. But either way, unless you give it back, you'll most certainly be dead.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, me too.
You want to draw first?
No shooting in the bar, boys. You take it outside.
Well, you want to...
Draw first? I have.
Hey, I was kidding.
I'm not. Throw your gun belt on the bottom. You too, Diggers. Now, Johnson, I have taken a great dislike to your face. Hold this for me, will you, barkeep?
Get him, Duggins! Get up! Hit it!
Billy, it's me, Kendall. Here's your guns.
Oh.
Hello, Shooky.
Hello.
Well, what's the matter?
Kendall, I hope you don't take this wrong, but I'd kind of like to buy Shook Yi from you.
What?
You see, me and her, we had a little talk while you was gone, and she takes to me, sort of, and I thought maybe if I married her...
He's a strange man, Kendall. You sell me to him. He wants to marry.
Well, do you want to marry him?
I like.
The next morning, I was best man at their wedding, and Mr. Yu gave Shook Yi away. After the breakfast took place at the Dead Broke Bar, I started off for Fort Benton, where I planned to take the river steamer down the Missouri to write my reports of another part of the West.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner and J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Vic Perrin, Jack Crucian, Ben Wright, and Charlie Lung. Music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. John Wall speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. I've called today's program in this series, Fiction is Stranger Than Truth. Perhaps you may not agree with that statement, and on occasions I may have doubted it myself. However, when you have heard the story of Reginald Sidney Buckfield, I think you'll agree that Mr. Buckfield's literary exploits were stranger, though perhaps not so gory, as his experiences in real life. You see, Mr. Buckfield was an author. Only an amateur, I admit, but his experience in another field is clear. Mr. Buckfield was also a murderer. The story begins in Kent and concerns a lady called Mrs. Symes, a married woman in the middle 30s, living with her husband in Brumpton Farm Road, Strood. Her husband was engaged on night work at one of the busy munition factories in the neighborhood. The period was the autumn of 1942. On Friday evening, October the 9th, she set out on a visit to her parents' house some distance away. She left them about 9:30, taking with her her little son, aged 4, in a pushcart. Only one person ever saw her alive again.
that the police? This is Mr. Wood. I live in Brompton Farm Road, Valhalla. That's the name of the house. Can you come round straight away? I found a woman lying outside on the road, badly wounded. The doctor's here. He says she's dead.
The police naturally set themselves the task of questioning all persons who were, or who might have been, near Valhalla on the night of the crime. The morning after the murder, a policeman on duty in the country road near Strood stopped a soldier in uniform.
What do you want?
I'm a police officer. Where have you come from?
Me? I've just come from Oak Street Camp.
Oh, you stationed there?
That's right, chum. I'm in the gunners.
What's your name?
Buckfield. Gunner Buckfield. They call me Smiler.
Here, let's have a look at your pay book.
I have not got it on me.
Oh. How long have you been stationed at Oak Street Camp?
Oh, about 6 months.
What are you doing out here at this time of day? Are you on leave?
No.
You're an absentee?
Well, I was going back today.
Here, I think you better come along with me.
Back at the police station, Buckfield told his story, which seemed to be true. He had deserted from his battery of the Royal Artillery at Gravesend a fortnight ago. Since then, he had worked as a casual laborer at various local fruit farms, sleeping at night in sheds and on haystacks. Sometime previously, he had been stationed at Oak Street Camp, and evidently that's what had brought him back to the neighborhood. The police questioned him in every way to test his story, and the more awkward the question, the more Buckfield smiled.
I'd like you to tell me your exact movements yesterday evening.
Well, after I left work, I had some tea at a cafe, and then I had a game of billiards. Then I went to a pub called the Steam Engine for a drink. I stayed there until 8:10, and then I went for a walk.
You went for a walk, eh? Well, suppose you tell us the route you took.
Smiler explained in detail his movements, and according to him, he passed the top of Brompton Farm Road at about 10 o'clock. When the police had finished questioning him, he was put back in his cell. The following morning, when the warder brought him his breakfast, he said,
"There's something fishy here. I'm being held for something more than being an absentee. They don't take your fingerprints and pull your hair out for that. Do you know what I'm being detained for?"
No.
It's funny. Every time I break out, either a break or a murder, I've already been interrogated for 2.
Hearing of this remark, the inspector sent for him.
You must be keeping me for something more than being an absentee.
What do you think I might be keeping you for?
I've been interrogated for 3 before.
3 what?
3 murders.
But I haven't mentioned murder to you.
No, but there must be something in it, as you've examined my hair and my hands. I've tried to find out from your man, but no one will tell me.
I see. Take a look at this knife, Buckfield. Have you seen this before?
No. The last knife I had was a jackknife, which I sold about a fortnight ago. This is a table knife.
It was found in an orchard near Brompton Farm Road. About 300 yards away on Friday night, a woman was murdered. According to your statement, you were not very far away from the scene of the crime. Did you see anything of a woman and a child in a pushcart?
No, nothing.
All right. Take him back. This way, Smiler.
Now, the police are forbidden to hold a suspect in custody for more than 4 days without preferring a charge against him before a magistrate. That time being up and the chief constable not yet being ready to charge him, Buckfield was handed over to a military escort as an absentee. As he left his cell, he passed a bundle of sheets of writing paper to a detective who accompanied the soldiers, saying,
"There you are, officer. Read them very carefully. You'll find them very interesting."
He went away with the escort, and the policeman examined the sheets of paper, which both he and the chief constable, and later on the jury at the Old Bailey, were to find very interesting indeed. They were headed, "The Mystery of Brompton Road," by Gunner Buckfield. He had done what many other people have done in recent years, though never perhaps in similar circumstances. He had written a murder story.
These papers. They're Brompton Road Murder by Gunner Buckfield. "Hello, Smiler, what an awful night." "Not so bad," Bert replied. As they entered the bar, a remark was passed by a cheeky chap that it was a lovely night for a murder. Lovely night for a murder, eh? Bert is a married man with a wife and one daughter. His job is doing night work round Strood or Rochester. Happy-go-lucky sort of guy, cares for nothing. Lives along the Brompton Road somewhere. His wife and child are living...
Like many authors both before and since, Mr. Buckfield never quite knew when to stop. His story developed from a mystery into a defense to prove how one Smiler, at any rate, could not be the murderer. Mr. Buckfield, in his work of art, hinted the foul deed was the work of a mysterious stranger. The identity of the stranger was to be unmasked in a later chapter, but unfortunately Mr. Buckfield's manuscript, and perhaps his imagination, ran out at the end of chapter 6. Buckfield's manuscript ended with the words,
And that, my dear friends, brings it to girl murdered by person unknown. We hope the police succeed in their duty to find the murderer so as to clear myself, Gunner Buckfield. This is a partly true story and partly fiction, showing you how easy it is for an innocent man to be convicted of crime and what can really happen. Yes. I think I'm going over to the military prison to have another little talk with Mr. Buckfield. Come on, Sergeant.
Very good, sir.
Good morning, Buckfield.
Morning, Inspector.
I have to tell you, Buckfield, that a soldier of your acquaintance, Gunner O'Hara, has given evidence that he saw you last week at the farm where you've been working using a knife exactly like the one I showed you, the one that was found in the orchard.
It's a blooming lie. I never had a knife. Let me face him and have it out.
Well, we'll see about that. And then there's another thing. You gave to the warder yesterday a manuscript of a story you'd written.
That's right.
Buckfield, since your arrest, have you had access to a daily newspaper of any kind?
No. Why?
Then if you've had no access to any information, where did you get all the details that you wrote about?
I made it all up. It's fiction. It's how I thought the murder might have been done. I've written stories before, you know. Anyway, I'm not guilty. Here, listen. If I'd done what you think I done, I've got an alibi. After I left the pub, I met someone. About 9:30 it would be, in Dellywood Lane. An ATS girl pushing a bike. She works in the officers' quarters at 542 Battery. She's got a lisp. You ask her and find out.
Yes, sir. I went down Dellywood Lane about 9:30 it would be.
Were you pushing a bicycle?
That's right.
Do you know this man Buckfield?
Oh, yes, I know Smiler.
Did you meet him on this night?
No, I haven't seen him for weeks.
Could Buckfield have known that you would be in Dollywood Lane about this time?
I expect so. I often go home that way.
By that time, the evidence of the knife, and above all, Buckfield's manuscript, had given the police enough grounds to apply for a warrant. He was charged with murder. At the police court, he reserved his defense and was committed for trial at the Old Bailey. Throughout all this, Smiler continued to smile. The trial of Buckfield began at the Old Bailey on the 20th of January, 1943.
May it please your lordship, members of the jury. In this case, I appear for the prosecution with my learned friend, Mr. Blundell, and the prisoner is defended by my learned friends, Mr. Hector Hughes and Mr. Waters. As you have heard, the charge that is made against him is a charge of murder. He is charged with the murder of a woman named Ellen Ann Simon, who was a married woman, aged about 35 years, who lived happily with her husband at Rochester. There's one child of the marriage, a boy of some 4 years of age. She lives with her husband and child at a house called Thames Mount, 177 Brompton Farm Road, Strood, which adjoins Rochester. Jury is just an outline of this case that you should be able to follow. What the prosecution say to you here is, you first of all have a man who was in the vicinity at the time that Mrs. Simons was murdered. Secondly, a knife, which after the murder has been discovered is found to have upon it human blood, and it is identified. Thirdly, it is said by the prosecution that if this man did not commit this murder, and is entirely innocent with regard to it, how comes it about that he is able, while he is detained, to write a long narrative, showing in that narrative that he has knowledge of those extremely intimate details of the movements and habits of the woman who in fact was murdered? And upon that view of the matter, subject to any explanation which may be forthcoming, the prosecution say to you that this man must in fact be the man who murdered that unfortunate woman upon that night. Now, with the assistance of my learned friend, Mr. Blundell, I will call the evidence before you.
Sir Bernard Spilsbury was called in to give evidence concerning the wounds received by the murdered woman.
Sir Bernard, would you look at this knife, please? May I touch it? Yes, certainly. In your opinion, could the wound have been caused by that knife?
It would have required a great deal of violence with this knife to produce that injury.
The knife appears to have been sharpened, does it not? On both sides, towards the end of the blade.
Yes. The cutting side is sharpened, and a certain distance of the blade at the back is also sharpened, but not higher.
Is there a notch on that knife? You say it has been sharpened. Do you see a notch on it anywhere?
Yes, Millard. There is a notch on the cutting edge at a short distance from the point. That is the exact position of it. The jury can see quite well for themselves, Millard.
The witness, O'Hara, was then called.
Is your name James Edward O'Hara?
Yes, sir.
On the 6th of October of last year, were you one of a number of soldiers working at a fruit picking at Beluncle Farm, Hoo?
That's right, sir.
Was the prisoner in the dock, Buckfield, there also?
He came there about 12:30, sir.
What did you notice him doing?
Well, about 3:30, Buckfield pulled a knife out, cutting a faded apple, sir.
1 minute before you go on. You say that the prisoner was there. What was he dressed in?
A khaki.
In battle dress?
Yes, sir.
Not in civilian clothes?
No, sir.
You say you saw him cutting an apple?
I did, sir.
Did you see what he was using?
Yes, sir. A little short knife, sir, bone-handled, with a short blade.
One moment, a little short knife with a bone handle. What color was the handle?
It was a cream color, sir.
Did you notice anything about the blade?
Well, the blade came to a point, sir. It looked as if the blade had had the right good sharpening on a grindstone.
Did you notice anything else about the blade?
There was a little bit of a nick out of the bottom, sir.
Would you look at the knife we've got here, which is Exhibit 5? How did the knife you saw compare with that knife?
Well, it was very like that one, sir.
Did you see any nick on that? Just hold it up and look carefully.
There is a bit of a nick here, sir. It looks as if it has a good sharpening at both ends, too.
Not all the evidence was so damning. Other witnesses failed to identify the knife as being the same as the one in Smiler's possession. All the same, you'll recall that Smiler himself had said the only knife he possessed was a jackknife. On the second day of the trial, the clerk of the court had the unenviable task of reading out Smiler's long manuscript, which took well over 2 hours. And due to the fact that the author had only the haziest ideas of punctuation or grammar, the reading was not very intelligible. On the third day of the trial, counsel for the defense called upon his principal witness.
I call the accused, my lord, Reginald Sidney Buckfield.
Call Reginald Sidney Buckfield.
Swear by Almighty God to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help me God.
I do. Are you Reginald Sidney Buckfield?
I am, sir.
In civil life, do you reside at 210 Portland Street, Houghton, near Mansfield?
I do.
And in civil life, are you a labourer?
I am, sir.
I think you are a married man.
Yes.
And you have 3 children.
That's right.
All girls.
Yes.
Aged respectively 4 years, 2 years, and 1 year.
Yes.
Smiler's trouble started when counsel for the prosecution began his cross-examination.
Before you were stationed at Tollgate, Gravesend, you were stationed, were you not, at Oak Street Camp?
That's so.
That is known as 542 Battery.
That's right.
How long were you stationed at Oak Street Camp?
I think 11 to 12 weeks.
Did you get to know the neighborhood round Dallywood Lane quite well during the time that you were stationed at the camp?
I knew it a little bit, not a lot.
You, knew Brompton Farm Road, did you?
Oh, not very well.
You've been absent since, what date in September?
I can't quite tell you that because I don't know. I don't know the date, but I do know it was on a Saturday.
I may take it you were sleeping in the haystack next to the camp, you say, every other night.
Roughly, nearly every other night.
And working during the daytime at farms round about.
That's so.
Just take that knife in your hand, Exhibit 5. Thank you, I shall. I just want to understand quite clearly what you say about that. Are you saying that that knife that you now hold in your hand is not the knife the Chief Constable showed to you?
This knife I've never seen before, and it's not the knife that I was first shown.
You say that it is not the knife the Chief Constable showed to you?
Well, that's so. I've never seen this one.
Do you say that you have never seen that?
I've never seen this knife at all, my lord.
Never up to then?
I've never seen this knife at all, my lord.
Never up to when?
I've never seen it in my life.
Well, nobody wants to catch you out, but, did not you see it even in the police court?
No. I've never seen the knife yet.
This knife?
No.
Did you never see...
Never saw this knife. It was kept out of my sight. But Gunnar, it was shown to him. but I never saw it.
This was a surprising statement for Smiler to make, but it was in keeping with his sense of the dramatic. As an author, he evidently believed in poetic license. After a time, the prosecuting counsel came to the question of the manuscript.
What did you know about this murder when you began to write that story?
I didn't know anything about it, except what the police had told me or asked me questions about.
You are not being asked that. You are being asked what did you know, never mind how you knew it. Your statement reads, when I began to read the story, I knew about the murder from what the police had told me.
Let us take it by stages. It might be more helpful to you. Did you know where the murder had been committed?
I did not.
You did not know the name of the road in which it had been committed?
I did at the time. I knew the Brompton Road then, yes. Because they'd taken me in the morning to have a look for the stack in the car. It was fenced off.
I'm not asking you whether you knew where the Brompton Road was. You told me sometime previously you were a little hazy about that. What I am asking you now is this. Did you know when you began to write this story that the murder had taken place in Brompton Road?
Oh, no.
Brompton Farm Road?
No.
If that is so, can you tell me why you headed the first chapter of your narrative, The Mystery of Brompton Road?
Well, the thing what seemed a mystery to me was me being brought in, being questioned about something that I couldn't get no light on.
No, that is not the question. You were asked why you headed the first sheet, not a mystery, but the mystery of Brompton Road.
Well, I was thinking of London at the time, my lord, of Brompton Road.
The second batch, as I have it, is also headed Mystery of Brompton Road Murder. Both batches are headed The Mystery of Brompton Road. You say, and I quote, when I headed those two sheets, Mystery of Brompton Road, I was thinking of Brompton Road in London. Is that right?
That's so.
Then the fact that the murder had taken place in Brompton Farm Road near Strood was a mere coincidence.
That's so, sir.
A very disastrous thing, was it not? That you should have, out of all the tens of thousands of roads in London, selected the one road that happened to have the same name as the road where the murder had happened.
O Great Spirit, whose voice in the winds I hear, and whose breath give life to all the world, hear me.
The voice is Iron Eyes Cody of the Cherokee Nation. The words are a prayer first spoken 400 years ago by his people, a people who loved the land.
Make me walk in beauty. Make my heart respect all you have made. Make me wise that I may know all you have taught my people, the lessons you have hidden in every rock.
In some Americans today, that spirit is reborn. Throughout the land, areas of thoughtless litter and pollution are being restored to their natural beauty, and yet we still have so far to go. So everyone must get involved. To contact the Keep America Beautiful team nearest you, write Keep America Beautiful, 99 Park Avenue, New York, New York. People start pollution. People can stop it.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
The chain of evidence was almost complete. After this, there could be little question of believing anything that Smiler said. Following his cross-examination, counsel for the prosecution summed up and was followed by the counsel for the defense, who did everything possible for Smiler. Just before 1 o'clock on the following day, the jury retired. They remained out for an hour, though it's difficult to imagine what could have delayed them in returning their verdict.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner, Reginald Sidney Buckfield, guilty or not guilty of murder?
We find him guilty.
You find him guilty of murder, and that is the verdict of you all?
It is.
Prisoner at the bar, you stand convicted of murder. Have you anything to say why the court should not give you judgment of death according to the law?
No, sir.
When, a week or two later, the official announcement was published that Buckfield had been reprieved. The Home Office had evidently satisfied itself that he was insane. Not in the strictly legal sense, perhaps, but in fact. Today, he's in Broadmoor, doubtless smiling as he covers whatever papers allowed him with what must be regarded as only partly fictitious accounts of the 3 murders of which, at various times, he'd been suspected. I do not feel that professional writers of detective stories need fear his competition. At the same time, I'm bound in fairness to add that I have read worse stories than The Mystery of Brompton Road. But then its author had the advantage over the rest of us of first-hand experience of murder.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. Now to our story, 10 Strike Gold.
Dadgum, that's just how I figures it.
What did you figure that way, California?
Why, didn't I say, Hoppy?
Nope, not a word.
Funny, must have figured it myself.
Must have.
Well, I was thinking. Something's come over to Hopalong Castle.
You don't say.
Here we are, come all of 60 mile, nigh on to 10 Strike, and nary a bit of trouble do I have to haul you out of.
Well, a man has to tend to his business sometime. If the Bar 20 Ranch can buy a string of blooded horses we is for sale at 10 Strike, I don't... Well, it doesn't seem so peaceful now, California.
Probably some fella just hunting himself a rabbit.
California, you know nobody hunts rabbits with a Colt. Hold on there, boy. Ho.
Maybe the poor fella don't own a rifle. Now, let's not get mixed up in nothing, Hoppy.
Look down the arroyo, California.
Pretty, ain't it? Awful dry, though.
Along the road, you can see as well as I can.
And dusty, too.
The stagecoach and a road agent. It's a hold-up. Let's go.
Looks like he shot up the express messenger already.
And the driver's getting in the strong box. Guess we better stop that right now. Steady, boy.
Right with you, Hoppy.
Looks like he's scaring off.
That don't indicate he's so mighty scarable. Leastways, it don't bother his shooting hand none.
He's had enough. He's running off.
High tail end for the hills.
Anyway, he's dropped the money box. Hold your fire, California. He's out of range now. Hey, driver, how's your partner?
He's shot. Can't you see?
Sure, we can see, but how bad is it?
Not too bad, fellas. Just wing me in the arm.
Hoppy, how about going after that confounded road agent?
No chance with our tired horses, California. That fellow was riding a blooded roan, and our horses haven't had a handful of grain for 2 days.
Doggone, I'd sure like to catch me a stagecoach robber, I would.
Better move over, driver, so I can climb up there and look at your pal's wound.
Who are you, stranger, to give me orders?
The name's Cassidy.
He's Hopalong Cassidy.
Yeah? Feller from Bar 20 who gets around a lot, eh?
I get around some.
Yeah, so they say. Always around.
Mind telling me your handle?
No, not at all. Hardhead Brophy, they call me.
Very appropriate. Now, do you mind moving over?
Yeah, I guess not. He wouldn't have got shot if he'd had any sense.
bandit had a drop on us, and this fool kid went for his gun.
Well, that was his job, isn't it?
And the fella might have shot me, too.
My, that would have been too bad.
What's that?
Me? I'm California. Pleased to meet you, hardhead. Say, how come you don't have no passengers?
Special gold dust run. Passengers might get shot up.
Now, let me see your arm, messenger.
Rance Morgan's the name, Mr. Cassidy. I've heard a lot about you.
This doesn't look too bad. If we can stop the bleeding, I'll just cut your shirt sleeve here with my knife and tie a tourniquet around the arm for a while.
Fool kid messenger. Might have got both of us killed.
You got any real big objections, Brophy? Save them for later. This boy should get to a doctor. Sort of quick, if you don't mind.
Trying to be a hero.
In California have just interrupted a stagecoach holdup in time to prevent the theft of the strongbox. But not before Rance Morgan, the express messenger, is shot.
You know, Rance, it just doesn't seem trail-wise to try a fast draw when a rotation has a drop on you.
That was the parson.
Local bad man, huh?
Plenty bad. He wears a preacher's frock coat, a black hat, and mask. And I intend to get him.
Looks like you invited him to get you first. You're sort of young to be an express messenger, aren't you?
I'm 20. That's old enough. I've got a special reason for doing this job.
Oh? That sounds like revenge.
My brother was a messenger, and my girl's father drove stage. The parson shot both of them. In the back.
Rance, I begged you not to do it. I begged you.
I know, Molly.
Now, Miss Laird, Rance will be all right. The doctor said so.
He might have been killed. And what for?
A fella naturally wants revenge.
What good does that do? Would it bring anybody back to life?
No, ma'am, it sure wouldn't. But if he'd killed the parson, why...
California.
You know how I feel, Molly. I'll never be satisfied until I get the parson for what he's done.
I don't want revenge, Rance. I want you alive.
A man don't feel right, Miss Laird, if he can't settle a score.
Gun crazy. That's what all of you are. Just plain killing gun crazy.
Miss Laird, excuse me for saying so, but your friend Rance should be kept quiet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cassidy. And I do appreciate...
Don't mention it, miss. And now if you could direct me to a general store where I could buy some grub for us, I'd be obliged.
I've got to get some things for Rance that the doctor ordered, so you might go with me.
Thank you, miss.
That is, if I could leave Rance.
Why, I'll be all right, Molly.
I'll be pleased to stay till you get back. And meantime, I can clean my guns.
California.
That's just in case we find some use for 'em, Hoppy.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of in case.
Mighty unfortunate introduction, Miss Laird, but you know, we came to 10 Strike to do some business with you.
With me, Mr. Cassidy?
Now, we heard down at the Bar 20 that you had a string of fine riding stock for sale.
Oh, I do. You see, Dad had saved for years to buy our little ranch, looking forward to retirement. He was just about to...
I know, Miss Laird.
I shouldn't let it get me like this. But Dad's hobby was fine horses, and now I have to sell them all. Oh, if he knew Hopalong Cassidy was interested in his horses, he'd be real proud.
Well, they'd get gentle care at the Bar 20.
Could you come out to the ranch this afternoon to look them over?
Oh, I think California and I'd be pleased to.
Fine. Oh, this is Lou Gribble's general store.
Well, do stores stay closed in the middle of the day on 10 Strike?
Things have been awfully quiet since some of the mines closed down. I guess there's not enough trade for... Oh, there's Lou coming down the street.
Oh, I hope he's got the supplies I need.
He's been so good to me since Dad was killed. Treats me like a daughter.
I'm coming, Molly. Coming.
Hasn't Lou a funny walk? Just like a little boy. Don't hurry, Lou. We won't run off.
We closed up to go fishing. I just heard what happened to Rance. Awful. It's awful.
It is. But he was lucky this time.
Well, I'll open up here, and we'll be in business in a jiffy.
You've heard of Hopalong Cassidy, Lou.
Hopalong Cassidy? I sure have. It's a real pleasure to know you. Yes, sir, a mighty real pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Gribble.
Now, enter my emporium.
What you don't see, we ain't got. Shall it be ladies first?
Oh, no. Mr. Cassidy's in a hurry, I know, and I've time.
Well, our wants are simple. Just a side of bacon, 10 pounds of flour, same of jerked beef, and a sack of oats for the horses.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hopalong. Say, was it really the parson what robbed the stage?
So they say. I don't know too much about this parson. No, nothing but a brief shooting acquaintance, Mr. Gribble.
Aye, but Miss Laird sure is some fine stock in this here corral, Hoppy.
Yeah, I'd say her late father was a pretty good judge of horse flesh. Too bad she doesn't take care of her stock, though.
Oh, now, Hoppy, seeing she's a female, I think they'll look right smart. All curried, combed, and grain-fed. And...
All except one, California. That big jumpy roan on the other side of the corral.
Say, now, he do look like he's in a sweat.
I'll just drop a loop around him and get acquainted.
Think Miss Laird will see us from the house?
Well, what about it? Aren't we inspecting her horses? Well, here goes.
Smack dab around his neck.
Yeah, boy. Nothing to be nervous about.
He sure is a beauty.
Take it easy now, old fella. Take it easy. You know what I'm thinking?
I don't know, Hoppy, but this here horse has been rode hard and unreasonable not long ago.
Right. And turned loose without a rub down. Suggest anything, California?
Yeah. The parson was riding a big roan, wasn't he?
With a white stocking on the off hind leg.
Just like this horse. Hoppy, you don't think the parson couldn't be...
Molly Laird? Hardly California. Not a lady road agent.
But if her horse was used in the holdup...
Now, let's not jump at conclusions. Might have been barred. Might be a different horse.
We could find out sure easy enough up at her house.
We might. And we might not, seeing that Miss Laird seems to have a caller.
Why, that's that stage driver, Brophy.
But, Mr. Brophy, I don't really know what business we have to talk over.
Well, you know, your pa was a special friend of mine, and I got to take care of his daughter.
I'm doing very well, thank you.
But you might not, honey, when you find out what I know about you and that holdup today.
I don't know what you mean. Please.
What's wrong with putting my arm around a pretty girl, huh?
I don't like it.
Oh, now, honey. You know, a girl who's mixed up with road agents can't be too choosy.
What?
Not so innocent, little sweetheart. Now, how about us getting to be real good friends?
No.
Little kid?
Get away. Get out.
You quiet down. I happen to know the horse that was used in the hold-up today was your horse.
Let me go. Stop.
You heard the lady, Brophy. Let her go.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
What's it to you, Cassidy? I'll teach you to butt in, you. Look out, Hoppy.
I saw that haymaker hard head. Not catch this.
This is the last one you'll see.
Sorry to upset your home this way.
They don't call me hardhead for nothing.
Hoppy, you knocked him plumb through the screen door.
You aren't hurt, are you?
No, thanks. But his head is kind of hard.
Look at him, laying outside there in the grass, just as sweet and peaceful as if he was a snoozing. Then no good sidewinder.
Oh, you skinned your knuckles.
It doesn't hurt much.
We heard that mule skinner pestering you as we was walking by the porch.
She mentioned one of your horses, I believe.
Oh, it was nothing. Nothing at all worth repeating.
Well, I was just a little curious. One horse in the corral's been ridden hard and not even rubbed down.
Really?
Just thought I'd mention that someone's been mighty careless of your stock.
Oh, I didn't know. Thanks for telling me.
You ride much, Miss Molly?
Me? Oh, I don't get the chance. You see, the horses get so little exercise, I let most anybody who happens to need a horse borrow one.
Well, Miss Molly, with all the mysterious holdups and killings that are going on, it might be wise to be careful about who gets a hold of your horses.
Yeah, might be somebody trace a stage robber's horse to its home corral and figure the wrong way about.
And it might also be that if some folks wouldn't get so interested in other people's business, there wouldn't be so many killings.
Well, when a man's shot at, he naturally wants to get the fellow who tried to kill him.
He'd show more sense if he'd leave us alone.
I don't quite follow you, Miss Molly.
I think it's clear enough. You're doing nothing but stirring up more hatred and revenge and death.
Then you'd rather we just leave the whole thing alone.
That's exactly exactly how I feel. And the sooner you learn that, the quicker we'll find peace around here.
Please turn the cassette over at this point to begin side 2.
Despite the fact that Molly Laird flared up and demanded that the matter of the killings not be pursued, Hoppy still intends to transact his business deal with her. He is arranging with Mr. Bowers, the banker, to buy the herd of horses that roam Molly's range.
Well, that signature seals the bargain, Mr. Bowers.
Not as high a price as Molly Laird might have gotten, nor as low either.
If I was in Hoppy's boots, I wouldn't be buying at all after the way she talked to us.
You can take the horses any time it's convenient, Mr. Cassidy. Now, I'm a busy man, so if you'll excuse me...
Just a minute, Mr. Bowers. I'm a stranger in these parts.
So I noticed.
Observing man, ain't you?
California. I was a little curious about that holdup I witnessed today.
Were you?
Yeah. Do you think this frock-coated masked road agent is a local man?
How should I know?
You might be interested, seeing as how 2 citizens at 10 strike has been planted in Boot Hill because of his playful use of their backs as targets.
How do you know it was the parson who shot them in the back?
Well, that's what Rance's brother said when he was dying.
Well, bandit though he is, until that time he had a fair and square reputation, as road agents go. He was known as a man of courage.
Seems like I'm attacking the reputation of a favorite son of 10 Strike, California.
Mayhap this here hold-up man's a sort of local hero. Huh?
Yeah.
You two are strangers here, and I'll give you credit for not knowing that we like to take care of our own troubles.
So I see.
This here's the second person to get sore when you criticize this parson fella.
Now, is there anything else?
I guess we can take a hint. Come on, California.
Bald, a saddle, bird, sunfishing, mean, cantankerous, rambunctious, ornery cayuse as I ever saddled up to. Why, Hoppy, I'm so darn sure I'm speechless.
Well, if you're speechless, California, I hope I never find you in a talkative mood.
Why, that pigeon-toed rascal. Say, did you notice how he laid his ears back when you mentioned that bandit?
Yeah, he is pigeon-toed, isn't he?
Oh, say, here comes Rance Morgan himself.
Well, must be feeling pretty good to be up and around.
Oh, I was afraid I might not see you before you left 10 strike, Hoppy.
Oh, I get a feeling we'll be around a short spell.
Is that what got you up and around, Rance?
Well, actually, no. The stage superintendent wanted me to come to the office for an emergency.
You want to take care of that arm.
Well, thanks to you, I didn't lose much blood, and as long as I carry it in a sling, it doesn't hurt too much.
Your emergency doesn't include another holdup, does it?
Well, we're afraid of one. You see, there's an extra-large shipment of gold dust that has to go out tomorrow. A special run, no passengers.
Oh, you ain't in no condition to ride express messenger.
No, and we're short-handed. But I can drive the team. Even Brophy's supposed to have a day off tomorrow.
Expect he's going to have an off day, too.
Huh? I don't follow you.
We'll explain that later. Were you going to suggest something?
Now, Hoppy, don't talk yourself into nothing. We get horses to drive back to the Bar 20.
Mm-hmm.
We already had a shooting scrape, a fight, and got the banker mad at us. We already... Well...
Yes, California?
We're interested. Dagnabbit.
Well, Hopalong, I told the superintendent about you being here, and, well, he wondered if you two might do us the special favor of riding that gold shipment through.
We do have a lot of work to do at the Bar 20, Rance.
There's no denying that everybody knows about this gold. About $50,000 worth. I guess that's enough to tempt the parson.
Yeah. And I'd like one more chance to be around when that parson is tempted, son.
Get on there, boys. Rustle.
Hoppy, how do you figure if this parson gets the drop on us?
Well, if the road isn't blockaded, we'll try to find our way by him.
Most of these fellows depend on surprise. We'll turn the tables.
And if the road is blocked?
Then I'll try to swing the stage around quickly to give us some protection.
And Rance, if the parson does jump us, leave things to California and me.
Oh, sure, son. We're used to this sort of thing. Don't bother us a bit. Why, we'll give 'em back shot for shot.
It's the parson.
Hoppy, do something.
But you're going to help me.
You shot the gun out of his hand, Hoppy.
Now he's ducked behind that bush. Maybe this will bring him out.
He's skedaddling.
Get on off this stage quick. Let's get our horses.
He'll get away.
We can trail him, Rance.
Well, I'm taking no chances.
We'll bring him back.
I want that killer dead. Dead with my bullets in him.
Doggone. You dropped him like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah. Wish I'd put a few more in him just for good measure.
We could have brought him back, Rance. We had the advantage.
Whose side are you on anyway, Hoppy? I thought you came out to help me get the parson.
I came out to try to bring justice, Rance, not to see vengeful lead pumped into a man.
Well, he'd have hung anyway. What difference does it make?
Just the difference between law and mob rule.
Well, I haven't time for this lecturing. I've got a gold shipment to think about.
Well, I'll try to get through these bushes and take the parson's body back to 10 Strike.
It ain't going to be easy, Hoppy. He's out there in the thick of it.
You ride along with Rance, California.
I don't need anybody. Things are going to be safe around here now that I got the parson. Even if some folks don't think I should have. Get up there.
I don't like to see you ride on alone, Rance.
You tend to that dead skunk and I'll tend to my gold. Wish I could wait to see who he is, but I haven't time now.
He's sure in a powerful hurry, Hoppy.
Yeah, and he's pulling a lot of gold. Well, let's get this over with. You cinched, Titan?
Yep.
Now, let's cut down through this gully. We're going to have to ride through that manzanita.
Guess the parson's horse is plumb back to 10 Strike by now. Them bullets sure scared the poor critters.
Can you see his body?
Right through here, I think. What's that?
Coming from down the road there.
Where the stage is.
Yeah, I knew there'd be trouble when I let that fool kid ride on alone. Come on.
But, son, there's $50,000 worth of gold missing.
But I tell you, it was the parson. I killed him and still he robbed me.
Well, weren't you alerted against attack?
Well, he was on me before I knew it. He took my gun.
There's something that looks mighty like a gun right here.
Oh, this is another one I had in the stage. I shot at him as he was riding off.
Then those were your shots we heard.
I guess so. The parson didn't fire any.
Most dead men don't.
But you've got to believe me. He rode up here. The parson.
I believe you, Rance.
Well,
You
Hoppy,
see the footprints here?
But that bandit's dead, Hoppy. Out in them bushes in the road. Dead.
Nobody lives with that much lead in him. But he came back.
I've got to finish the job I started, California. I've got to go back and get that body.
Huh? Well, I'm stark raving mad, I guess. Here you tell Rance you believe his story about the parson holding him up.
I do.
Then you want to go out and get the body of the parson who's been dead all the time.
Can't you do anything but ask questions? So long, California. I'll see you back in town.
Hoppy, you sure are the most unconcerned man I ever did see.
Why should I be concerned, California?
Why, with the bandits being killed and bandits still running loose, and you asked me to take a walk to the bank.
That's right. Just go into the bank and take a look. If things are the way I think they are, you know what to do.
Sure, I know what to do, but that don't mean I like to do it. Now, looky here, Hoppy. What for did you take that road agent's body up to Laird's barn?
Well, that seemed a convenient place to take it, California.
Convenient. Would you mind telling me what you were aiming to do meanwhile?
Oh, I thought I might drop into Lou Gribble's store here and get some beans. I forgot to buy them yesterday.
Beans? Oh, sightseeing in a bank. And at a time like this, why, you're the oddest fellow I ever did see.
Why, hello, Mr. Hopalong. What can I do for you?
I came in to buy some beans, Mr. Gribble.
Beans, eh? Say, you're quite the hero around town now you killed the bandit.
I didn't kill anyone. Rance shot the parson.
The parson, huh?
Tell me now, who was he?
Well, I think we ought to wait until the county sheriff arrives before we start announcing all the details. After all, there's another bandit loose, you know.
So they say, so they say. You got any IDs?
Only that I need about 5 pounds of beans before I start back to the bar 20.
Oh, sure. I almost forgot. I'll get 'em right away. Mighty fine weather we're having, isn't it?
I've been noticing that. Hasn't rained for a week, has it?
No, sir, it sure isn't.
Pick him up! The parson, the masked parson.
No, it can't be. You're a ghost.
I'll just relieve you of that 50,000 in gold, Lou Gribble.
Brophy. No, they killed you. I saw you dead myself. It's my gold now.
The gold? Give me the gold.
If you're not dead, I'll make sure. I'll kill you.
Get down, California.
Are you sure you're all right, Mr. Cassidy? I was terrified when I heard all the shooting.
Sure, not a scratch.
By golly, the lead sure did fly awful fast. If Hoppy hadn't been lightning fast in the draw, Gribble would have ventilated my carcass.
You really did a convincing imitation of the parson, California. You had poor Luke Gribble pop-eyed, thinking that hard-head Brophy had come back to life.
Then all along there were two Parsons, because Brophy was driving the stage when that holdup occurred last week.
That's just why Brophy didn't want Rance to shoot the other parson. He was too good an alibi.
I'm sort of confused. What about this here holdup today? It was Brophy's body out there in the bushes?
Yeah, when I returned, I found it turned over and unmasked. There were footprints all around it, matching the footprints in the road by Rance's stagecoach.
Doggone. Even though Lou Gribble was hightailing it with the gold, he couldn't resist stopping to see who the other parson was.
But how did footprints tell you that the bandit was Gribble?
They were pigeon-toed prints, Miss Molly. And there are very few pigeon-toed men. Only 2 in this town.
Yep, Lou Gribble and the banker, Mr. Bowers. Hoppy figured that the one with the muddy boots would be the bandit. I took a look at the bankers, and they was shiny. So then I put on the parson's rig and came busting into Gribble's store.
I wanted to scare Gribble into a confession. I didn't figure he'd start shooting at what he thought was a ghost.
I felt like I was on my way to being a ghost for a minute there. You know, Hoppy, I'm awful glad.
And what have you got to be glad about?
Well, if being pigeon-toed can get a fella like Gribble into such a heap of trouble, I'm mighty glad I'm people-toed.
Goodbye for now from Hopalong in California. And here's a special invitation to join them next time they ride out from the Bar 20 when, as usual, I have a hunch they'll get into plenty of action that spells trouble.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters. Out of the foxholes of Europe, from the steaming jungle swamps of the Pacific, our men are now coming home to a new America. A wave of crime has followed every war, and we must not allow lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals that our men have fought to preserve. Tonight, Gangbusters presents the authentic inside facts concerning a killer who felt he was even too tough for the Army. And so Louis J. Valentine, who has just resigned as commissioner of the largest police department in the world, takes over to interview by proxy Chief A.S. Harper, Chief of Police of Amarillo, Texas. Commissioner Valentine.
Chief Harper, I believe that one of the surest ways to combat crime is to expose it. Now we would like to have you rip this case wide open tonight.
Well, Commissioner Valentine,
I'd like to start back in October 1942 at 10:30 in the evening. A small-time gangster, Doc Rickett, was sitting with his girlfriend in a fashionable Cincinnati nightclub.
You're a snappy-looking number tonight, Cora.
You like this dress, huh?
Yeah, it fits you like a glove. Hey, what are you staring at?
Huh?
What are you staring at?
The big red-headed man over there. Any objections?
Plenty. You're my girlfriend.
The redhead doesn't think so. He's smiling.
Why, that's... Hey, don't pay any attention to him, Cora.
Why not?
That's Red Beaver.
Red Beaver?
He's dynamite. The FBI and Secret Service have sent out coast-to-coast alarms. Beaver's a deserter from the Army. He's the quickest trigger man I know of. He only pulls the biggest jobs there are.
Thanks, Rickett. I thought he was interesting. Now I'm sure.
Now you've done it. He's coming over. You cross him and you get a bullet through your head.
And you thought you were a big shot. I bet there are a million girls who wish they were in my place right now. He's sharp.
Hello, pretty legs. How about a little dance? Lay off, Beaver. She's my girl.
So you know who I am, huh, Rickett?
Sure. I spotted your red hair. I'm no Sunday school teacher myself. I blow around. How'd you know my name?
When I spotted good-looking here, I asked a few questions about who she was with. What's your take, sugar?
Cora Weston.
You got what it takes, Cora. Move over. I'll sit down.
I told you, Beaver. Cora's my girl.
Sure, I had you. You know, Rickett, I think I could use you. Maybe put you up in a big dough.
Yeah?
Yeah, I could use a smart guy right now in my business.
What kind of business, Beaver?
The entertainment business.
Yeah?
Sure, I like to entertain. Let's see, we'll start with a little Halloween party.
A Halloween party? Where?
In the Avondale branch of the Second National Bank.
Oh, I get it. Uh-huh.
Halloween. You know, sweep the bank clean with the witch's broom. Suppose you take a walk for a couple of minutes, Rickett. I want a little board of directors meeting here with Cora.
Well,
Graham.
Okay, I'll get a drink at the bar, then I'll be back.
Smooth, honey. You're plenty smooth.
You're kind of sugar-coated yourself, Beaver.
Believe in holidays, Cora?
I guess so. Why?
Today's Columbus Day. Remember, Columbus discovered America and moved in.
So
I'm taking a tip from him. I just discovered you, so I'm going to do like him. Move in. This ain't bad, Cora. Sitting in your apartment, you playing to me.
Want me to fix you a cocktail, Beaver?
After 2 weeks, you have to ask me.
I'll answer.
Oh, no, I'll do the answering. Hello?
Oh, is that you, Beaver?
Sure, it's me.
Well, I haven't got anything to do. Suppose I drop up, huh?
No. Cora's my girlfriend now, Rickett. Oh, get your surprise package?
Yeah. But a clown suit and a cowboy suit. What's the gag?
Well, it's Halloween. You dress up fancy on Halloween, don't you? You ought to wear the clown suit, see? Good gag, huh?
Oh.
Besides, the clientele at the bank will have a tough time describing a clown and a cowboy.
I get it.
Work with me a while, Rickett, and you'll learn things.
Attention, all police. Avondale branch of the Second National Bank just robbed of $7,000 by two men in Halloween costumes. One dressed as a cowboy, one as a clown. Approach with caution. These men are heavily armed. That's all.
Well, Agent Hurley, we put that warning on every teletype through the state.
We at the FBI appreciate your cooperation, Captain Morse.
The bandits started dressing in Halloween costumes with a touch of genius. Nobody can seem to identify them. But I've always noticed that when a man gets money easily, he spends it easily. So, as just one possible trap, I sent out an alert to nightclubs, bars, racetracks, and pool rooms to watch for men who seem to be spending money too freely.
Good. Perfect. I'll never guess they're spending a little too much money is what we're waiting for.
this nightclub, Cora?
We've sure been covering them all, haven't we, Red?
That's me, Cora. Everything in a big way.
Yeah, but Red, you've been cracking so many banks. Every day, headlines in the papers.
Ricketts so scared he doesn't even dare leave our hideout.
He's pretty jealous, you know, Red. You taking me away from him.
You leave Rickett to me. Baby, I've got the biggest job yet lined up. 100,000.
Yeah? When?
Christmas. At Christmas time, everybody gets presents. I figure maybe the Charleston Trust will want to give us a present.
Why do you always pick a holiday, Red?
Holidays are made for guys like me. On holidays, the suckers stuff up with turkey and guzzle booze, right? They get slow and careless.
Gee, I never thought of that.
Booze makes them slip up, and not themselves. Waiter.
Oh, yes, sir.
Waiter, bring another bottle of that champagne over here.
Coming up, sir.
You're spending your money awful fast tonight, Red.
That's the way I make it, isn't it? Banks have lots of money, you know.
Yeah, but you've been drinking a lot. You said tonight. A man was drinking. He wasn't himself.
That's for other guys, not me. You couldn't tell by the way I talk I've had a drink.
Here you are, sir. A bottle champagne.
You know, someday I'm going to take a bath in that stuff.
I wouldn't do that, sir. The bubbles tickle.
Quick on the trigger, ain't he? Pour it.
Certainly, sir. Anything else, sir?
No. Here. Buy yourself a house for Christmas. Here, take it.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You blowing your top, Beaver? Giving that guy a century for a tip?
Shut up and drink your champagne. Dames will crab all the time, get on my nerves.
You couldn't just slip the way to the 100. Oh, no, not you. You had to make a production of it.
I said shut up.
First thing you know,
Now you button that loose slip of yours or I'll slap you again.
Now you've done it, you fool. That army sergeant saw you slap me.
Oh, yeah? I eat army sergeants on toast. Oh, he's going to use that for an excuse to come over and meet you, huh? Going to chisel in like I did to get you away from Rickett, huh?
What's the matter? Something wrong?
What's it to you?
Can I do anything for you, miss?
No. No, everything's all right.
Hey, what was you figuring on doing, chum, if it hadn't been all right?
Ah, take it easy, buddy. You've been celebrating a little too much.
I suppose because you're in the army, you figure maybe I'm easy pickings, huh?
Now, look, I don't want any trouble as long as the young lady says she's all right. Okay, I'm leaving.
Oh, so you were going to pull that Prince Charming stuff, huh?
Put that gun away.
This time, Sergeant, you ran into a tough customer.
Oh, if you're so tough, why don't you join the army? We need some good fighters.
Oh, the army, huh? I don't see you being so brave. And besides, I don't like the looks of an army uniform.
Red, follow me. We gotta get out of here.
Hey, how long are we going to stay holed up here in Cora's Flat, Beaver?
As long as I say so, Rickett. Stop playing that piano, Cora.
Sit down, Beaver. You're driving us nuts with that walk.
Shut up. If it wasn't for your nagging, this wouldn't have happened.
Can you beat that? Red gets a snootful, blows his top, shoots an army sergeant, then tries to pin the rap on me.
You hadn't ought to be so quick with that rod, Beaver.
You're going to start telling me how to operate?
No, it ain't
Killing
kinda-
comes pretty easy to me, Rickett. I'd remember that if I were you. The same goes for you, Cora.
And what's that?
It ain't a woodpecker. See what it is, Cora.
Open up in there.
Cops. Stall them. Give us a chance to get out the back window onto the fire escape. If it's cops, I'll blast them from there.
Open up or we'll break in the door.
Take your time, boys. Take your time. Okay. What you selling?
I'm Captain Morse of the Cincinnati Detectives. Mr. Hurley's a federal agent.
So what?
We're looking for a man who was seen coming into this building.
Why pick on me? Every man who comes in this building don't come up here. Unfortunately.
Cut the comedy. We know he's here. Step aside.
Hold it, copper. I'm old-fashioned. I don't let strange men into my apartment unless they've got search warrants.
Really?
Yeah. And that goes double for coppers.
Well, by an odd coincidence, I happen to have a search warrant. Right here.
Well, if you must come in...
What was that? Come on.
Come back from that fire escape into the room again. With your arms up. We guessed if we came in the door, you gentlemen might go out the window, so I had a few of my men out there.
Smart guy, huh?
I know one of them, Captain Morse, Rickett. Ricketts an old-time gangster. The redhead's a new one.
I'm just an innocent bystander.
The redhead is the one who shot the army sergeant.
You got nothing on me, copper.
No? We had all the nightclubs tipped off to report men who were spending money too freely. The waiter who waited on your table called us up. We examined the $100 bill you gave him as a tip.
I want to see my lawyer.
I don't blame you, Red. Suppose we go down to headquarters for a talk.
And, If I say no?
Well, if you should say no, I'll tell you. You'd come along a good deal like this.
Let go of me, copper. Let go. Come on, let go of me, will you?
So Red Beaver started moving fast, Chief Hopper.
Yes, Commissioner. Red Beaver didn't know what had struck him till he was safe behind bars. But the crime history of Red Beaver had not yet reached its peak.
Tonight marks the first broadcast in this L.E. Waterman Company presentation of Gangbusters. And we're proud to have been able to select as chief investigator and commentator for these programs a man who has been a police officer for almost half a century and who last midnight resigned after 11 years as police commissioner of the New York City Police Department. Louis J. Valentine, as head of the largest police force in the world, has made contacts with and influenced police procedure on a nationwide scale. Federal, state, and local police departments throughout the country know and respect Commissioner Valentine as being in the forefront of our constant war against crime. Gangbusters and the L.E. Waterman Company are proud that Commissioner Louis J. Valentine will act as chief investigator on these factual cases. Well, Commissioner Valentine, how does it feel to be facing a microphone?
Frankly, Mr. Gardner, it's harder to face than a gangster with a gun. But the L.E. Waterman Company has provided me with an opportunity to do something I've wanted to do for a long time. To me, Gangbusters, which names names and states facts, is the ideal way to prove the folly of crime to those who might otherwise be led astray. And it's going to be my purpose to see that every program is pointed to bring about a better, safer, happy America for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now, in recognition of your never-ending fight against crime, the L.E. Waterman Company makes the year's first network presentation of its Waterman's Deluxe Pen and Pencil gift set to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. It certainly is beautiful. But I already have a Waterman set, one that was presented to me when I became a captain of police in this department 19 years ago. And I'd rather miss one of Mrs. Valentine's home meals than lose that set.
Well, Commissioner, I don't blame you. But we do want you to have this newest model Waterman's.
Thanks, Mr. Gardner. I accept it gratefully. And I'll use them both.
And now, Commissioner Valentine, back to the case of Red Beaver.
Chief Hopper, Red Beaver was in the Cincinnati prison.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. And it was 16 minutes before 9 on the evening of February 12th. Red Beaver lay sprawled in his bunk, watching water pouring from his wash basin to the cell floor. Finally, he walked over to the bars separating him from Doc Ricketts' cell.
Hi, Rickett.
Where's all the water coming from, Beaver?
I told you we'd break out of this joint.
But if it's all the same to you, I'd rather walk out than swim out.
Know what day today is, Rickett?
Sure. February 12th, so what?
February 12th. Lincoln's birthday.
What do you want we should do? Eat birthday cake?
You never heard what Lincoln did?
He got himself shot. Is that what you're aiming for us to get?
Yeah, but before he did, he freed the slaves.
So?
Today's Lincoln's birthday, so we'll do like him. We'll free the slaves. Us included.
Just like that, huh? How?
Plug up your basin and let the water run on the floor.
Why? Yours is running plenty. You gonna start raising fish in there?
Like I say.
Okay.
Good. Now we'll wait a minute, and we call a guard.
Then what?
We yell for a dry cell. While we're switching, we hit him over the head and make a break. How's the water coming?
You could launch a ship in here now.
Okay. Ram a cup.
God! Help! We're getting flooded! Get us out of here!
Attention, Cincinnati police. Escaping prisoners Red Beaver and Doc Rickett have just held up the Second National Bank and are escaping. Green, 1940 Chrysler sedan. License number 293-348. That is all.
To Kansas City Police. Believe killer Red Beaver and pal Rickett are driving toward Kansas City. These men are heavily armed. Suggest roadblock.
I can't stand this strain much longer, Beaver. I'm cracking.
Don't worry, we'll be all right here in Kansas City.
The whole country's looking for us.
I always do things in a big way, Rickett. But I tell you, Kansas City's safe. I got it all figured out.
Roadblock up ahead.
Where those rotten coppers are.
Coppers all over the place.
I'll run over them. I'll kill them. Hold on. Come on.
I'm all in. Oh, it's been going on for days. This cop shooting at us.
Kansas City, FBI, Washington. Doc Rickett, companion of Red Beaver, was found hiding in cellar in Kansas City. Rickett is now under arrest. Red Beaver escaped and is believed hiding in one of the southern states.
Hello?
Hello, Edward?
Who? Oh, yeah, sure. This is Edwards. That you, Helen?
Sure.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me sit down, huh?
You tired?
I'm just not used to this Texas weather yet.
How do you like it here in Amarillo?
Well, that depends upon how well you like me, baby.
But I haven't seen you very often.
I'll see you tonight.
All right.
Sure, we'll go to a club. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Hold it. Can you beat that? Huh?
What's the matter?
Two women out in the street. They bump cars.
Are they mad?
Uh-oh. Look, the little one's shoving the big one around. No, the big one, she won't take it. Wow.
What happened?
The little one gives the big one a slap. Uh-oh, the cops seen him. Hey, there's a grandstand seat. Hey, they're looking up here at the window. They can see me laughing at them.
Say, you're as good as a radio fight announcer.
The cop's walking across the sidewalk toward my window here. Hey, this is a laugh.
Why?
If you only knew, sister.
Hey, mister, you saw these two women bump cars, didn't you?
Sure, I seen them, officer. I was looking right out the window here.
Which one was at fault?
No, you don't. You don't get me between two dames, especially those dames. If one of them was cute, it might be different.
Hello? Hello?
Wait a minute, baby. I'm talking to the cop here.
Well, I guess I have to take him up to the station house. Will you come up with me and tell what you saw?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going... Okay. Okay, sure, I'll go with you.
I'd be much obliged if you would.
Sure, I will. Hello, sugar. I'll call you back later.
All right, Edward.
I gotta go see Justice done. Well, copper, lead the way. I'll put on my hat and be right with you.
This is the gentleman I was telling you about, Captain Curtin. He was sitting in the window and saw the two women bump fenders.
Oh, I appreciate your coming up to the station, huh?
That's all right.
What's your name?
Jack Edwards.
Oh, I'm Captain Kirkman, and this is Captain King. I'm glad to meet you. Oh, sit down, Mr. Edwards.
You got a pretty good police station here at Amarillo, haven't you?
Oh, it serves its purpose. You a stranger in Amarillo?
I've been here a couple of months. You want me to tell you about those two women bumping cars, huh?
Yes, but you don't happen to know a man by the name of Red Beaver, do you?
Who?
Red Beaver. He's an escaped convict and a killer.
No, I never heard of him. What do you ask me?
I was just wondering, Red, that's all.
Call me Red. My name ain't Red. It's Jack Edwards.
Oh, I see. Here. There's a wanted circular for Red Beaver for desertion from the Army and killing an Army sergeant.
I don't know what you're talking
about. The detectives standing back of you all have their guns out, Red.
No, I didn't kill nobody. It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. What a sucker I am.
Yes, you are. All police officers have been on the lookout for you.
Think of me ending up here. For them two dames to bump their cars, I could bump them off.
Didn't figure it might be a little plant to get you up here without any shooting.
And I thought I was smart. Me, Red Beaver, being took in by this one-horse joint. I didn't kill that guy, though.
We'll leave that to the United States Army, Beaver. They're asking for you.
No, look, I'll do anything. I'll tell you anything you want to know, but don't let the Army get a hold of me. Don't let the Army get a hold of me, please.
Details. Up!
Harry Red Beaver, as convicted by a court-martial at Fort Sill, you will, on this morning of September 26, 1944, be hanged by the neck until dead. Harry Beaver, have you anything to say?
No, I guess I ain't got nothing.
May God rest your soul.
And Commissioner Valentine, at 6:37 a.m., 20 minutes later, Harry Red Beaver was dead, executed by the United States Army.
Chief Hopper, this has been a terrific case tonight. One I doubt that we will ever forget. I wish that every person in this country might have heard it.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. To Red Beaver, the men in the uniform of their country were suckers. He knew better. He knew how to get easy money. But it didn't turn out that way, and it never does.
And now, before we present our urgent last-minute bulletins on persons wanted by the authorities at this very moment, the case of Red Beaver is over, but the case of the missing words remains a mystery to millions of Americans. Their only clue is the peculiar behavior of a fountain pen, a pen that sometimes writes on and on without ever seeming to run dry. And then again, it seems out of ink almost before it starts. The reason is that, in the first instance, the pen was filled with Waterman's wonderful blue-black ink, and thus gave thousands of extra words. The second time, however, a different ink had been used, and fewer words resulted. This tremendous difference, ladies and gentlemen, is because Waterman's blue-black is all ink, true ink. No solvents, no added chemicals, no dilution. That's why, by actual test, Waterman's blue-black ink gives you up to 6,500 more words per filling. Think of it. Up to 6,500 more words per filling than other inks tested. Now you can cut those messy pen-filling chores perhaps in half. Now you can write steadily for hour after hour after hour without pausing to refill your pen. And all you have to do is to make every filling a Waterman's filling. Yes, you can solve your own case of the missing words forever with Waterman's blue-black ink. And remember, Waterman's ink is also available in 7 other pleasing and distinctive colors. All come in the convenient tip-fill bottle, each only 10 cents. Now, Gangbusters nationwide clues. Chief R.F. Worstner, Dayton, Ohio Police Department, announces a reward of $8,500 is being offered for return of 2.5-year-old baby Ronald Thompson and conviction of his kidnapper. Here is description given Gangbusters by Dayton Police of alleged kidnapper.
Woman known as Mary Wilkie, 40 to 45 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, about 150 pounds, ruddy complexion, reddish brown hair, believed hennet, brushed back and up, speaks with slight accent, possibly southern or eastern, pleasing personality, renew vigilance for this woman, reward now offered by Dayton, Ohio Police, $8,500.
From Denver, Colorado Police, urgent bulletin concerning suspect wanted for questioning in connection with murder of J.A. Richardson, that city. Suspect described as follows.
Andrew Cybus, alias Jack Wood, alias William Hammond, 36, 5 feet 6 inches, about 150 pounds, dark hair, brown eyes. When last seen, according to police, wore khaki shirt or jacket with blood stain on right shoulder and sleeve, where he supposedly was shot in struggle with victim. Suspect believed to have left scene of crime in company of woman in green Pontiac sedan, bearing Los Angeles license ending in numerals 80. Watch for Andrew Cybus. Wanted for questioning. Murder. Denver Police Department.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Now, here is Commissioner Valentine.
Next week, Gangbusters will present the case of the red evening dress. It's about a girl and her love for a killer.
Remember, next week, same time, same station, one of the most unusual cases Gangbusters has ever presented. In the meantime, when you are buying a fountain pen or when you're buying ink, just look for the name Waterman's. Gangbusters Factual Case Histories is a Phillips H. Law.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 8. Call your stations regarding a possible kidnapping. That's all. Roll control. It is 5:30 in the evening. The rush hour in the big city, the peak hour for accidents. At the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, we listen in on one of the constant series of emergency calls.
Man's been run over by a streetcar at the corner of 8th and You die unless help gets here quick. How fast can you get a doctor here?
8th and Hill Street? The ambulance is on its way now and be here in 2 minutes or less.
And so it happens hundreds of times a day in the many cities and counties where Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers the ambulances and emergency cars. As the call for help is coming over the phone, the ambulance driver is signaled and steps on his starter. The engine roars instantly into full power. No choking, no delay. With clutch out, the driver awaits the address. And even as the location is given him over the loudspeaker, he is rounding the corner with Rio Grande cracked gasoline pouring power into the rear wheels. More power, more speed, more acceleration than ordinary gasoline can give. That's the reason more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, motorcycles, and all other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline everywhere it is sold. Because it is manufactured in America's newest, finest cracking plant by the most advanced process and most costly equipment known to the petroleum industry. Rio Grande cracked has the advantage over all other gasoline. It costs more to make Rio Grande cracked, but it costs you no more. And if you will use it in your car, you too will enjoy police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. When the bootlegging racket was abolished by repeal, the organized gangs of criminals in this country turned to the snatch racket as the next easiest way of making a dishonest livelihood. We had an epidemic of kidnapping. Wealthy people were in constant fear. Many employed bodyguards. Then the law enforcement agencies of the country arose en masse to crush out this new threat to law-abiding citizens. They succeeded so well that practically every kidnapping mystery has been solved and the culprits placed behind the bars with good stiff sentences to serve. I am proud to point out that every major kidnapping case originating in Los Angeles has been promptly broken by the police. The infamous Hickman case, the ghetto kidnapping, all were sensations for a few days. And then the detectives closed in, and it was all over. I cannot conceive of any criminal mind being stupid enough to try again in view of the failures of these other carefully planned attempts. But if anyone listening tonight thinks he is smart enough to get away with a kidnapping, I ask him to listen now and learn how we cracked the steel kidnapping.
Tonight's dramatization is based on the famous Steele kidnapping case. The kidnapping of Mrs. Mary Steele outraged the citizenry of Los Angeles as no crime had since the infamous Hickman case. On a Sunday evening several years ago, Walter Fisher Steele, dean of the music school at the University of Southern California, as was his custom, left for the church where he played the organ. Shortly after his departure, Mrs. Steele, all alone in the house, was summoned to the telephone.
Hello?
Is that Mrs. Steele?
Yes?
Are you alone?
Yes?
I don't want to frighten you, Mrs. Steele.
Why, well, what's the matter?
This is the emergency hospital.
Yes? What is it? My husband?
Yes.
Is he?
He's been injured in a traffic accident, Mrs. Steele.
Oh.
He's not in danger.
Oh, thank heaven.
But the doctor thinks it best for you to come over here.
Yes, yes, of course.
We'll send a car for you.
Very well. I'll get ready right away.
Thank you, Mrs. Steele. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, poor Walter. I should have asked her how it happened. Now, where did I leave my hat? Oh, yes. And my coat. Oh, here it is. I must call Franklin. Oh, why don't I put that coat doesn't slip out. I must mend that lining. Now, let's see. What is Franklin's number? Oh, yes, I remember. Oh, dear, poor Walter. Oh. Hello, Franklin.
Hello, Mother.
Franklin, something terrible has happened.
What's the matter, Mother?
Oh, Franklin, your father's been hurt.
Hurt? How? What happened?
I don't know. They just called me from the hospital. They said it was a traffic accident.
What hospital, Mother?
The emergency hospital. They're sending someone over for me.
Well, I'll leave here right away and meet you at the emergency hospital.
All right, Franklin.
And don't worry, Mother.
No, I'll try not to, son. There's the bell. That must be the man from the hospital. Hurry over there, Franklin.
I'll go, Mother. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son. Is he... Is he all right?
Yes, ma'am. He's resting very well.
Is it serious?
Well, I really don't know much about it. I'm just an orderly. Are you ready, ma'am?
Yes, I think I've got everything. Let's see. Oh, yes, my glasses. All right, now. You can go now.
This is the nurse, Miss Wells, ma'am. Maybe she knows more about it.
How do you do, Mrs. Steele?
Tell me, is he badly hurt?
We don't think so, Mrs. Steele, but we wanted you to be with him.
Where did the accident happen?
We don't know. He was unconscious when they brought him in.
Unconscious?
Yes, but there are no serious fractures.
Oh, that's a relief. Look here. Where are you taking me? This isn't the way to the hospital.
It's the way we're going.
Let me out of here. You're not taking me to the hospital? Help! Help!
Shut up. Now listen, Mrs. Steele. You're going for a ride with us. And if you know what's good for you, you won't make any noise or cause any trouble. Failing to find his father at the emergency hospital, Franklin Steele rushes to the church. There he discovers his father at the organ. Fearfully, they return together to the Steele home.
I can't understand it, Franklin.
Well, somebody must be playing a joke on you. One of the students, perhaps.
It's rather a grisly joke. It doesn't look as though Mother's home.
Here, Father. Let me open the door. Your hand's shaking, sir.
Oh, the house is dark. Oh, Mary? Mary?
Let me switch on the light. There. That's better.
Franklin, she's not here.
Oh, don't get excited, Father. Oh, hello. What's this?
What?
A letter. Here, stuck under the door. It's addressed to you. It says on the envelope, Walter Fisher Steele. If ever there was a time to be careful, it is now.
Oh, here. Let me have it. Oh, Franklin, this is terrible.
What?
Why, they want $10,000, or they won't bring Mother back.
Gee.
Franklin, I haven't $10,000 or anywhere near that much money. What are you going to do?
I'm going to call the police.
A short while later, Mr. Steele and his son are explaining the circumstances of Mrs. Steele's disappearance to Detective Lieutenant Paul D. Pittman and E.D. Kopitech and Chief of Detectives Joe Taylor.
That's all we know about it.
Well, let me see that letter, please, Mr. Steele. Thank you.
Read it aloud, Pittman. It says, each move of yours will be watched closely. If you make one false move, it'll be just too bad for yourself and wife. You know, others have tried to be slick and let the officers know, but they've always paid off in flowers afterwards. $10,000 in cash or the wife pays the bill. This money must be of the denominations of $5, $10, $20 bills. None of these bills to be new. Place this money in paper sack and put inside a pasteboard box. Be sure this money is in the box for delivery. No dummy packages go. It will hold her until we know that you have followed these instructions. Your wife will not be returned if you have the money marked for the serious taken. You have new bills instead of used ones. You have any other denominations of bills instead of $5, $10, or $20. You have anyone with you or around you or following you. You talk of this to anyone. You notify the police or anyone else.
Oh, do you think I did wrong and the wrong thing in coming to you?
Absolutely not, Mr. Steele. That's what we're here for.
Oh, I hope they don't do her any harm.
Well, we had to come to the police, Father. You certainly couldn't have paid the ransom.
This appears to be the work of amateurs. The ransom letter is not worded as it would be if written by experienced kidnappers. I think you may expect Mrs. Steele back safely.
Well, I leave it all to you. We've given you all the information we have. We can only wait and hope.
Let me ask you, Mr. Steele, can you think of any enemies who may have done this out of vengeance?
No,
I have no enemies.
How about students? Is there anyone who has a grudge against you, perhaps because you failed him?
Oh, but that's so silly.
No, Mr. Steele. People do strange things for very strange reasons, as we quickly find out in this business. Now, could you think of any students who may have caused to hate you?
Why, no, I really can't.
Well, Father's always had the respect of his students.
Let's see that letter, Pittman. Yes, sir. You'll notice, Chief, that although the letter is typewritten, the word wife, whenever it appears, has been cut out of a newspaper or magazine and pasted into the letter. Yeah, so it has. Hand me that magnifying glass over there, will you? Yes, here you are, sir. Thanks. The word daughter seems to have been originally typed into this letter. Have you any daughters, Mr. Steele?
Yes, one.
Does she live with you?
No.
Well, then, this letter must have been intended originally for the family of another victim. We haven't had any attempt kidnappings recently, have we, Copytech?
No, sir, not for some weeks.
That's mighty strange.
Hey, look here, sir. The envelope this letter came in. The name Walter Fisher Skeel has also been clipped from some printed matter and pasted on the envelope. That may be a lead.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Steele.
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
Do you recognize the printing here? Have you any idea where your name may have been printed? The kidnappers could have found it?
Well, now I don't know. Of course, they print my name sometimes in the church bulletin.
I see.
And occasionally it's mentioned in the papers.
But this isn't newsprint.
Then in various notices at the university.
I see. Well, I'll bet that's the source. Somebody at the university. Copytick, you and Pittman get out there first thing in the morning and see if you can run down this printing.
At the university, Detectives Copytech and Pittman are given the utmost cooperation by the sympathetic colleagues of Mr. Steele. They interview Mr. Cleo Foster, Assistant Superintendent of Buildings.
Mr. Foster, you can be of great assistance to us.
I'll do anything I can.
Well, look closely at this printing here. Can you tell us whether it's similar to any type you use here in the university?
Let me hold this closer to the light here. Why, yes. That was clipped from one of our university bulletins. It's the only publication we print in which that particular typeface is used.
Now we're getting someplace.
Maybe.
Here, I'll show you what I mean. Here's the pamphlet, and here on page 11, see? Walter Fisher Skeel, A.B., Dean of the College of Music, Professor of Piano and Pipe Organ. See, the type is identical.
Yeah, it sure is.
Well, that much is plain. Somebody connected with the university wrote that ransom note.
Yeah. And all we have to do is to find out the guilty person among 7,000 students.
Scores of Mrs. Steele's relatives and friends are questioned by investigating officers. Inquiry is made among Dr. Steele's students at the university. And nowhere can a possible enemy of either husband or wife be found. Early Monday afternoon, Chief Taylor lays out the only plan of action open to the officers.
Well, we'll have to appear to meet the demands of the kidnappers. We'll take them their ransom as the note directs.
But, Chief, I haven't that much money.
That's all right, Mr. Steele, I know. We'll make a dummy package. And at 5:30, you'll take it in full view on the seat of your car to the spot they indicate on Montecito Drive.
But they expressly said in the note that dummy packages would do no good.
Yes, I know, that's all right. We will have officers with high-powered field glasses staked out around the place watching whoever picks up the money. Then we can follow him.
Oh, I see.
Pardon, Chief.
Yes, Lieutenant Romero?
One of the reporters beat us to it.
What do you mean?
He's been up on Montecito Drive and he picked up the plan.
What? Bring him in here.
Hey, Eddie. Come on in here. The chief wants to see you.
Hello, Chief. Well, I made a great...
Look here, Eddie. I gave orders to stay away from that place.
Yeah, but I'm not under orders for you. I got a chance for a scoop, and I took it.
Yes, and probably upset a whole stakeout. What did you find?
Steve, this box was in the bank where the letter said it would be, but it had this note in it. It says, walk to the left across street to bank. Here will be final instructions. We like tricks, but prefer to keep them out of business. Then across the street, I found this note attached to this cord. This note says, tie package salary to this end of string and go on. There's about 250 yards of string.
Well, you sure are a great help, Eddie. You lunkhead, you. You probably scared them away now.
and spoiled our whole plan. Romero?
Yes, sir?
Take these things back up there on Montecito.
Yes, sir.
And you go with him, Eddie, and show him exactly how you found them.
Okay, Chief.
At the appointed time, Mr. Steele drives to the top of Montecito Drive with Detective Copytek clamped into the rumble seat of his car. He deposits the dummy ransom bundle and drives on. Early that evening, Copytek reports to his chief.
Well, Copytek, what luck? None. Mr. Steele delivered the package. There wasn't anyone around. The men stayed on the stakeout until it was too dark to see through their binoculars, and they pulled the stake.
Didn't see a thing, eh?
Looks like we're up a blind alley until the kidnappers make the next move.
Yes, it does look that way. We've done all we possibly can. And look at these papers. Howling for action from the police. As though we haven't been doing anything else but acting for the last 24 hours.
Well, I know. Haven't been to bed yet.
Well, most of the other boys. If I could only get my hands on the rat that snatched that harmless, frail little woman, I'd really... Detective Bureau. Chief Taylor speaking. Yeah. What? All right. We'll be right out.
What's that, Chief?
That was Steele. Mrs. Steele just came home. Come on, Ed. We're going to get someplace now.
Exhausted and upset as she is, Mrs. Steele pluckily recites the story of her experiences at the hands of the kidnappers to an interested audience of detectives.
And when I screamed, he put his hand over my mouth and shut off my breath. I'd almost gotten the door open. Then the woman stopped the car, and they tied a cloth over my eyes so I couldn't see. I fought them until my strength was exhausted.
Is that where you got your face scratched, Mrs. Steele?
Yes. And that's the only time they were rough with me. They told me that if I didn't cry out or make trouble, that they wouldn't harm me. So I agreed. We sort of made a bargain.
Could you describe the man and woman who kidnapped you?
Well, I didn't get a very good look at the girl, but the man was stockily built. He was of medium height, shorter than Mr. Steele, and he had a ruddy complexion. He really was a nice young man, and he treated me very well.
What, Mrs. Steele?
Well, I told him I wouldn't double-cross him. And I feel somehow that in telling you gentlemen about him, that perhaps I'm doing just that.
You can't double-cross a criminal, ma'am. You owe this man nothing. It's your duty to help us put him in the penitentiary, if possible.
Well, if what I can tell you will do any good in saving other innocent people from such an experience, I guess then it is for the best.
Of course it is, Mrs. Steele.
Tell us, Mrs. Steele, did they feed you at all while you were in the house?
Oh, yes. This morning I had some coffee and prunes for breakfast, and this afternoon they gave me a bowl of tomato soup. They wanted me to eat more, but I wasn't hungry. I was so excited.
Naturally. You haven't told us how you managed to get away.
Oh, well, that was very strange. This afternoon, my guard announced that he would take me home tonight. And so we left that house about 7 o'clock, and he drove me within 2 blocks of my own house. I walked home from there. Oh, yes, and then he told me that he needed money badly, and that I should try to raise $5,000 for him. He said he'd call in a few days and say that it was Mr. Smith, so I'd know who was calling.
That's a strange way of raising money.
They must be amateurs, Chief.
That's my opinion. Now, Mrs. Steele.
Oh, please, if you don't mind. I'm very tired. Perhaps tomorrow I can remember some more details.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Steele. Please forgive us for keeping you so long tonight after all you've been through.
Further questioning of Mrs. Steele the next day brings to light a little information regarding the layout of the house in which she was held captive. Although blindfolded, she remembers the position of the bed and other furniture in the room where she was detained. She recalls hearing children playing outside, the chiming of a clock, the purr of passing traffic, a distant train. But such clues are all too meager. Telephone messages regarding persons whose actions might be suspicious flood the Detective Bureau, and Chief Taylor's staff is kept busy running them down. Then, late in the day, an important piece of information comes to them.
Very well, ma'am. We'll have a man right out there. Yes. Thank you for calling.
pardon, Chief, but there's a young lady outside who's got a story I think you'd better hear.
What's it about?
Kidnapping.
Send her in.
Yes, sir. Will you step this way, please? Miss Smith, this is Chief Taylor.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Miss Smith? Won't you please be seated?
Oh, thank you.
Now, what can we do for you?
Well, I guess I should have reported it before this, but a man and a woman tried to kidnap me.
When was it?
Now, let me see. It was on January 27th.
I see. You mind telling us just how it happened?
Well, on the evening of the 27th, a man telephoned and said he was Mr. Johnson, one of my father's parishioners. Father's a minister, you know.
I see.
And this man said that one of Father's church pastors was planning a surprise party for Daddy. He wanted me to accompany him and his wife to the home of one of the church members and help plan the party.
Yes?
Well, I said I'd be glad to, and a while later he called for me. His wife was in the car. He introduced himself and his wife, and then just as I was getting into the car, well, it sounds kind of funny to say it now, but I noticed that his mustache was false and that it was slipping. So I pulled away from him and I ran back onto the porch, and the car drove away just as fast.
Well, what does this man look like?
Well, I really didn't get a very good look at him except to notice the mustache because...
Sounds like the same couple, Romero. And that would explain the ransom note which originally read, daughter.
That's right.
If this gang is that set on kidnapping, it won't be long before we have another mystery on our hands. We've just got to get them, that's all. Detective Bureau. Chief Taylor speaking. Yes? What's that number? Wait a minute. Where do I write that down? All right. We'll look into that. Thank you. It was a mail carrier. He suggested a house at this number on Montecito Drive might bear watching. Here's the number on it, Renato. You better hop out there and take a look at it.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Smith, if you kindly answer a few more questions regarding this attempted kidnapping, why...
Montecito Drive. What block is that on, Copytech? 1100 block. Hey, whoa, that was it. We just passed it. Pull up here. Dad, look. Montecito Drive winds up the hill. See, it switches back above us. Yeah. Don't you see right up there above us? That's the place where the ransom plant was. Say, sure it is. Well, the end of that cord comes within 50 yards of the back of that house. For the first time, Romero, we're getting warm. Let's get up there on that porch and see if we can do business. Keep ringing. I can see somebody moving around inside. Here they come.
What do you want?
We're investigating a kidnapping case.
I don't know anything about a kidnapping case.
Just a minute, if you don't mind. We'd like to come in and talk with you.
Well, all right. It won't do you any good, but you can come in.
Now, what's your name?
Georgia Price,
Age?
28.
How long have you lived here?
2 months.
And before that?
And Long Beach.
Can you give us the names of some Long Beach people who are acquainted with you?
What for?
So we can complete our report, Miss Hammer.
What's that?
I said Miss Hammer.
I told you my name is Price.
You live here alone?
Yes.
Well, then why is there mail here addressed to the Well of Pearl Hammer?
Why, I...
Never mind. Copytech, do you smell something familiar? Like, say, pipe tobacco smoke? Yeah, I believe I do. All right, come out of there, you. What's your name? Howard. W.D. Howard. You shouldn't smoke your pipe while your girlfriend here is entertaining the police. You take a lot for granted. Maybe?
You leave that purse alone.
Why? Oh, so you don't know anything about a kidnapping, huh? Well, how does it happen that you have Mrs. Mary Skeel's name, address, and telephone number written down here in your purse? And then right above it, Miss Isabel Smith. Now, you didn't do so good on that little job either, did you? Too bad your boyfriend here let his mustache slip. Quiet, you. The less talking you do now, the better for you. And here's a phone bill for a house on Buckeye Street in Pasadena. Made out to you. What's the meaning of that?
My mother used to own that house. I haven't been there for several months.
Still, the bill is dated January the 10th, 1935. Come on, get on your hats and coats. You're going to the police station. The house on Buckeye Street revealed damning evidence. The prune pits from Mrs. Keel's breakfast and the soup can from her lunch were found there. The typewriter, which was proved to have written the ransom note, was discovered in a trunk. Mrs. Keel, taken to the house and blindfolded, recognized the room where she was held captive by touching the furniture. Bit by bit, the case was built by the clever detective work of Chief Taylor's men. Howard arrogantly maintained his innocence until he was faced with his police record under his real name of E.M. Van Dorn, which showed he had served a term in San Quentin for forgery. Then he broke down and admitted his guilt, but pled for the freedom of Miss Hammer. The girl, faced with the confession of Van Dorn, alias Howard, also confessed. Later, at her trial, she pled insanity and attempted to back her plea by feigning madness in the courtroom. But the jury was unimpressed and found her guilty of kidnapping. Van Dorn pled guilty, and both of the culprits were sentenced to from 10 years to life. Van Dorn at San Quentin, Miss Hammer at the new prison for women at Tehachapi.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Hundreds of letters are received every day by the Rio Grande Oil Company from boys and girls who want to join Rio Grande's Junior Police Department. To these young people, Rio Grande has distributed several hundred thousand police badges, Sam Brown uniform belts and pistols, handcuffs, detective microscopes, and fingerprint outfits. 15 free gifts in all. Get the latest copy of the Calling All Cars News. It's free wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold, and read all about the Rio Grande Junior Police Department. And while you're in the Rio Grande station, check your oil. If you're due for a drain, we ask you to try Sinclair motor oil. The oil in Sinclair tamper-proof cans is millions of years old, yet it's the finest oil on the market, refined to meet the needs of the new high-compression motors. You'll find your motor is quieter with Sinclair motor oil, and your car runs smoother, faster, because all wax and useless petroleum jelly is removed to leave only pure oil that lasts longer and never fails to give perfect lubrication. Rio Grande guarantees you'll be satisfied with Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline motor oil.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 8 regarding the kidnapping. Speculative case now in custody. That's all. Rosenberg.
Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society, the confidence game.
There are many ways for a thief to steal.
There are many forms of larceny. They range from the simplest stick-up to the involved manipulations of a big-time swindle. This present war period has created a fertile field for the swindler. Increased salaries, increased employment set up a ready market for his get-rich-quick activities. On May 22nd, 1934, Congress, by passing the National Stolen Property Act, put into the hands of the FBI an effective weapon against confidence men. In spite of this, however, swindlers still pursue their losing game. Their drama is an old one, and it's worked with little variation. Its first act might begin as this one does, in the office of a respectable businessman. He is greeting a visitor.
Sit down, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, warm enough for you?
I should say so. Phew. You know, I thought they called this the Windy City. I haven't even felt a breeze since I've been here.
Well, why don't you take off your coat?
Well, sir, now, I don't mind if I do. There. Oh, I feel better already.
How long are you planning to be here in Chicago, Mr. Perry?
Just long enough to complete my business with you.
You mean you came here just for that?
Exactly.
Well...
As I told you in my letter, Mr. Mitchell, this is a really big proposition.
Yes, it must be. You're coming on here from New York.
Suppose I give you some of the details.
Yes, I wish you would.
Well, as you know, I'm the American representative of British Farm Equipment Limited.
Yes?
Our headquarters, of course, are in London.
Oh, I know the firm.
My principals asked me to contact you and find out just how much interest you might have in working along with us on a very ambitious post-war program.
Here in the States?
Yes. Confidentially, we plan to open a factory here as soon as possible.
I see.
And we'd like you to take charge of the plant.
Me? Me take charge?
That's right, sir.
But why should you be interested in me?
Well, we made a complete survey of all men in the farm equipment field. It should flatter you to know, Mr. Mitchell, that your name came out at the very top of the list.
You don't say.
So that's why I'm here.
Well, I certainly am flattered.
Now, I'm not authorized to close any deal with you. I merely came to sound you out and turn in a report.
Of course.
What can I tell the Home Office, Mr. Mitchell? Are you interested?
Yes, very interested.
Good. Sir Richard Barton, our financial director, is arriving in this country in the next few weeks.
Yes?
He'll undoubtedly want to get together with you. Can I cable and say that you're willing to talk to him?
Of course.
Thank you, sir. Well, this has been a very satisfying visit.
The first act in any swindle must sound completely authentic, must convince the victim, must stand up under any investigation he might make. The facts the confidence man gave regarding the farm equipment company were true, with only one exception. He did not represent the company. His victim naturally did not know this. So, several weeks later, in answer to a summons from the swindler, Mr. Mitchell traveled east to meet one Sir Richard Barton at a hotel in Newport, Rhode Island.
Some more bread, Sir Richard?
No, thank you.
And how about you, Mr. Mitchell?
I have some, thanks. What was I just talking about? The patent rights on that tractor, Sir Richard.
Oh, yes, of course. We have exclusive rights, you know. The tractors can be produced at an extremely low cost.
We can undercut the whole market.
You mean here in this country?
All over the world, Mr. Mitchell.
Where?
I can tell you confidentially that the British government is interested in our company to quite a large degree.
That we don't talk about, though.
Of course.
Frankly, that's the main reason for my visit to America.
Oh?
I have to contact your State Department on some corporation matters. I'm doing it through our own embassy.
I see.
I may have to ask you to come to Washington with me, Mr. Mitchell.
Why?
Because of your extensive knowledge of this type of manufacture. You might be called on for some off-the-record testimony.
Well, I'd like to help any way I can.
Bully for you. I had an idea that we
Say.
might... yes? What is it?
What's this?
What?
A wallet. I felt it with my foot. It was under the table. Is it yours, Sir Richard?
No, it's not mine.
Mr. Mitchell?
No, it doesn't belong to me.
Well, What do you think I should do?
Look inside, Perry. See if there's any identification.
Oh, well, I hate to.
Well, then, here, let me have it.
Yes, sir.
Probably dropped by whoever was dining here. Oh, I say. Look here.
What?
$1,000 bills.
Hey.
5 of them.
Golly.
Here's an identification card. Lee Jackson, Surf Hotel.
He's a guest here.
Evidently.
Pretty careless fellow.
I should say. It's fortunate for him that we were the ones who found it, eh?
Yes.
Perry, contact Mr. Jackson. After dinner, have him come to my suite, will you? Oh, answer that, will you, Perry?
Yes, sir.
Another drink, Mr. Mitchell? Not right now, thanks. Then I think I'll have one.
Yes?
My name is Jackson. Lee Jackson.
Oh.
You told me at the desk somebody up here found my wallet.
That's right. That's right. Come in.
Thanks.
This is the man who lost the wallet.
Oh, how are you, sir?
Okay.
You're Mr. Jackson?
That's right.
Well, I have your wallet here. I think for obvious reasons you should identify its contents.
Sure.
Will you check the items, Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
5 $1,000 bills. Some money order receipts. 3, I think.
That's right.
An Elks card and address book. 2 letters and a racetrack badge in my name. I think that's all.
Does that tally, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it does.
Very well. Let him have the wallet.
Thanks.
Well, you're a very fortunate man, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, I know it. I'd like to do something for all you.
Oh, that isn't necessary.
Look, take this grand and cut it up between you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jackson, but we're really not interested.
Definitely not. Right, Mr. Mitchell?
Of course.
Well, I got another idea.
Yes?
This you can't beef about.
Look,
I'm around racetracks, what you call a betting commissioner.
Yes?
I'll take this grand and put it on a horse for you. The right kind of a horse.
Please, Mr.
If
Jackson.
he wins, we cut up the profits. Now, what's wrong with that?
Well,
how about it?
What do you think, Sir Richard?
Oh, I suppose we have to make some compromise with Mr. Jackson.
And you, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, I have no objection.
Okay, gentlemen? It's a deal.
Act 2 of the swindle is always the build-up. The victim is let in on the ground floor, is given something for nothing, usually in great abundance. Mr. Jackson, the latest addition to the rapidly growing confidence ring, returned to the hotel suite the following evening. Returned with a $3,000 profit. His confederate suggested that the money be bet again. He agreed to this, and the second horse won, and the profit was $14,000. Another horse was played, and another, until at the end of 3 days, the trio had a profit of $120,000.
There's the figures, gentlemen.
It's amazing. Amazing.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Perry?
You've got me.
Mr. Mitchell?
120,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, indeed.
That's 30,000 apiece.
I know, Mr. Mitchell.
Can I put in my 2 cents worth?
Oh, by all means, Jackson. Please do.
These horses I've been playing weren't exactly stiffs. Naturally, I had to have information.
Of course.
And I can just about guarantee you that the information is going to continue.
Really?
I'm expecting a bookmaker up here. He'll have the payoff money with him. Meantime, do a little thinking for a minute and see whether you want to take one more stab.
Very well.
Look, I don't have to do any thinking. My mind is made up.
In which direction, Perry?
I'm for playing one more horse.
Well, that's very sporting. And by Jove, I think I'll string along.
Well, I still say 120,000 is a lot of money.
Oh, come now, Mr. Mitchell. After all, we're gambling with their money.
That's true.
Well, then, why hesitate?
Well, all right. I agree.
Capital. Capital.
That's probably the book.
Come in.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, come in, Frankie.
Okay.
This is Mr. Perry, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Barton,
How
Frankie
do?
Stevens.
How do you do?
Stevens?
We've been holding a stockholders meeting, Frankie.
Uh-huh.
We just about made up our minds to play 120 grand back with you.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, I come here to have a little talk with you about that 120.
Does this mean he's reneging?
Now, look, mister, I don't operate that way. I've got your dough right here in this little bag. But first, I got to find out something.
Well?
You guys have been getting a free ride.
How?
Suppose you had lost 120,000. Would I have collected? Well, would I?
Well, that's hardly the
It's
point.
very much the point, mister. In fact, that's the only way you're going to get your money.
What do you mean?
Show me 120,000, and I mean cash. Then I'll make my payoff.
Now, look, Frankie.
That's my deal, boys. Now get it up.
After the fourth member of the confidence ring, the bookmaker, had departed from the hotel suite, a conference was held. A conference which resulted in the victim, Mr. Mitchell, returning to Chicago accompanied by Perry to negotiate a loan to pay his share of the bookmaker's demands. Now the second act of the swindle has been completed. The victim is primed for the kill. Obtaining $30,000, $30,000 in cash, Mitchell and Perry return to Newport. Return to the Surf Hotel. Return for the final act.
Now, let me see. You've given me your 30,000, Perry.
That's right.
I have a draft here for 60,000, which was sent to me from New York. I'm putting up Mr. Jackson's share, you know.
Yes.
And you have your money, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, right here.
Splendid. Let me have it, please.
What for?
Perry has agreed to go to the bookmaker's establishment. He'll show him our capital and collect our profits.
Oh, very well.
What about the bet?
How's that?
I thought we agreed that we're going to take a stab at one more horse.
Oh, of course, Mr. Jackson. Of course. It completely slipped my mind.
Perry will still have to bring the dough to the book.
Well, how much are we betting?
Our winnings?
We don't touch any of this money that we're putting up. This credit money?
Of course not, Mr. Mitchell.
What's the horse, Jackson?
Oh, yeah, here. I wrote it out in a slip. You play him to place.
Is that for second?
Yes.
What's the name of the horse?
Why?
Well, shouldn't we know who we're betting on?
Do you know who we were betting on before? Do you know what horses put us 120 G's ahead?
No.
Jackson's right, Mr. Mitchell. He has more than established his honesty to date.
Let me have the money.
Very well. Here you are, Perry.
I'd better be getting over there.
We'll wait for you here. Good luck, old boy, and good hunting. Did they announce any results yet, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Are you sure you're tuned to the right station?
Yeah, we're getting any minute now.
You know, this is most exciting. Do you agree, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, a bit nerve-wracking, too.
Well, I always say a sporting chance is well...
For a race at Jamaica, off at 3:21.5. The winner, post 3, Sun Boy.
Is that our horse?
And second, post 11, Victory Ride.
That's us. That's our bet.
For show.
Well, we won?
Yes, sir. We picked him in the right slot, too. We played him to place.
Congratulations, Mr. Jackson. Congratulations.
This is wonderful.
Should pay better than 3 to 1.
Heavens. We've made a fortune. Come in. Perry, you're just in time.
We won, Mr. Perry. We won our bet.
On the level?
Yes.
The horse won?
No, ran second, but that's good enough for us.
Second?
Yep.
You mean it didn't win?
What's the difference? We still collect.
Oh, that's awful.
What's wrong?
Oh, I did a terrible thing, gentlemen.
How do you mean?
I bet on him to win.
You did what?
But I told you, Perry.
I know, but he was 10 to 1. I figured you've been lucky right along.
Perry, that's disgraceful.
Oh, yes, you haven't heard the whole story.
What do you mean by that?
I bet our credit money, too.
What?
Why, you...
I'll keep away.
Jackson, don't. Stop. Perry has a very bad heart. Jackson. Good heavens. Perry, are you all right?
He's unconscious.
Yes. Mr. Mitchell, get a doctor, please. There's one on the second floor.
Second floor?
Yes, hurry.
Very well.
All right, boys. Let's blow.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the confidence ring. We'll return to this case in just a moment. We Americans must think very highly of life insurance, because we buy more of it than all the rest of the world put together. 70% of the life insurance now in force on this globe is owned by citizens of the United States. All of which goes to prove that we Americans believe in self-help and self-reliance, believe in watching out for our futures, believe in educating our own children and in taking care of our families. Of the large number of Americans who feel that way, 3,200,000 have joined forces as members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Please take particular note of that word society in the Equitable's name. It means that the Equitable is not a profit-making enterprise, has no stockholders, is entirely owned by its members, that is to say, by its policyholders. Dollars entrusted to the Equitable Society to build security for its members are put to work in ways that benefit the whole country, or invested in homes, farming, and in scores of the key industries on which our national security and prosperity depend. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on the confidence ring.
The confidence game has an ancient and dishonorable history. Its existence can be traced back to the very beginning of time. Through the years, through the centuries, the pattern has varied, but one element has always remained: the gullible victim. Mr. Mitchell returned to the hotel suite in Newport, Rhode Island, to find that his erstwhile companions had left, had disappeared along with his $30,000. Stunned and bewildered, he returned to his home in Chicago. After a lapse of several days, after carefully thinking out his entire adventure, he decided to tell the whole story to agents of the FBI.
When I finally located the doctor, I brought him right to the suite. To my amazement, I discovered that everyone was gone.
Including the men who'd been assaulted.
Yes, sir.
What did you do then, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was too mixed up to do much of anything.
Did you inquire for them at the hotel desk, see if they'd checked out?
Eventually, yes. They hadn't paid their bills. They'd just left the suite and never returned.
I see.
I wound up paying for it myself.
Now, this money you gave them, the $30,000, what were the denominations of the bills?
20s, 50s, and 100s.
Did you by any chance keep a record of the serial numbers?
No, I regret to say I didn't. You see, at the time I just didn't suspect.
I understand.
How did this man who called himself Perry first contact you?
He wrote to me from New York.
Did you keep the letter by any chance?
Yes, I have it on file in my office.
We'd like to see it.
Surely.
How accurately do you think you could describe these men?
Oh, quite well. I'm sure of that.
Then suppose you give us the descriptions. We'll send them to Washington, have them checked in the general appearance file.
The general appearance file is an excellent example of FBI thoroughness. This file consists of photographs and descriptions of approximately 15,000 outstanding criminals. Special agents for the Identification Division checked this file for information on the confidence ring. They removed punch cards of all persons falling into the general classification of the descriptions furnished. They placed these cards in a sorting machine. A machine adjusted to sort and finally select by mechanical means cards bearing descriptions similar to those of the suspects. Within a short time, the machine had done its job. Photographs which bore the same numbers as the cards that had been mechanically selected were sent by airmail special delivery to the Chicago field office.
Can I see you for a minute, Russ?
Yes, come in, Lou.
Right. I've just been with Mr. Mitchell. Had him check over the photographs.
Any results?
Yes, he positively identified all four men.
Good.
He really was up against a pretty strong team. Yeah, take a look at them.
Very well.
The old boy there, the one who calls himself Sir Richard, is one George Willis, an English confidence man.
I see.
The rest of the gang all have quite impressive records, too.
I received a report from the Providence office this morning. The agents did a check at the Newport Hotel.
They uncover anything?
No, there was no indication as to where the gang had gone.
Well, how about Scotland Yard?
We heard from them late yesterday afternoon. British Farm Equipment Limited is a legitimate company.
How about Sir Richard Barton?
Oh, he was financial director of the company, but he died in 1940.
This gang stayed reasonably close to the facts.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Mitchell gave me that letter he received from the man who called himself Perry.
May I see it?
Surely. Here you are.
Thanks.
Take a look at the letterhead.
British Farm Equipment Limited.
I doubt that it's genuine.
New York address.
Probably a vacant lot.
Yes, but the letter was mailed from New York.
I know.
If this stationery is faked, it might have been printed there, too.
Hey, you're right.
Let's send it on to the New York office and find out.
A slender lead, a letterhead. A letterhead that might have been set up in any print shop in the country. But the letter had been mailed from New York, so agents in that city were given the assignment of checking with every print and stationery shop in the 5 boroughs. It was a slow job, a tedious job, a seemingly endless job, but a job that finally brought results.
Lou,
Yes, Russ.
a teletype just came in from New York.
Oh, on the Mitchell case?
Yes.
What's the story?
That letterhead really paid off.
How do you mean?
Well, first of all, they checked the address. You were right on that. It was a vacant lot.
Well, that figured.
But checking on the print shops really uncovered something.
They picked the men up?
No, it wasn't that strong. But they did find the printer who'd done the job. He said it was for a man named Phil Renville. He lived in a midtown hotel.
I see.
The agents went to the hotel, contacted the manager, and found that Renville had checked out just this morning.
What a break.
Judging by his description, Renville is really Mr. Perry. The hotel manager also revealed that 3 other men had shared a suite with him.
Then they're all still together?
It would appear that way, yes.
Any idea where they went?
I believe we have.
Good.
The hotel manager recalled that Renville had done some business with the transportation desk. So the agent checked there and found that Renville had bought 4 railroad tickets.
Well, we'd better have that train covered.
We don't have to.
Why not?
We're going to cover it ourselves.
What?
Sir Richard and company are aboard the 20th Century. They're due in Chicago here tomorrow morning. It feels good to stretch the legs again, eh, boys?
Yeah.
Frankie, you look as if you're still asleep.
I am. This early morning deal was murder.
How long a wait do we have between trains?
A couple hours.
Shall we take a stroll about town?
We'd better get over to the other station first.
Other station?
That's where the chief leaves from.
Oh.
We ought to get our bags over there.
Very well.
Mr. Perry?
Huh?
Mr. Perry?
It's the Umpche.
Good heavens.
Hello there, Mr. Perry. Sir Richard.
Greetings, old boy. Mr. Mitchell. Well, this is a 10 strike. You've no idea how worried we've been about you.
About me?
Yes. What in the world ever happened to you?
Whatever happened to my $30,000?
Oh, you already know that.
I mean, what really happened to it?
Look, Sir Richard.
Yes?
We're wasting time.
Of course.
We have to make that train.
I think you should answer Mr. Mitchell's question, gentlemen.
Who are you, sir?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Just stay together, all of you.
May I ask a question?
Yes? What is it?
Where can we dispose of 4 tickets on the cheap?
The Swindler's drama is an old one, and it's worked with little variation. It's 3 acts of the meeting, the build-up, and the payoff. But since 1934, since the passage of the National Stolen Property Act, the FBI has been able to add a convincing finish. A finish that was not in the Swindler's script. This finish is apprehension and arrest. Confidence men, as well as all criminals, are a blot on the American way of life. Special agents of the FBI will continue to ferret out these individuals, and with cooperation of the public and law enforcement agencies, bring them to justice.
You'll hear the disposition of tonight's case in just a moment. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to a man so familiar to you that you tend to forget how important his wartime services are. A salute to the hard-working merchant who runs your corner store. Yes, your butcher, grocer, druggist, and the other small but important businessmen on America's main streets deserve an overwhelming vote of thanks. In spite of shortages, point rationing, and manpower difficulties, they're still doing business at the same old stand, still proving that in a land of opportunity, the right kind of men can always get ahead. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is proud of its many associations with these typically American institutions. And we firmly believe that the millions of dollars of Equitable Society funds that help finance business may truly be called investments in victory, just as are the other Equitable millions that have gone into war bonds and war industries. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
In tonight's case, a federal grand jury convening in Boston indicted Barton, Perry, Jackson, and Stevens. They were tried, found guilty, and sentenced to 8 years in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. This is Infantry Day, a day dedicated to the doughboy, the foot slogger, the indispensable soldier who storms enemy beaches, knocks out pillboxes, meets the foe face to face and hand to hand. No war was ever won without infantry, and no infantry ever surpassed the heroic American troops we honor now. But remember, they can't reload their weapons with words of praise. So be practical about Infantry Day. Cheer G.I. Joe and his leaders by giving them ample material aid for the tremendous task ahead. On Infantry Day and every day, buy war bonds in the 7th War Loan Drive.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The challenge of the Yukon.
On, King! On, you husky!
King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. On the trail from Stovepipe, a group of high rocks concealed the entrance to a deep cave.
Ho! Ho, you Malamutes!
Well, after we get these furs into the cave, I'll shove back to the city.
Yeah. The boss will send someone along to pick 'em up.
Well, it's a quicker way to get rich than working with a pick.
Listen, I seen more gold in these last 2 years than a miner sweating over his claim. None of that stuff for me.
Yep. Slim pays off all right, but it'd be a bad man to cross.
There's only one answer to that one, Brant. You're smart. You don't cross him.
Yep. Remember what happened to Lefty?
I never did hear that story straight.
Got some more furs in the sled. Here.
Last I heard was he got hung for Pop Johnston's murder.
Lefty didn't have no more to do with Pop Johnston's murder than you had.
Huh? Here, you dropped the beaver pelt.
Yeah, put it on top.
This is the last of the batch.
No, sir. All anybody knows, Lefty thought he was getting too big for the gang.
Yeah?
He was all set to strike out on his own, pull a couple of jobs, and leave the Yukon.
What happened?
All I know is the Mountie got him for murder, and he swung a week later. Slim heard he was aiming to talk.
How come he got hung so soon after he was caught?
Yeah, that's the funny part of it. 2 or 3 hours after someone brought Slim the news that Lefty was going to rat on him to save his hide, Lefty was found in his cell.
Hanging?
Nobody knows to this day how it happened. Not even the Mountie that put the handcuffs on him. And nobody had the keys to the Huska.
They had to get in some way.
The only one's got the answer to that is Slim. And he don't say much.
Yeah, right there. Well, our job's done.
Yeah. I'll ride back to Stovepipe. You stay here till one of the boys comes to pick up his load.
You ought to be along, son.
Won't have long to wait.
I'll get some... Hey.
What's wrong?
Look. Out there on the trail.
Might be one of the boys.
Not riding that trail, it ain't. Be coming from the north if it was.
I better get out of here.
Wait a minute. Maybe we can get behind these rocks. It's a Mountie.
He must have followed the tracks. Get your gun, Mac.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
And let him have it.
Take a run for the rocks, King.
He spotted us.
That was too close.
I'm going to make a break for it.
Hey, what do you mean? How am I going to...
I'll get the Slim. He'll take care of you. Cover me, do you hear? Watch you, mother.
Oh!
Come on, King.
You're under arrest. I'm hurt. My shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. No, that's not a bad wound. King, bring me my kit.
Where are you taking me, Monty?
That's it, fella. All right, back to Stovepipe. As soon as we get this fixed up. And I want to look inside that cave.
No.
Easy there. And I wouldn't reach for that gun. King's keeping a close eye on him. Now?
Say, I'll go along, peaceable.
Sorry. Now, King, you watch him while I go inside the cave.
You won't be calling the cards alone, Monty.
Is this your hideout?
With all the answers you got, how come that one ain't in your book?
His partner wouldn't have hit the trail so quickly. Wow. Stolen pelts. Every last one of them. Marked with a K. And these are Dan Kelly skins. They must have just stored them here.
Stovepipe boasted one of the few newspapers in the North. Edited by Jim Armstrong, the language of its editorials was often more strong than correct, but it was geared to the needs of the men who read it, and crusaded always for law, order, and justice in the Yukon. Sergeant Preston and his prisoner rode into Stovepipe just as oil lamps were being lighted.
Ho, King! Ho, you husband! All right, Mac, come on.
What's your hurry, Monty?
I want to ask you some questions.
Questions usually gotta have answers.
Hi there, Sergeant Preston.
Hello, Jim. How's everything at the Clarion?
Quiet. Too quiet. Well, who's your prisoner?
Mac Wiley.
Yeah? What are you jailing him for?
Stealing furs.
Yeah, stealing furs, huh? Whose?
Dan Kelly's, as far as I know now. All right, in there, Mac.
You can take these handcuffs off now, can't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
Say, you sounded like you thought there was more behind this than meets the eye, Sergeant.
Yes, I think there is.
Yeah, mind if I stay around a while?
Always the newspaper man, huh, Jim?
Shucks, gotta print something or the boys will run me out of town.
No chance of them running you out of town. But stay if you like. You might find it interesting.
I wouldn't count on that, Monty.
Say.
I ain't answering any questions, see? You can keep me locked up here for any charges you think of.
You mean you'll serve a jail sentence before you... This don't make sense.
Maybe it does make sense. What are you afraid of? Your partner won't be able to get you out.
I ain't talking.
It might go easier with you.
Listen, I ain't signing my own death warrant. What kind of a fool do you think I am? Think I want to be found hanging from the ceiling in the morning? Not me.
Hanging from the...
You heard me. Go on. Ask me anything you want. If you like talking to yourself.
Do you mean Lefty Watson? Well, that looked like suicide.
You Monties ain't so smart. Lefty committing suicide. That's a laugh. The boss got... I ain't saying anymore.
Who is the boss?
No one could have hung Lefty.
All night long, Preston and Jim Armstrong fired questions at the outlaw. But after his one slip, mentioning the boss, Mac refused to say more. As the hours wore on, the light flickered on his tired, lined face, but his resolution was not to be shaken. A few hours before daybreak, the sergeant and Jim left him.
I'd say that was a mighty scared man.
Yes, indeed. Boss. You know, Jim, I have a hunch this is the gang behind most of the robberies in this part of the North.
Robberies and murders. They've been stealing gold and furs for a long time now. If we could get Wiley to tell us what he knows...
There might be a way to reach him.
What do you mean?
Listen, Jim. Do just as I tell you.
The next morning, as Sergeant Preston sat behind his desk in the jail...
Well, you're up early, Jim.
Yeah, had to get the paper out. Brought you over a copy.
Oh, thanks. I'm releasing my prisoner this morning.
Releasing him?
Yes, lack of evidence. All right, Mac.
You mean I'm free?
Yes. But let me give you one tip. If I catch up with you again, you'll stay behind bars a long time.
Well, so long, Mr. Editor.
Oh, we'll be seeing more of each other. You see the clearing yet?
I never read any papers. Besides, I'm in a hurry.
You made the news this time.
Yeah, well, you... What?
Sure. Read it.
Captured by Sergeant Preston, Mac Wiley told this writer and the sergeant of the leader of a gang... Hey.
Makes good news, don't it?
I didn't say anything
Well,
like...
if I told him the truth, wouldn't be nothing exciting there. I'll say he escaped from jail in the next one.
Hey, Monty, you can't let him do this to me.
Jim prints what he wants to.
Sure. Ain't you ever heard of freedom of the press? No, I guess you wouldn't have.
I didn't talk. I didn't. Now this says I did. They won't believe me. I won't have a chance, I tell you.
You're a free man. Go on out and square it with your gang yourself.
No, I can't. They'd shoot me on sight. Monty, lock me up.
Lock you up? Mac, I just told you. You're free.
Yeah, I know. But you gotta lock me up. I tell you, they'll kill me if you don't. They might even... I'm done for, I guess. That's all your fault. You done this.
Now, wait a minute. There might be a way out of this for you.
What?
Give me the names of the men in the gang. I can almost call their list of crimes. But I need your help, Mac. And captured, they can't do you any harm.
Captured? You'd like that, wouldn't you, Monty? A nice feather in your hat. Besides, they'd get me anyway.
Well, if that's the way you want it.
I don't want it anyway. You got me into this, Preston. You got to help me out.
I can't do anything, Mac. Without evidence, my hands are tied.
How fast will that paper get around?
Oh, don't have enough copies for everybody. One man passes his along to the next fellow.
What if I give you the evidence you want?
If you do that, the whole gang will be behind bars by sundown.
Well, I guess there ain't anything else to do. One way or the other, I can't win. You'll find Slim at the cabin, 3 miles west of Skeleton Creek.
Following Mac's directions, Sergeant Preston and Jim headed for the hideout, the great dog King breaking tracks through the snow. With the advantage of surprise, they prepared to take a stand against 6 desperate men. The sun had already gone down behind a line of somber pine trees as the Mountie pulled his sled into the protection of a group of rocks.
We'll leave the dogs here, huh?
I think if we go from here on snowshoes, it'll be better.
You're right. You suppose they got someone on guard?
Hard to tell from here. All I can make out is a cabin. But by keeping in the shadow of those pine trees, we should be safe enough. All right, King, old boy. Come on.
What now?
To the back of the cabin. Mac said there's a door there.
What if he was lying? The varmint might have
We've
been
come
telling
this far, Jim.
And so to the back of the small cabin the 2 men crept. The great dog King soundlessly hugging his master's footsteps, every muscle tense, ready for the conflict to come. The outlaws, feeling secure, had long since forgotten to bolt the wood door the 2 men now silently faced. The Mountie pushed it quietly, and to Jim's astonishment it swung on its hinges. They entered a darkened room, shutting the door behind them.
They're all in the next room. They ain't...
What's that? Who's that room?
Better come in with your hands up, whoever you are.
We're coming in, all right, but not with our hands up. There, that's 2 out. Got him, King.
Get away from me, Get away!
All right, King. Good work, fella. Better handcuff the lot of them, Jim.
You ain't got nothing on us.
That's right.
That's wrong. I've got all the evidence against you I need, Slim.
Yeah?
Yes. We persuaded Mac Wiley to give us a few details we didn't have.
Mac? Wait till the boys see the paper I roll out when we get back to Stovepipe. I gotta hand it to you, Sergeant. It was a mighty smart trick faking that copy of the Clarion.
Without you and King here to help, these boys might still be free, Jim. All right. You might tell your men, Slim, that they have a long trip in front of them. A one-way trip.
You heard the Sergeant. Get going.
Yes, King. The case is closed.
Upholding the motto of the Northwest Mounted Police, Sergeant Preston and the great dog King maintain the right and get their man. Don't miss their next thrilling adventure when they meet the challenge of the Yukon once again on Saturday at 6:30.
On King! On you husky!
Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Stole your what? Your safe? Well, where is this? Where on Lexington? What is it, a store?
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through.
When did you discover?
You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, the officers will be right over there. That's right. Just stay there. The officers will be right there. Yeah, right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 100 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. Tours vary like the weather. Some are calm, 8 hours with hardly a murmur in the precinct. Others are stormy. The switchboard hums continuously, and the sector cars hurry from one run to another. This tour was a stormy one. When I came on the job at 7:30 a.m., a 3-alarm fire in an old brewery near the East River had just been brought under control. 2 city firemen had been overcome and taken to Metropolitan Hospital. At 8:16 a.m., a bus and a taxicab collided on 2nd Avenue. The driver of the cab and his 2 passengers were injured. Shortly after 9 o'clock, there was a call that a paint store on Lexington Avenue had been burglarized during the night. I was still at the scene of the accident when Patrolman Farrell, my operator, rang into TS from a call box and informed me of the burglary. We made the run to Lexington Avenue. The men from Sector 4 and Sergeant Burns were already on the job. Farrell parked between their cars in front of the paint store. You stay with the car, Farrell.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Well, what do we got, Ross?
Safe job, sir.
Yeah?
Yes, they hauled it away. They just rolled it out the front door and carried it away.
All right.
Oh, watch the door, Captain. That's the way they got in and out.
Okay.
Sergeant Burns says the detectives might want to try it for fingerprints.
All right, stay on the job here. Keep the sidewalk clear.
Yes, sir.
What time do you usually open the store, Mr. Heelis?
The same time, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock every day.
Hello, Sergeant. Captain. Mr. Heelis, this is Captain Kennelly. How are you?
Some mess to come to work to. Some mess.
Mr. Heelis is the proprietor, Captain, Mr. George Heelis. He opened up this morning and found the place had been burglarized during the night.
The whole safe they took. The whole safe. Well, you'd think the safe would be safe. The whole thing.
Did you notify the detective, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I rang in as soon as I saw what it was.
T.S. called upstairs to Vitale, who was catching. He notified the safe and lock squad. He's on the way over here himself. Well, where was the safe?
Right back here, Captain. Right back here in plain view, with a light on it. I always make a practice to leave a light on it. Yeah, right here, in between brushes and wallpaper.
What kind of safe was it, Mr. Heelis?
A black one.
No, I mean, do you know the name of the manufacturer and the style number?
Oh, well, tell you the truth, no.
Well, when did you buy it?
Well, let's see. I had it when I removed to this location. Had it about a year then. I've been here 9 years, so I got the safe about 10.
It's important that the detectives have a description of the safe. Don't you have the manufacturer's name and the model number written down someplace?
Well, yes, to tell you the truth, I think I do. I think I got the original invoice from when I bought it.
Well, good. That's all they'll need. Where is this invoice?
In the safe.
That figures. How was the entry made, Sergeant?
The street door was jimmied, sir. It was a neat job. They got a bar in between the door and the frame and just snapped off the latch.
Yeah.
Now, when I walked up to the door, I could see something was screwy, Captain. I just touched it and it opened.
The lock was broken off.
Listen, I got my insurance policies in the safe, too. How does that make me stand uninsured?
Well, you don't need your policy. Just get in touch with your broker. Do you have any cash in the safe?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's why I keep the safe primarily.
How much?
Oh, $600-700.
Your receipts from yesterday?
Well, most of it. $450 is the receipt from yesterday. The rest is extra cash I keep around.
Why?
Why? Tell you the truth, Captain. It's a couple of $100 I had. I didn't want my wife to know about. You know, mad money. She knows everything I'm doing, how much I got in the bank down to the last nickel. You see, I'm the president, and she's secretary and treasurer of this little corporation we got here, Heelis Paints Incorporated. And she takes her job seriously, and I figured I'm entitled to a couple $100 she don't know anything about. What is it, $600 or $700? I've got to have them definite for a report. Well, between, I don't know. I have to check the register and so forth.
Well, what else did you have in there, Mr. Heelis?
Oh, a couple of dollars in stamps. Oh, for crying out loud. My war bonds. My war bonds was in there.
Well, you won't lose anything there. You have a record of the serial numbers.
Oh, yeah. Also in the safe.
Well, you sure had a lot of faith in that safe, Mr. Heelis.
Well, who would have thought, you know? Listen, the government will make good on those, won't they? That's my hard-earned money in those bonds. What happened?
Well, you better get in touch with the Treasury Department as soon as you can, Mr. Heelis.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
As a matter of fact, we'll notify them ourselves.
Anything else from there, Mr. Heelis? My accounts receivable. Listen, how much chance is there of getting them back? I mean the bonds and the accounts receivable. I don't care about the cash. You know, this could develop into an expensive proposition. Treasury might give me a hard time, and without the accounts receivable, well, to tell you the truth, I'm a dead duck. Accounts payable, who cares? The people I owe, if I don't pay them, they'll let me know. But the people that owe me aren't going to come around here and volunteer the money. No, sirree. You think I can get it back, Captain, the contents? Besides the cash, I mean?
You probably will, Mr. Heelis. All they want is the cash. Your ledgers and war bonds won't do them any good.
Oh, that's good news if it only comes true.
What'd they do, Sergeant? Roll it along here?
Yes, sir. You can see the tracks. Right down here and out the door.
Must have had a pickup truck or a car waiting.
A car? Well, they couldn't get that safe into a car. You know how big that safe is? Why, it comes up to here. I mean, up to here. Well, there must have been 9 guys to move it. Look, I haven't had it out of that corner for 2 years. It was so heavy. Look at the dust back there.
Are you in the store all alone, Mr. Heelis?
That's right, all alone. Oh, except on Saturdays. My wife comes down to give me a hand and work on the books. You know, she's got a job downtown on Wall Street. On Saturdays, she comes to help me out.
Mm-hmm. Have you always been alone in the store?
Well, yeah, for the last 3 or 4 years. I used to have help, but it got more than the traffic could bear. I couldn't keep them. I always had their problems, plus my own. I figured it didn't pay. 12 guys there must have been to roll that safe out of here. Believe me, it was this big, and heavy. Now, who could that be on the phone? It's a fine time to call.
You better answer it, Mr. Heelis.
Well, it's a fine time for business as usual.
Go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me.
Some deal, huh, Captain? It is some deal. I had to jimmy the door. They had to roll the safe out here across the sidewalk and onto the truck. Why was the patrolman on post? Beats me, Captain.
Hello, Hillis Street.
What time do you think they broke in, Sergeant?
Oh.
Closed the store at 6 o'clock. Didn't open up until 9 this morning. It could have been any time in between.
All right.
Sergeant, send forthwith to the men who were on post here for the night tour and for the late tour. I want them both in my office by noon.
Yes, sir.
I want to know why they didn't see this burglary in progress, or at least discover that the door was jimmy.
Hey, listen, Captain, that telephone's for you.
For me?
Yeah, I answered it, and somebody says, who's the cop in charge there? It was some dame. And I said, there's a captain here. And she said, let me talk to the captain.
All right, where is it?
Yeah, back down the counter, right next to the cash register.
Okay. You don't need all those men here, Sergeant. Get some of them back on patrol.
Yes, sir.
All right. Captain Kennelly. Are you in charge of the cops there? Who is this?
Well, that's not important now, Captain.
And if you want to talk to me, it's important.
Well, look, if you really want to know who it is, I'm the guy that got the safe from there.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so. I want to make you a little proposition.
Well, I don't know whether I want to talk about a proposition with you.
Well, whatever we talk about, let's make it fast. I don't want to give you a chance to find out where I'm calling from.
All right, I'll make it fast. What do you want?
I want the combination.
You don't want much, do you?
Look, we've been trying to get into that thing all night. We've been trying to rip it. We've been using a torch on it. All we want's the dough, that's all.
Well, that's very nice of you.
The deal is you give it the combination. I know he's got a lot of other stuff in there he wants besides the money, but that's all I want, the money.
Well, what's your proposition?
Give it the combination, we'll leave the stuff where it can be picked up without getting hurt. We'll leave the whole safe.
And if you don't get it?
If we don't get it, the safe winds up the bottom of the river, and Heelis never sees anything else he's got in there. That's fair, isn't it? How fair can you get?
All right, just hold the phone a minute.
No, I don't
Talk
hold
it
the
over
phone. I'll call you back. Captain who?
Captain Kennelly, 21st Precinct.
I'll call you back there.
Hello. Hello. What's the trouble, Captain? That was the burglar.
The burglar? Did you say that was the burglar on the phone?
Well, that's who he said he was.
Well, what does he want?
He wants the combination to the safe.
Well, that's a lot of nerve. What does he think he is?
He can't get it open. He said if he gets the combination, you'll recover everything else in the safe except the money. All he wants is the money. If he doesn't get it, the whole thing goes to the bottom of the river.
You mean I could get my accounts receivable and my war bonds back?
Well, that's what he said.
Well, who cares about the money? I'm covered with insurance for that. I'll go along with him. I'm inclined to do that.
Well, I don't know whether I am, Mr. Heeler.
Now, look, whose stuff is it? I got a lot to lose.
We'll talk it over with the detectives. We'll see what they want to do about it. I've been a long time in this job, Captain. I never heard of anything like this before. You learn something new every day, Sergeant. Every day in the year. Within a few minutes, detectives of both the 21st Squad and the Safe Loft and Truck Squad, the central office specialists who handle safe burglaries on a citywide basis, arrived at the scene. Sergeant Burns gave them such information as he had collected, and I told them of the phone call from the man who purported to be one of the burglars. The detectives took over the investigation, and Sergeant Burns instructed his men to resume patrol. I returned to the precinct house. Lieutenant Gorman told me he had sent forthwith to the homes of Patrolman Coley and White. These were the men who were on post number 6, which included the burglarized paint store during the preceding night and late tours. Both men were en route from their homes. I went into my office to read and sign reports and communications which had accumulated since I was on duty previously. At 20 minutes after 10, I had almost finished with the paperwork when I looked up and saw Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, and another man standing in the door. You got a minute, Captain?
Yeah, sure, Matt. Come in.
How are you, Captain?
Fine, man.
This is Detective Andy Sawyer of the Safe and Loft Squad.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Sawyer.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. Matt, sit down.
Thanks, Captain.
Pull that chair over.
Well, it was an odd one this morning, wasn't it, Captain?
Yeah, it sure was. How do you figure it, Sawyer? You fellows ever heard anything like that before?
No, sir. Neither of us. Guy must be a psycho trying to swing a deal like that.
Well, he didn't sound much like a psycho over the phone, Matt. How have you fellows got it figured? Well, there are a couple of things, Captain. One, Mr. Healer said it was a woman on the phone when he answered. You picked it up. It was a man.
Yeah, that's right.
Two, from the description Healer gave us of the box, it sounds like a certified 600. Now, a safe man who really knows his business wouldn't find much trouble getting into a box like that. He'd try ripping it. And if that didn't work, he'd use a cutting torch and get inside of it that way, especially since they carried it off and can work on it at their leisure. They aren't red-hot ironmen, that's for sure. Whoever they are, I don't think they've been long on trade.
Well, how many do you think there were?
Well, the box weighs 600 pounds. There must have been at least 3 of them, maybe 4.
And what about the girl on the phone?
I don't know, Captain.
You know, I've got an idea about that.
Yes, sir?
Well, if this burglar was going to put the proposition to someone, who'd be the logical person? Not the cops on the job.
That's right. The logical one would have been Helis.
I don't think he wanted to talk to Helis. That's why he had the girl put in the call.
You mean Helis might have recognized his voice?
He might have.
Yes, sir, that's a good possibility. But why the girl? There must have been at least 2 other men on the deal. Why the girl?
Well, I don't know. Any number of reasons.
Andy, do you think we ought to check out some of the people Helis knows? That's a good idea, Lieutenant.
He said he used to have help in the store, but not anymore. How about his former employees?
Yes, sir, it might be something there. Are you going to be around here all day?
Well, I was going out on patrol again this afternoon, that's all. Why?
Well, we figured this guy might call back here to see if the deal will go through.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, because we've got the switchboard here. I'll be right out there. I'll keep one line open to the telephone company to get the location of the phone he's calling from. I'll have CB keep up a direct connection to the radio dispatcher. As soon as we can get the location, he'll have a car right over there.
He won't stay on the phone long enough. He wouldn't this morning. He knows now that we're looking for his call.
He's got to stay on long enough for you to give him the combination.
Well, then, you want to go along with him?
Yes, sir, we might as well. If it doesn't work and we don't get him, maybe at least Helis will get his property back. That's what he's most worried about anyway. Yeah, we'll be out at the board and start to work on every call that comes through to you, Captain, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's all right.
If you'll take just a few seconds longer to get to the phone than you normally do, we might have a chance.
If he calls again.
Well, Captain, he's got the safe. We've got the combination. If he had moxie enough to carry that safe out across the sidewalk, he's got enough to make another telephone call.
Squad stationed himself next to the telephone switchboard, ready to use another line to trace any subsequent call from the safe burglar. He got head starts on 2 callers who asked for me, but both of them turned out to be ordinary police business. At 11 o'clock, Patrolman Coley, who had worked the 4 p.m. to midnight tour on the post where the safe burglary occurred, came into the precinct house as ordered. I questioned him thoroughly regarding his activities on post during the previous night. At the end of the interview, I was convinced that the burglary had not occurred through his negligence. Patrolman Coley was allowed to return to his home. By 11:35, the safe burglar had still not been heard from again. I finished my paperwork and started out of the office and into the muster room when I saw Patrolman White, dressed in civilian clothes, standing at the desk talking to Lieutenant Gorman. He saw me and crossed the muster room.
Excuse me, Captain.
Hello, White.
I got a forthwith to appear at the precinct house, Captain. Lieutenant Gorman said you put out the order.
That's right. Come inside.
Yes, sir.
You were assigned to post number 6 from midnight to 8 a.m.?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Are you familiar with the paint store on Lexington Avenue run by Mr. George Helis?
Yes, sir, that's on post number 6.
Did you have occasion to notice anything unusual at that paint store during your tour of duty?
No, sir.
Did you try the front door at all during your tour?
Yes, sir, I did on my first time around.
You saw nothing unusual during the balance of your tour?
No, sir.
Did you notice any truck parked on your post?
No, sir.
Sometime during the night, burglars jimmied the front door, got into the store, and rolled out a 600-pound safe. They rolled it out the front door, across the sidewalk, onto a truck. Where were you?
I didn't see them, Captain.
I know you didn't see them. I'm trying to find out why.
Yes, sir.
After your first time around, didn't you try the door again during the course of your tour?
No, sir.
Why not? Can you explain why you didn't?
Yes, sir.
Well, go ahead. Explain. That's what I'm waiting for.
Well, sir, a little after 1 o'clock, there was some trouble over in a bar on 3rd Avenue.
What kind of trouble?
2 of the patrons got into a fight, Captain. One of them hit the other over the head with a beer bottle. This man was hurt pretty bad. I had to go to the hospital with him.
Oh. What time did you get back on post?
At 2:23, Captain.
Well, did you start around again?
Yes, sir.
Did you try any front doors?
I started to, Captain, but it was along about that time that the alarm hit for this fire in the old brewery on the river.
Yes?
Well, Sergeant Collins drove by, sir. He instructed me to leave my post and go over to York Avenue.
What did you do there?
The fireman had a hose line struggling across York Avenue. There was about 30 pieces of apparatus there. I was instructed to reroute traffic onto 1st and 2nd.
Well, how long did you stay there?
Until I was relieved, Captain.
What time was that? 20 minutes after 8 o'clock this morning, Captain. I came to the station house and changed to my civilian clothes, sir. Then I went home and went to bed. And that's where I was when I got the forthwith.
Okay, White. You can go on back to bed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain.
Oh, White.
Yes, sir, Captain.
How long you been in the job, White?
I'm 4 months out of the academy, Captain.
Do you know what Rule 107 is of the rules and regulations?
I think so, sir.
Well, what is it?
Charges will be preferred against any patrolman who shall, through neglect of duty, fail to discover, report, and take appropriate action in connection with any act or conditions on his post requiring police attention during his tour of duty.
Good. Don't forget it.
No, sir, I won't.
Okay. Go on home.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain.
Leave the door open. Captain Kennelly.
Sawyer, Captain, there's a call coming through for you. I think it's our boy.
Oh, all right.
If you'll hang up, sir, let it ring 3 or 4 times.
All right. Captain Kennelly.
You know who this is, Captain?
Yes, I think so.
What about the deal? You ready to go through with it?
Yes, we'll go through with it.
All right, what's the combination?
Now, wait a minute. First, I want your assurances that you're not going to throw that safe in the river. The man wants his property back.
You'll get it back.
Well, I just wanted to make
Listen,
sure.
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to stall for time. I'm not going to stay on this line long enough for you to trace the call. Believe me, now I'm not. What's the combination?
Well, just a second. Let me find it.
Well, don't take more than a second. I'm telling you, don't take more than a second.
All right, I'm getting it.
What is it?
Just a second.
I'm telling you.
All right, here it is.
What?
It's 2 full turns to the right.
2 full turns to the right. Write that down, honey.
Stop at 71.
Stop at 71.
Back left past 71 and stop at 6.
Back left past 71 and stop at 6. 6. Then what?
Look, you're going to keep your promise, aren't you?
I'll keep my promise if you keep yours. What's the rest of the combination? I haven't got all day here. I know what you're trying to do.
Well, then right to 98.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Bye.
I think we've got a chance, Captain. Well, I couldn't keep him on the phone any longer, Sawyer. He knew what we were up to.
We made it, Captain.
Good. That girl was with him again. Apparently she was standing alongside of him, taking down the combination as he repeated it back.
It was from a pay station.
Ah, that figures.
Drugstore on Astoria Boulevard. A car from the 114th Precinct's on the way.
Well, that's fine. Maybe they'll make it.
I'll call the squad out there and ask him to take a look, too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it from the board.
Oh, excuse me, Lieutenant.
That's all right. Go ahead. We got the call, Lieutenant. Did you talk to him, Captain?
Yeah, I gave them the combination. They traced it to a pay station and a drugstore on Astoria Boulevard.
Yeah, he's probably gone by now.
Yeah, a car is on the way, and Sawyer's calling out the 114th squad and have them go take a look, too.
Astoria, huh?
Ah, that's right.
You know something, Captain? I've had Vitale and Novak over there talking to that Mr. Hewitt for the better part of the morning.
Yeah.
We've been going on the possibility that maybe your suggestion is correct. The man didn't want to talk to Mr. Hewitt on the phone because he might recognize the voice. We asked him all about former employees and friends and relatives, anybody that he knew that was familiar with the store or worked there.
Oh, did you get anywhere?
No place much, but one thing came out.
What's that?
Hewitt's wife has a brother who's been in a little trouble.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, he did one bit for grand larceny. He's been out for 2.5, 3 years. Hasn't gotten jammed up again since.
Mm-hmm.
Hewitt said his brother-in-law used to clerk at the store on Saturdays once in a while. You know, just help him out a little bit.
Yeah.
Said he wasn't much account as a clerk. Didn't know varnish from enamel. Said he hasn't seen his brother-in-law in about 7 or 8 months. Doesn't think his wife has either.
Well, that's nothing in itself, is it?
Hewitt would know his brother-in-law's voice over the telephone.
Yeah.
And his brother-in-law might think that Hewitt is a pretty good mark.
Well, it's a possibility, but you still don't have much, man.
Do you know where he lives, the brother-in-law?
Where?
Astoria.
Well, I guess you want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. I guess we do.
In another minute or so, Detective Sawyer came into my office and told me that he had spoken to the acting lieutenant in command of the 114th Squad. 2 detectives from there were en route to the drugstore on Astoria Boulevard to see if they could locate the caller. It was determined that Detective Sawyer, accompanied by Detective Vitale of the 21st Squad, would go to Astoria and talk to the brother-in-law of the victim, Lee Goring.
The fact that the brother-in-law lived in Astoria and had a criminal record was considered more than a coincidence. After they left my office, I turned my attention to other business at the precinct. At 1 p.m., I went on patrol and returned in time to turn out the platoon for the night tour at 4. The precinct was calmer than when I came on the job in the morning. The storm had abated. After the men marched out of the door, a call came from upstairs through T.S. Lieutenant King would like to see me in the detective squad. I walked through the back room where several of the men who had just come off duty were standing around talking. I climbed the rickety stairs to the second floor and walked into the 21st squad. I saw Detective Sawyer sitting on the edge of a desk talking to a small, blonde young woman. I walked over to him.
Well, I was just doing him a favor. That's all I was doing.
Hello, Sawyer.
Oh, hello, Captain. How are you?
After all he asked me to do was to make a telephone call for him. If a girl can't make a telephone call for a man, well, what's this world coming to?
Captain, this is Eleanor Hoffel.
How do you do?
I'm sure. I didn't have anything to do with breaking into that store. I wasn't anywhere near the place. I didn't even know what it was all about. He asked me to do him a favor, that's all, and I did. I didn't know what it was all about.
Yes, you'd write down the combination, too, when he got it from the captain here. You knew what that was all about, didn't you?
Well, not exactly. He's not the kind that tells you everything.
Have you got it wrapped up, Andy?
Yes, sir, pretty much. Vitaly and I went out to this house in Astoria. We found the brother-in-law out there and her.
I told you, I was just visiting. That's all I was doing. I was just visiting.
We took a look in the garage, and what do you think was there?
The safe?
Yes, sir, the safe.
I didn't know it was in there. I don't look in garages. Why should I look in a garage? I was just visiting him, and he asked me to do a favor. You can't kill somebody for doing a favor.
Where's the lieutenant? In his office?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know what it was all about. That's the honest to goodness truth.
Yes. Captain Kennelly.
Come in, Captain.
How'd you like to meet this man, Captain? You've talked to him over the phone. Lee Goring.
Look, what are we waiting for? You got the safe, you got me. Book me, get it over with, will you? I'm tired.
Because you were up all night last night?
Because I was up all night last night, yeah.
Wasn't a very smart thing to do, break into your brother-in-law's store, was it?
That was smart enough. The stupid thing was leaving the safe in my garage. I should have found someplace else.
Did you find out who was with him on that deal last night, Ben?
Yes, sir, he's told us. Sure, I told you. I told you everything. Why should I keep anything back? They walked out on me. You think I want to be in and them out? Not me, brother. I weak and easy. When I go down for the third time, I take everybody with me.
Why'd you pick on your own brother-in-law?
I wanted to keep the money in the family.
That was thoughtful, wasn't it, Captain?
Yeah, very.
We're sending a truck out after the safe, Captain. I'm kind of anxious to see it. Sawyer told me they clawed at it, hacked at it, and burned it with a torch, tried to knock the knob off. Couldn't make a dent in it.
Must be a pre-war safe. Did they build them like that today? Who's got a chance with one of those things? And it's work. You know that's work? To get it out of the store, onto the truck, and out to the garage, then to go to work on it. You know we worked on that thing from 3:30 this morning till almost 8. We couldn't make a dent in it.
Is that when you got the bright idea to call me?
Yeah. Came over to New York, walked down the other side of Lexington Avenue to see what kind of rumble it was from the job. I saw all the cops' cars parked out in front. I went in the candy store and called.
Who was with you, just Eleanor?
Yeah, that's right, just Eleanor. I had the idea out in the garage, but the other boys thought I was crazy. They wouldn't have any part of it. I said to them, look, I'm not 2 feet from where all that money is, not 2 feet, and I can't get my hands on it. If you don't want any part of it, get out. I'll go it myself. So they got out. All their work and not a dime out of it. That's what gets me. Back-breaking work. You going to bring them in here, those boys? I'd like to see the looks on their faces. They take a fall, don't get a dime out of it. I'm laughing. It's a big joke.
All right. Come in, Mr. Hewlett.
Yeah, sure.
I'm Lieutenant King. How are you? Pleased to know you. Lee, I don't know what to say.
Say hello.
I'm ashamed of you, Lee. Really ashamed of you. My own wife's brother to do such a thing.
What do you want from me, George? I did it. What am I going to do? Say I'm sorry?
You would really throw the safe from the river, your own brother-in-law's accounts receivable and bonds at the bottom of the river? I can understand how you would do it to me, but your own flesh and blood is my wife.
George, don't knock yourself out.
Why did you do it, Lee? Why didn't you come to me if you needed money?
I needed money, but who needed a song and dance with it?
Captain, do you understand that? I don't. A grown man, look at him. In his trade, he can go out and make $20, $25 a day. $25 a day, and he's got to get himself in trouble again like this. What's the answer? $25 a day.
Well, Mr. Helis, the answer seems to be that he prefers night work.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Well, who got bitten? How old? 4? Well, where's the dog? Is the dog there? Well, where is the dog? Where's that? Oh, I see. Well, what's the name of the girl who was bitten? W-E-A-L-D. And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes and John Sylvester, Scott Tennyson, Wendell Holmes, William Flatley, and Joan Morgan. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.